Good afternoon and welcome to King Abdulaziz Racecourse. This is the Jcsa English language broadcast for racing here in Saudi Arabia. My name is Callum Helliwell and I look forward to bringing you 12 wonderful races here from the capital of Saudi Arabia. But I won't be doing it on my own. I am joined by the man on my right, Mr. Rory Delagi.
Afternoon, Callum. Another good day's racing to look forward to. Not as difficult seeming as yesterday's was. I'm very careful with my language there because sometimes it can look very straightforward and you get results that leave you scratching your head. But it seems a slightly less terrifying experience going through the runners for today compared to yesterday. So hopefully we can hit the mark a few times.
You've got a good night's sleep, no Arabian racing nightmares?
Oh, we're bound to have Arabian racing nightmares, but yeah, actually my final dream ended up taking place in Epsom.
So there you go. Well, we've seen it before that Epsom's actually become a keen form line for racing in Saudi Arabia, especially in Taif. We saw horses that could handle the bends and undulations of Epsom seem to thrive in Taif. I think of Amarillo Gold off the top of my head, one of those horses that did just that. However, we've got 3 horses today who will be very much up on your shortlist, and we'll take you through them right now. The first is Riyadh Al-Ansari, who put a defeat in the Prince Faisal Cup behind her with 2 absolutely astonishing victories in Taif. She makes her first start here in Riyadh and she's a very exciting prospect. She steps back up in class though, so it could be tougher. Off the map was mightily impressive last time out on her 3rd career start. She steps into handicap company straight into a 0 to 85. It'll be a tough ask, but hopefully she can continue that good form. And finally, we've got Estopel, who was a winner last time out, finally in Saudi Arabia. She came wide and late on that occasion, and now she is one up in Saudi. She races in our Fillies Open, which will be a wide open contest too. Not many runners in that Fillies Open, but it looks like a tough little contest to try and find a winner for.
Yeah, I think Estopel can get it done, but it is quite a tightly knit race despite the smallish field.
And the race that she won, the form line seems to be working quite nicely out of that too.
Yes, that's true. So it's good to see that form. She wasn't always firing at all cylinders in Taif, but certainly back to her best last time out. And I think she can build on that for a stable that's going well. And
before we go to the first race, we have to talk about Camille Ospina because he is flying right now.
Yeah, he was getting winners left, right, and centre yesterday. 4 winners in the end of the day, including one that he really pulled out of the fire when the 2 who looked to be fighting the finish out ended up fighting with each other, and he nipped up the rails to win by a short head or a nose. Yeah, so and he had 3 winners the day before as well, so he couldn't be riding any better. We say it every single meeting we come here. He's different class this season.
Yeah, it was a big day for white stable jockeys as well, because Rayan Al-Taresh ended up riding a double 2, which was very good to see. He had the winner in our feature race, the finale yesterday, and hopefully he can have a big enough day today as well, Rory. But we must introduce the 3rd member of our team, who is our esteemed commentator, Mr. Mark Francis.
Alan, Rory, everybody at home, welcome back to Riyadh for another 12 race card, and today looks an absolute belter. Over $1 million Saudi Riyal up for grabs today as we bring you meeting 66 here on the Jcsa English speaking YouTube channel. You can see the races on screen. We begin with that fantastic looking 0 to 85 handicap, and I have an underestimated fancy in this, which I'll make the case for a little closer to the off. Our first Arabian contest is an open race at 3:45 over 7 furlongs for the fillies, which sees that rematch from the King Faisal Cup placings a few weeks back between Riyadh Al-Ansari and Mubarizat Al-Kaladir. After a few tricky-looking maidens, we re-inject the quality for race 7 at 6 o'clock local time, the second of our 2 Arabian races, this time listed class, as the older girls race over the mile, including Farid Al-Jazi, who has certainly looked progressive so far this season. We go right through to 8:15 for the final race, which is the Municipality of Riyadh Area Cup. Tonight's feature over the mile, and we have some real stars on show in that one, including the likes of Afasa under that red-hot Camilo Ospina and Ibn Talon with Luis Morales in the plate. But the runners are in the paddock ahead of our first. It's Handicap Company, 0 to 85, over 6 furlongs. And they're headed by number 1, Tabarak Al-Khalek, a commentator's friend. A horse with a big white face is number 1 for Abdallah Al Hussein. 2 is Alpharat River, formerly trained by Saeed bin Saror back in the UK. And 3 is Jcsa from the inside gate for Naif Al Anazi. 4 is Rovan Yemi, Ricardo Ferreira. And Karaginski, the veteran in terms of age, 8-year-old here. Khaled Al-Manoni is the 5. 6 is Rosie's Return. 7 is Operating, a runner for Jimmy Jerkins here, Norworth Al-Mudiyani. And 8 is Meshayal, veteran in terms of experience. This his 95th appearance at a racecourse. 9 is G Won't, Abdulaziz Al-Faradi. 10 is Durrell, Abdulaziz Al-Yesh. Al-Hibar for Iyad Al-Tarizi is 11. Life's a Beach, who was a winner back at meeting 43 for Jimmy Carrion. Assad is the 13, Alex Moreno. 14 is the only grey, Tomu Al-Thuraya, Mohammed Suleiman. 15, Pennyworth Taverner, Camilo Ospina. 4 winners yesterday and 7 over the last 2 days. HMS Endeavour, former inmate Aidan O'Brien in Ireland for Abdullah Al-Kridis. And 2 over the page, 17, Golden Force. And 18, the only maiden in this lineup, Fast Start, who will be hoping for just that. 18 runners ahead of our first race here. It's a 0 to 85 handicap. And chaps, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Mark. Tough little race to look forward to, but Tabarak Al-Khalek certainly had a massive chance here.
Yeah, he's lightly raced, won 2 on the trot in Taif, and then probably ran the race of his life, went 4th to Amici in a course and distance open 3 weeks ago, finishing fast out wide. Very much caught the eye that day, and appears to be the class act in this race, really.
Yeah, I think he's got plenty of speed that he showed in Taif, and hopefully he can use it again today. We mentioned that Karaginski was one of the real veterans of the field at 8 years old, but certainly got young legs still because running really well recently.
Yeah, he was. I will see him in action again. He was 5th last time out, just a place behind Guy Won't. But he won a 0 to 80 at Taif over 7 furlongs at meeting 27. And he's largely held his form. He can be a little bit in and out at times, but we saw a few runners from this stable bouncing back to form yesterday after a moderate run, so I wouldn't be at all surprised to see Karaginski run a big race here.
You talk about informed stables, we can't go far without talking about Jimmy Jerkins, who's got Operating in this one, horse number 7.
He is potentially well handicapped on the form that he showed for John and Thierry Gosden. He's £3 lower than winning a mile handicap at Nottingham in July last year, taking him time to acclimatise. He ran once here last year and was given a tough task and was well beaten. Didn't really take to Taif. I don't think Taif would really be his track, but this would be the real judge of Operating, whether he's able to be effective here. His mark is certainly fair if Jimmy Jerkins has got him on an even keel now.
One horse that did take to Taif was Life's a Beach, horse number 12, who looks like a real interesting character when you saw his run in meeting 43. Didn't quite back up in meeting 49. Yeah,
it was behind Jcsa here last time out. And I thought the maiden that he won at Type 2 starts ago was a weak enough one, so Life's a Beach got a little bit to prove for me.
Yeah, it was one of the horses that we thought was going to be running into really good form in Taif with Pennyworth Taverner. It all went horribly wrong after that horse got involved in a really nasty incident on the course, and he hasn't been able to find his form since.
No, and that was all his fault that day as well. It wasn't like he was the victim of interference. He hung right off the bend and looked like a horse you wanted to be wary of, and I have him down as being potentially, well, I have him down as being temperamental and not entirely trustworthy now.
Yeah, we're just seeing Golden Force as well, horse number 17, just getting a little bit warm between the legs. I know that's not a massive negative for you, Rory, is it?
Not always. I mean, you take it as it comes, really. Some horses do and run well, but it's something you need to be aware of. Golden Force, he won 5 times in the UK for Charlie Fellows, but the last of those wins was 3 years ago, and his form in Riyadh last season was really poor. So he needs to buck up his ideas.
Yeah, so it's great to see people already watching on YouTube. We see David Boulogne, who is saying hello. So hello to you, David, and hopefully you're watching this form that we're seeing, because Tabarak Al-Khalek is the horse we're seeing in shot here now. I really think this horse got a rough deal last time out. It was a tough race, some real hard and sprinting types, and he had a horrible passage all the way around. Yeah,
he was sort of held up in midfield, but always wide and always racing to hold the position. So I thought he did well to keep on as well as he did. It looked like he might get up for second, but I think the fact that he's weakened a little bit into fourth is just because he had to do more racing than most of those in the race, and I thought that was probably a career best, even though he'd won his previous 2 starts.
We've also got Giavon and Karajinsky, who will hopefully get a chance to show you as well. And there is Karajinsky in shot, as if by magic, comes up perfectly in right in time. And you see, as an 8-year-old, looks absolutely magnificent, doesn't he? Doesn't look a day over 5.
Yeah, and the pair who fought out the finish in these cutters yesterday both looked absolutely terrific, trained to the minute. So and that might be a sign that you want to keep an eye on runners from the Fawaz stable, and we see Karaginsky making a move down the outside here in those colours. Just in front of him in the black and red is Guy Won't. In the end, Guy Won't finishes a length and a half fourth. It's Income who's in front here from Beehive. He's up Beehive on an absolute cracker yesterday, over a furlong further, just getting reeled in, and I thought this was a good run from Guy Won't, particularly, who was always fairly handy. Karaginsky just plugged on into fifth. He looks held on that form, but he's the kind of horse who sort of, rather than being ultra consistent, he does sort of come in and out of form. So that showed that he was in reasonable order. You'd say that he would struggle to turn the tables on fairly similar terms to that, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Karaginsky up his game by a few pounds. On that.
Yes, I think that form behind Income is looking really, really good. They've already started the loading process, but great to see Shirley in the chat already saying let's go operating, the Red Stable's biggest supporter there. Shirley getting involved in the comments early, and also David is going to go for horse number 5, who is Karajinsky. So that will be their selections. Who do you like, Rory?
I am going to go with, I imagine the same as you, and I'm going to go with Tabarak Al-Khalek. I thought that was a really eye-catching run last time out.
You are indeed. We are both going to go for Tabarak Al-Khalek. So selections are myself and Rory like number 1, Shirley in the comments like number 7, and David in the comments likes number 5. Mark Francis, who do you like?
Well, you've sort of already made the case for mine, really, as I hinted in the preview. I really like Guy Won't here. Guy Won't, whatever you rather. Drawn out in 18. There's plenty of pace out wide. But there's some interesting form lines with Karaginsky and including Tabarak Al-Khalek. 1 and 5 get a turnaround at the weights here. I thought Guy Won't, Abdelaziz Al-Faradi, was relatively unfancied here. And will lead my selections. I think I'll go solely with the 9 here. And as we saw in that form clip, the winner, Income, was the horse that ran Sunset Flash very close a couple of starts back. And the second, Beehive, who, as Rory mentioned, we saw yesterday, I think finished 3rd in the end, Beehive. In comes Rosie's Return. Of course, this being a handicap. It was made a couple of days ago. Got one more horse at the back, which is Roban Yemi, going into barrier number 9. And we look all set for our opening race here at Riyadh. 18 runners, 6 furlongs. And they're off. We're racing away for our opening race of the day here at Riyadh, over 1,200 metres through the centre. The very pale colours, the grey horse of Tomu Al Thuraya is one of the first to show. Also up at the pace is Golden Force, the blinkers towards the inside, being tracked through by Rosie's Return. Further out on the racecourse then, the check jacket, the black and yellow of Fast Start, got just that. The only horse in this lineup yet to win a race, and these make a line of 4. Just in behind the pace then is Tabarak Al-Khalek, deep on the track, probably in 5th position at the moment. Back towards the inside, the blue cap of HMS Endeavour. Looking towards the back of the field, the last one of the 18 is Guy Won't, as they turn into the home straight. And towards the inside, Golden Force has a narrow advantage over Assad in 2nd position. The grey Tomu Al Thuraya just short of racing room and is overtaken by Fast Start. Here comes Tabarak Al-Khalek, who is unleashed down the centre of the course and looks to make a menacing challenge deep inside the last 200. And it's Tabarak Al-Khalek now, who strides on by with Fast Start. Staying on from out of the pack is Jcsa as they go inside the last 50 metres. And it's Tabarak Al-Khalek who's getting the upper hand. Jcsa now flying at the death, but it's Tabarak Al-Khalek who goes on to win our opening race. Jcsa got 2nd, very close for the minor money. Fast Start ran a cracker. Not sure where he's finished, but we'll wrap up 3rd, 4th and 5th in just a moment. Tabarak Al-Khalek is a win for the boys in the studio. Back to winning ways. Also with a big white face. Travelled there strongly and got a better trip today than he did at meeting 57. has won at a time of 1:13.78 after Ella Al Hussein guides Tabarak Al-Khaliq to a 3/4 of a length victory over Jcsa in second. Fast Starters held on for third. What an effort that is. And over on the far side, I think Al Hibair has got fourth, who didn't really get a mention. Tabarak Al-Khaliq is back to winning ways in race number 1.
Abdu'Ella Al Hussein has guided Tabarak Al-Khaliq to victory in our opening contest, and I think class has come to the fore there. Rory, top weighted, not given the ideal draw out of 12, not had an ideal passageway round, had to come round the houses again, but was just too good for these.
Yeah, he's won a good side. He's only a 3-year-old. He is progressive. He's able to take his form forward in recent starts. We saw him win back-to-back in Taif, and as we said, that run last time, despite only finishing fourth, having to race wide throughout, you could mark it up a fair bit. He got a slightly better passage today. Still wide from stall 12, but didn't have to chase along just to hold his place there as a result, and came through strongly to win in a time of 1:13.78, which is
what do we make of that time?
It's not a bad time. It's not an exceptional time. We have at a time of 1:12.22 this season from Amici, which is the best time we've seen. Sunset Flash dipped under 1:13 as well. There's been a few dipping under 1:13, and obviously the track ride's slightly different every day. But 1:13.78 is a fine time. When they're dipping under 1:14. You know it's above average.
Yeah, and I think we might have quite a nice little fun progressive sprinter on our hands. Took a while for the penny to drop in Taif, but when it did, he was mustard over there, and I was really looking forward to seeing him when we got to Riyadh. Missed his first race because the guys were very fortunate. I think it was Tom Collins without here had the chance. Tom and Rebecca had the chance to see him in the flesh and do what he did, and he ran fourth, and that was a good enough race. But he's done a lot better here in maybe lesser company. I imagine that will be the end of him in handicaps. He will be going for open company races now, and with that being a third win, a non-win of the 4 contests, if you could find one over this trip, might be the next port of call, but they're not easy to come by.
No, and obviously he'll need to step forward again, but it's good to see that he's enjoying his racing and he is stepping forward with it. as you said, when you're stepping out of handicap company, things get a fair bit harder. But yeah, he's running off a mark of 84 here. He hasn't won by that far, and with fast start in third, I wouldn't say holding the form down. He was a bit disappointing last time out after a fair return. I don't think the handicapper can go absolutely wild about this. I think the time he did last time was actually faster than this as well.
Better race still, though, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, but this is confirmed the promise of his run last time out. We still have scope for slightly higher handicaps at some stage. But yeah, there'll be plenty of open races that will be there for him as well.
We're watching the rerun here. You can see operating in the red colours. Shirley's selection for the red stable actually had to follow Tabrak Alkalik out quite wide all the way around. Karajinsky was David's selection, who couldn't really get involved either. You can see actually right next to operating there, about halfway down the field too. And then we think Giavont with Mark's selection was right out the back, struggled from a really wide post position, was drawn 18 and could never land a blow.
Yeah, he just pat the dummy out, I think, after about a furlong. He wasn't particularly well placed, and then he's dropped positions after that. I just think he felt he wasn't competitive. You get a lot of horses who will just not try once they're not in a good position, and you can't really motivate them from that. So often when you see horses who've got winning form and then have finished 16th, it's sometimes just a case of them not being able to dominate and sulking a little bit. But the winner, still fourth at this stage.
He got a bit unbalanced on the turn. I think he lost some ground on that bend coming wide and sort of just drifted all over the shop.
Yeah, but he got himself back on an even keel. What I was impressed by here was from the third horse, who didn't roll over when challenged in the first place. Fast start. He was 16th last week, but clearly that wasn't his running. He's faded late in the day, but this was a very pleasing performance from Tabrak Alkalik. I was just looking further back in the field. We talked about operating beforehand. Operating is an interesting one next time out. Now, bear in mind, he's not a sprinter on UK form. A son of Warfront out of Good Vibes. He was a dual winner in the UK for John Gosden, but those wins were a mile, an extended mile, his last win at Nottingham. So he does want a trip. This is a case of him, getting his eye in for the season. I thought he shipped pretty well for a fair way.
He wasn't run off his feet either, was he?
No, he wasn't, and I think this run would have been needed to put an edge on him. I think he's an interesting one next time he shows up to a minimum of 7 furlongs. But ideally a mile next time out.
Yeah, he could be one for the mile trips later on. You see how wide he's had to come there as well. But take nothing away from our winner, Tabrak Alkalik, who I imagine had bigger and better prizes in sight. Albahair was a good runner-up, I think ended up finishing third. Horse number 11 on your race card, snuck right up the road. You can just see him in the green cap there. He's back in the field.
Finished really strongly.
Absolutely rattled home.
The question is with a horse like this, he's got an uninterrupted passage late in the day, and others have thrown themselves into the race beforehand. He's not inconsistent, you wouldn't say. He just underperforms a little bit. He's been beaten 13 times in a row since winning a 7 furlong open here in January last year. As well. Yeah, but I think that obviously it's an eye-catching run. I think he's the type who might draw people in next time. And he's going on very nicely at the finish, but he does have a lot of fair efforts in a row without getting his head in front, and I think he might not be the easiest to win with. For all, again, you can see he's a good looker and he is talented.
Abdul Al Hussein was getting his stretches in beforehand, as you can just see, getting ready to ride, and it all worked out because he's in prime position to get this horse, Tabrak Alkalik, into victory. And it was interesting, he didn't get the best start, and you could certainly see the jockey was keen to make sure he was trying to be front ranked, but they went so quick early on that he just wasn't able to get there, sat on the outside of them, had to come wide. I was a little bit nervous in the studio. Rory would attest to me saying, oh, where are we going? Why are we going so far wide? But it's worked out. Class has come to the fore. David has been in the comments multiple times here. I think he's had a keyboard issue there saying oops about his selection, but congratulating us, Rory. So thank you, David, for being so magnanimous in defeat. But we've got 11 more races to get to and plenty more chances to find you and everybody else at home plenty of winners on this lovely Saturday afternoon here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. Beautiful weather today, Rory, isn't it? 31 degrees.
It is, yeah. It's the clear skies today, a little bit warmer than it was yesterday as well. So a nice final day for us before we fly back home again. Yeah,
it'll be a really good day, and you can just see, I can't take my mind. I know Al Haber is going to draw me in next time for sure, because he's come there absolutely tanking, but he's just had to just had to wait for his pass to open, and I think Rosie's return falling into his lap hasn't helped either. But once he's got past that horse, you just see he's having right at the back of shot. You're just having to really squeeze through paper-thin gaps to get there. I think you can add maybe a length onto that performance, which would put him right up there with our race winner.
Yeah, but he's never threatened in the heat of the battle. He's only come through late, so that is always a bit of a question mark. I think he's the kind of horse who doesn't like to know he's in a race, and he's been given that kind of ride here, where he's not been asked a serious question until late in the day, because he couldn't be from where he was, and he's been nursed into it, and that seems to have suited him. So maybe they'll keep trying to ride him like that and ask him for an effort as late as possible. But a few of these just struggling in the closing stages, having been under pressure a fair way out.
Yeah, they went fairly hard early on, and it's interesting to see that a lot of those leaders did end up falling back into the pack, so it just clearly showed the pace that they were going. But we move on at a rapid pace to race 2, which is Arabian Fillies Open over 1,400 metres this time, and this one features Rakoud Al-Ansari, who's looking to put together a hat-trick here and continue her fine run of form. Mark Francis, could you take us through the runners and the riders?
I certainly can, Callum. Race number 2, we're up a furlong here to 7 furlongs, an Arabian Fillies Open here, just worth shy of 100,000 Saudi Riyal, and they're headed by number 1, the first of 4 straight grey fillies, Raya Al-Kataeb, a maiden. The 2 is Ghazal Al-Khair, who is a debutant for Abdullah Al-Rashed. Then the 2 big guns, Rakoud Al-Ansari and Mubarizat Al-Khaladir for Abdullah Al-Khamis and Turkey Alofi, respectively, who met back at meeting 39 in the King Faisal Cup. 5 is Shah Al-Hizam, who was a last-time out winner at meeting 46, Naif Al-Anazi. 6 is Dim Al-Baha, Adel Al-Faradi. And 7 is Al-Masa for Khalid Al-Memoni. Only once has been in the placings in her career. Tagruda, not to be confused with a former King George winner, is the 8 for Fawaz Wanas. 3 over the page, Divine de Violetes is the 9, who was behind Shihana Al-Rayla back at meeting 40. Jimmy Carrion is the 10. And Paris Al-Amal is the 11, another horse yet to win a race, 0 from 5. So an intriguing Arabian Fillies Open. It involves 2 big guns, the 3 and 4. Gentlemen, it's back to you.
Thanks very much, Mark. I think you've given that the perfect level of hype. It looks to be a straight clash. Is there anybody else getting involved? We'll start from the top, Rory. Raya Al-Kataeb, horse number 1.
Well, the rating is 65. I think Raya Al-Kataeb is going to struggle here, and was beaten 25 odd lengths in a maiden won by Al-Najm Al-Munir last time out. That was a good race. I think the winner's quite smart, but 25 lengths of beating it doesn't augur well for his chances here.
One with a much shorter mane. I think another one with a cob mane we're seeing here. We're seeing a few of these. This is Ghazal Al-Khair making Saudi debut today.
Yeah, debut for Ghazal Al-Khair, so not difficult, well, hard to know what to expect from her, but it's a tough race to be making debut in.
This is Rakoud Al-Ansari, clearly one of the class acts here.
Yeah, she's been a revelation. Her only defeat in Taif was when 6th in the King Faisal Cup, and she was behind Mubarazat Al-Khaladir that day, but I think the balance of her form suggests she didn't do herself justice on that occasion. She's got a fair chance of revenge here.
Here's Shafa Al-Hazan, horse number 5.
Second to Rakoud Al-Ansar, who starts back, beaten 10.5 lengths, and then won a 6 furlong maiden at Taif. Is going the right way, but needs to improve another bit to split the top pair.
Dim Al-Ba is horse number 6.
Has won a contest, a Prince Sultan Arabian contest. Don't know an awful lot about that, but does get a handicap rating of 80. So she's clearly got a degree of ability.
Al-Masa is horse number 7.
Second in a 6 furlong maiden back in meeting 1, but she's been soundly beaten in 5 starts since.
Here's Tagruda, horse number 8, gorgeous individual.
She's, you know what you get with Tagruda, but she's behind Rakoud Al-Ansari 3 consecutive runs prior to finishing 4th, and of course in distance open behind Yasmi Athbar last time out.
Devin de Violettes, easy for me to say, horse number 9.
And not worth saying it, really. On that front, she's got a rating of 44, and this is not the right kind of race for her.
Shahana Al-Rayla often gets confused with some of the other similarly named Al-Rayla horses, but she's got some ability.
Yeah, she was 6th to Rakoud Al-Ansari last time out, beaten 23 lengths. She has won a maiden. She won a 2,000 metre maiden back in Taif 2 starts ago. But the fact that she was beaten so far by Raqoud Al Ansari last time out puts her chance into perspective here.
Yes, and Paris Alam.
Yeah, tailed off behind Raqoud Al Ansari, meeting 34 in Taif, and that was her only try outside of maiden company. She's shown a bit of ability in maidens, but when she was set up to open company, she was beaten an awfully long way.
A little bit of housekeeping. The horse whose name I struggled to pronounce the first time, Divan de Violette, has a jockey on board in the shape of Iyad Al Tarisi. He will be riding maybe on your race card, you might not have that information available to you. So Iyad Al Tarisi will ride. We can see again, wonderful to have so many people in the YouTube comments with us here on a Saturday afternoon, a fine dandy Saturday afternoon it is, as we can see some of these horses getting legged up. I thought Shafa Al Hazam is a really interesting filly. We're not going to see video footage of her, but the way she goes about it is very thoroughbred-like. She's a very powerful individual. She tends to come swinging into her races, and her class showed last time. This is a big step up. Can she make that step up?
Well, she's got 10.5 lengths behind with Raqoud Al Ansari from the meeting 2 starts back and meeting 45 in Taif. But she's going the right way. She's just had the 5 starts, and you can see that her form is progressing. 5, 4, 2, 1 are her last 4 starts. So she deserves another shot at the big guns. I think she's liable to come up a little short, but she does look 3rd best on this card.
Here is Rakan Al Ansari, who is just running away with this contest in Taif. You've got Tagruda in the back of the shot there as well, but this was a really impressive performance, and she's beginning to string performances like this together.
She is, which is why I think it's a little bit disappointing that she's only 6th in the King Faisal Cup, because the rest of her form just makes her look like she's very good. She's in 2nd gear, you know, and still coming away from her rivals in this contest. I think she's progressed again. She's got 4 pounds officially to find with Mubarazat Al Khalidiyah. But I think, on balance, she just might be the best filly. It's not easy to call between them, and obviously the one time they met, which we're seeing Mubarazat Al Khalidiyah finishing 2nd here. Actually, this is at Riyadh last time out, so we know that she is fit. She was behind Mutwaheja Athba on this occasion, given quite a lot to do, but finishing strongly. This is over 6 furlongs, so the step up to 7 will suit her. She's got the beating of Raqoud Al Ansari, as I said, on the King Faisal Cup form, but it may be that her main rival has improved a little bit in the meantime, and might give her quite a fright here. I think Raqoud Al Ansari has got the best natural speed of the pair of them. That tends to be the way with the Al Khalidiyah horses anyway. And in the slightly smaller field where they should dominate, I think that's a big plus for Raqoud Al Ansari, whereas the King Faisal Cup was a race that she couldn't dominate last time out. But this is more her cup of tea, and I would just favour her off the pair, despite the fact that her rating is slightly lower.
Yeah, big ride for Turki Alofi, who rides Mubarizat Al Khalidiyah. That'll be a big ride for him. He's one of the very talented young jockeys out here, one of many very talented young riders here in Saudi Arabia, and certainly worth keeping an eye on. And I imagine he might take some weight off here with his claim, so that could draw them a little bit closer together. I think when we look back to that race in the King Faisal Cup, Raqoud Al Ansari was ridden to try and win that race. And I think she was punished for that because she couldn't quite latch onto the leaders as they sprinted away, and she kind of fell into the lap of everything else in behind, including Mubarizat Al Khalidiyah, who is always going to be doing her best work late. A more patient ride today, which she's been receiving in her last 2 starts, which have been very impressive, I think will be enough for her to do the business. I think we can get selections in nice and early. I like Raqoud Al Ansari. Are you on the train with
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, Rory and I teaming up again here with horse number 3. Great to see more comments on YouTube. Hussein Al Mansour, great to see you aboard. Hello to you too, and hopefully you can let us know who you like in this race. Please continue to let us know if you've got any fancies that you want to tell us about, or any random information that you want to tell us about. Maybe your dad rode the 2001 King Khalid Racetrack Championship, as we've seen already earlier this week, with some fantastic comments as well. And we can just see David had just dropped in again. Khalidiyah is going to be hard to get beaten. You're going against us again, David. I really hope, I wish you all the best, but I hope you come 2nd rather than 1st. So as they continue to circle around the start, we'll give you the selections one more time. Both Rory and myself like Raqoud Al Ansari. David in the comments likes Mubarazat Al Khalidiyah. And now we can hand over to Mr. Mark Francis. Mark, who do you like?
Yeah, I'll be teaming up with you guys here with Raqoud Al Ansari. I think she's got a great chance here. And yes, she has form to reverse with Mubarizat Al Khaladir, but the 2 performances since that King Faisal Cup have just been breathtaking. Both those races, she's won by a combination of 25 lengths against so-called inferior opposition, but she really does have a fantastic strike rate. And continue the winning thread here. She recorded a hat-trick back at meeting 30 before being denied the 4-timer in the King Faisal Cup, so an opportunity to land another 3-timer here. Mubarizat Al Khaladir, clearly the main threat. Hit the line hard, as we saw in that Phillies Open last time out in the VT on screen. So the step up back to 7 furlongs should suit Turki Alofi and Mubarizat Al Khaladir. Some of these probably need to get a head start now if they're to get anywhere near the likes of Rakud Al Ansari and Mubarizat Al Khaladir. Just a bit of housekeeping for you. Raya El Katayeb, the top horse, will sport the black cap, whilst right at the other end, Pari Al Amla has the white cap, same ownership. The runners are circling down at the start. Mubarizat Al Khaladir with the inverted V on a white jacket. The Garuda is a lovely looker, and as the guy said, you know exactly what you're getting from the 3-year-old out of Saklawi Al Khaladir. Bottom 3 being a race between themselves. Shahana Al Rayla, who was a winner at meeting 40, was 20 lengths clear of Divine de Violetes, who, as Callum says, has the assistance of Iyad Al Tarizi in the plate. But Shahana Al Rayla was then 20 lengths behind Rakud Al Ansari next time out, whilst Pari Al Amla is still a maiden after 5 starts and looks to have a tough-looking assignment. We're just ticking towards post time. The loading process should commence in just about any moment. Indeed, Rakud Al Ansari will be the first to step forward into stall number 3. Green and white halves, green stars. Here comes Raya El Katayeb, the grey. Interestingly, so runners mostly grey. There is Divine de Violetes. Mubarizat Al Khaladir just being asked to come forward, but refusing for now. It's proving a little bit tricky, as in the background, Shahana Al Rayla sensibly goes forward. Just having trouble with the 4-runner here. Shafa Al Hizam steps into 5. Don't want is Mubarizat Al Khaladir to play up any more. Don't give them plenty of chances here in Saudi Arabia, that's for sure. 3 left to load, including Al Marza, black jacket, white star. Still looking for her first victory. Here comes the pale silks of Dim Al Baha. I think all the field are in. Stand by. And they're off. Racing away over 7 furlongs. It was a fantastic start from Rakud Al Ansari from stall number 3, but has surrendered the lead to the pale silks of Dim Al Baha and further forward to Al Marsa. And it's Al Marsa in the cheek pieces that strides on by a length and a half. To Dim Al Baha in second. Rakud Al Ansari rides the shortest route in 3rd position. And there's the grey Mubarizat Al Khaladir with the inverted V in 4th position. Deeper out on the race course in 5th position is Tagruda's pink cap, being followed on the wide outside by Pari Al Amal. Also making ground is Ghazal Al Khair, the debutant. And there is now about 6 lengths back to the final trio, which include the back markers. Shahana Al Rayla, who is detached. Also back there is Divine de Violetes and the blue headgear of Raya El Katayeb as the leaders go down the side of the course. And it's Rakud Al Ansari with a narrow nose in front, but being challenged by Dim Al Baha. Mubarizat Al Khaladir is under a strong ride from Turki Alofi. And then comes the blue colours of Shah Al Hizam. But deep inside the last 250 they go. And Dim Al Baha is striding on here. Rakud Al Ansari needs to find another gear. So too does Mubarizat Al Kaladir. But deep inside the last furlong, and this one is not for catching here. Dim Al Baha, if anything, is going further clear at the line. What a performance this is, and what a surprise. Dim Al Baha, surely unfancied, strides on to an easy success. Mubarizat Al Kaladir up for second, and possibly Shafa Al Hizam back in third. Well, Dim Al Baha for Adel Al Faradi springs a surprise on the two leading protagonists. Travelled very well around the turn, took over the lead with 2 furlongs left to go, and was pushed out towards the line, and if anything was going further clear. And look at that time, 1:33.98. Look at that for a time. I'm sure the guys will analyse in the studio. She is absolutely romped in here against 2 very talented rivals. Mubarizat Al Kaladir, 11.5 lengths back in second. Shafa Al Hizam did get third. And in fourth position, the very disappointing Rakud Al Ansari. Dimin Al Baha. The time will make the headlines, 1:33.98, not too far away from the track record.
Adel Al Faradi is all smiles as he guides the criminally unexposed Dim Al Haba to success in our second contest, and it's done it in some style. We're looking at a very, very serious filly because she has made some good fillies look distinctly average in that performance. And are we looking at a future star here, Rory?
Well, she looked very good. I'm not sure how many runs she's had before, but she obviously had a handicap marker really coming into this, and she's had a win, I guess, at the Prince Sultan Arabian Festival. But difficult to dig into that form. But she looked better than that here, because it's all very well saying, well, Rakud Al Ansari might have run below form, or Mubarizat Al Kaladir might have run below form, or Sharfa Al Hizam might have run below form. But those were the 3 form horses. They finished second, third, and fourth. Yeah. So you'd have to say that that Dim Al Bahar has run to a pretty high level here on her debut officially here in Saudi Arabia. So definitely one to look out for. On 1:33.98, a very good time. The track record here is 1:33.14. We did see, you're unlikely to see too many track records broken here. We did see the track records broken a few times in Taif in some of the better races. But yeah, to get within 0.8 of a second off that track record is clearly a very good performance. And again, she was geared down towards the finish, so she's obviously very high class.
She really is a high-class individual, and I thought tactically this was a fascinating race because there was clearly some tactics in play, but jockeys were looking at other horses, and no one was focusing on Dinir Al-Baha, who ended up just sort of breathing around the outside of those in contention and just said, catch me if you can, and they couldn't catch her. This is the point where make Rakud Al-Ansari breaks really nicely. You're also going to see Mubarizat Al-Kaladir break well as well, and Shafa Al-Azam all together in a line, and they've gone, we'll ignore this thing that's jumped out in front and we'll worry about our own race. But it all gets a bit tight towards the rail here.
It does. I don't think there's any excuses really with what happened. There was maybe a little bit of tactical riding. I think there was an opportunity for Turkey Alofi on Mubarizat Al-Kaladir to try to hem Rakud Al-Ansari in towards the rail, but she's managed to get a gap between the leader Al-Masa and the eventual winner Dim Al-Bahar. But there's clearly no hard luck there. She's managed to get past the winner at this stage. Maybe had to make a move earlier than ideal to take advantage of that gap. That's fair enough to say. But if the winner had come back and done her a head or a neck, you'd say that might have made the difference. But she's won this by quite a wide margin, and she's been allowed to coast home in the last 150 metres. You see Mubarizat Al-Kaladir can't go with her either. She does stay on. I mean, that's stamina is her strong suit in races like this, and she plugs away. And Sharfa Al-Zaham, who's been progressive as well, comes between the top two to finish in the frame as well. But while you might be slightly disappointed with how Rakud Al-Ansari has run in the end, you can take nothing away from the winner who's sprinted away and looks smart.
Yeah, she certainly does, and I think the fact that the second, third and fourth were all the form horses that had been showing form previously, it just makes sense to suggest that this is a really good performance because they have finished so close together. Although you can say that Rakud Al-Ansari has run quite disappointingly, she's still finished close enough to two really talented individuals herself. So she's just made, we talk about this all the time, but this is making the Taif form look really shaky, isn't it? Because this is a horse that we never saw in Taif, running against horses who we knew kind of their level at Taif, and they were high-level Taif performers. And now we're seeing these Riyadh horses come into show, and they're saying, "Oh, we're not hanging around here. We're going to put it up to you." Yeah,
I mean, some of the Taif form we saw certainly above the. We saw some really high-class Arabian racing in Taif, and we saw some fairly moderate performers as well. You know, we had. In a 9-race card, we had 2 races every day. Sometimes those were undersubscribed, and sometimes they were fairly moderate contests. But the very best are very, very good, and you're not shaking in your belief about the best horses you saw out there, are you?
I am now. I am beginning to shake. I know that obviously the best Arabian horse, Hassan Al-Kaladir, can do it at Riyadh, Taif, and anywhere he likes because he's a superstar. But I think some of the others may be looking over their shoulders now when they get to the entries to see who is coming in, who we didn't see in Taif. Talking about people we have coming in, the YouTube comments continue to get filled up. Hussein Al-Mansour is talking about the sales, and yes, the sales are happening. The yearling sales will be happening right local to Riyadh, happening in a couple of weeks' time, I think, if I got that correctly. What's been fascinating is it's a massive, massive catalogue, and viewings have already started for some of the horses, so you can certainly go down and have a look at potential purchases already. Those horses that we bought in that sale are going to be eligible for that very, very valuable sales race we saw in Taif towards the end of the season. I think that's a really interesting route in, is that where you can buy Saudi and be rewarded in Saudi, which I think is something that is only positive for the industry.
Yeah, we do have an auction race or two on the Riyadh calendar as well. So that's clearly going to be a growing aspect of the game here, and we're seeing, although heavily reliant on imported horses, historically there are more and more homebreds who are able to compete at the better races here. So that's something that's going to be really interesting to see over the next decade or so, how that develops. And I was amazed just how many horses were in that catalogue.
And it's one of the other interesting aspects is that on social media, there's been a few little video clips of the quality of the yearlings. And as someone who I absolutely love yearling sales, some of them look very, very nice. They don't look light. They look very heavy set. They look like they're powerful, early early types, and I think they can be quite interesting if you can get down to the sale and check them out. And hopefully, if you're willing to open your purse strings and go and buy yourself one or two. Santiago Gamera also comments, "Hola!" So yet another overseas viewer as we continue to try and get ourselves around all four corners of the globe. And hopefully, you guys got to see quite a nice type here in Dil Al-Baha, who was the winner of our second race. And certainly a bit of a surprise winner, but certainly not a poor horse either. We're hopefully looking forward to seeing this horse in the future. As we move on to the future and we look at race 3, which is a local bred fillies maiden over the mile. Rory, we've got quite a few horses in here. Quick note, we've got one late scratching, Modaima, horse number 1, meant to be coming from stall 1. That is a late scratch, so Modaima will not go, which was one of the more experienced horses in that field, but there's plenty of others here who are exposed and very unexposed in this 1 mile contest.
Yeah, and again, maybe not the strongest maiden. We're seeing a lot of the maidens we're seeing at this stage of the season not particularly strong, because obviously you talk about how you think the racing is maybe deeper in Riyadh than it is in Taif, but it's the same horses running through the Taif season. So a lot of the good horses have been laid out to win their maidens already at Taif or early in Riyadh, and we are seeing some lesser quality maidens now as we get later into the season, and we don't have any obvious superstars here, and we got a few who are hard to fancy in this sort of company. I thought one of the more interesting ones was the white stable runner, Zahalatahum, who was only 9th on debut but is liable to leave that form behind.
Yes, he could be an interesting runner. Mark Francis will take us through each and every one of them. Over to you, Mark.
Yesterday. So the 1 runner is out, as Callum says, Moda Himar. 2 is a Sierra, rated just 22. Surely has a mountain to climb here, Ricardo Ferreira. 3 is Johanna, Ahmed Al-Azari, who ran just last week at meeting 61. 4 is Late Ayunak, who has been progressing in 2 runs, Victor Gutierrez. And 5 is Nard for Thurb Altimyat. Moscow is 6, Tarek Al-Mansour. Zaha Latahum, who, as Rory says, is one of the interesting ones, Camilo Ospina. And 8 is Danat Basmar with Berto Rabos. 9 is Dorofield in the blinkers for Luis Morales. Tilda, also rated 42, like Dorofield, is number 10, Abdullah Al-Saidi. And Wake is the 11 for Abdulaziz Al-Masr. It's fillies here to the end. Waj Al-Anayar makes her first start on a race course, number 12, Abdullah Al-Rashed. 13, Hamran Newt for Abdullah Al-Hussein. And Tusti for Ali Al-Matib is number 14. 15 is also a scratch, a very late scratch. Muka Malar is out, so on to 16, Alda Wadiyah for Abdullah Al-Kridis. Nujabar for Mohammed Al-Daham is 17, Ale Wissa 18, Selman Al-Rashid, Ragadar for Khalid Al-Mamoni 19, and Hadabar, very similar names to the bottom 2, Abdullah Al-Lawfi. So 18 runners, take out the 1, take out the 15. I'm not too sure whether the reserves 21 and 22 get in, as it's a little bit too late. But 1 mile is the trip for our third race. It's a fillies maiden for the juveniles.
Thank you very much, Mark, and I imagine that we are going to go without the 2 reserves here, as these were 2 very late scratching. But here is a Sierra who is rated only 22.
Yeah, she looks of no account, and it's easy to pass over.
Johanna, number 3.
Yeah, one of the highest rated, possibly the highest rated in the race. Second to Mostawoba over 7 furlongs at meeting 40, but there was beaten a long way. I think 17 lengths Mostawoba won on that occasion, and she hasn't hit the same sort of heights since. Beaten 22 3/4 lengths on her latest start, so she's got to prove that she's really up to that rating.
Leah Unak was number 4.
Her better effort today was when 4th to Malaya over 6 furlongs last time up. She stayed on late in the day there and is up in trip, which should suit, so she's an interesting one.
Yeah, Nard is horse number 5.
4th of 7 behind Albshire over 6 furlongs last time out, beaten 10.5 lengths there, and when she stepped up and trip, she's been well beaten, so I think she's got a bit to find.
Yes, and we can see Moscow, number 6.
Yeah, in the frame twice at Taif, but was very disappointing on her first start in Riyadh last time, finishing 14th. Needs to bounce back from that.
Zaha Latahum is horse number 7. Only had the 1 run, and you said was quite an interesting runner.
Yeah, hinted at ability that day. You expect him to be pretty forward, but she's well bred, and given that she represents leading connections here. I thought she was interesting, and I wouldn't judge her on that sole run to date.
Diana Basma, number 8.
Finished 5th to Taff Keek on a 7-furlong maiden here on debut. Beaten 13.5 lengths there, but still likely to improve, and goes on the short list.
Doro Field, number 9.
Only rated 42 and looks a poor performer on balance, given what she's done in 4 runs.
Tilda is also rated 42.
Yeah, and I'm struggling to see where she's even got 42 from. She's been absolutely thrashed on 4 stars to date, and is impossible to fancy.
Waki, horse number 11.
Only 15th on last week's debut. I mean, obviously that was first time out, and she could do better, but difficult to fancy here straight away.
Wajd Alanea is horse number 12.
She is a half-sister to the mighty Busmat, you'd be delighted to hear. Out of an unraced mare, the daughter of Closing Bell. Wouldn't have to be anything special to figure here.
Hamra Newt, number 13.
Hasn't been entirely discredited in maidens, but she's looking exposed after 5 runs already, and was 12 lengths behind Hadaba last time out, and will probably struggle to turn the tables around there.
Tufty is horse number 14.
Best effort to date, arguably that's 4th to Istitabe last time out, but still was 7.5 lengths behind Hadaba, who's cropping up on 1 or 2 of these form lines. But Tufty could make the frame, but it all seems to be pointing towards the bottom one as we look at it.
Aldawaya.
She hasn't been seen since meeting 5, when finishing 16 3/4 lengths, 9th in what was a fairly moderate 6-furlong maiden, so hasn't thrown up any winners that race despite plenty of runners since, so not easy to fancy.
Najubo is horse number 17. Now she's interesting.
Yeah, she's likely to improve on a promising enough debut. She was 3rd in a big field behind Al Hasuma in a 7-furlong maiden 2 weeks ago. She's beaten 11 3/4 lengths there, but again, she beat the rest of them well enough. She did look that she would come on for the run, and she is high on the short list as a result.
Aliwesa is horse number 18, 8th on debut.
Behind another one of these, Lay Oyunak went 8th to Malaya over 6 furlongs 3 weeks ago, so there's a little bit of work to do with that.
Ragdar is horse number 19.
She is a half-sister to a pair of modest maidens, and her dam won just once from 13 starts, so not the most appealing pedigree.
And here we see on screen now Hadaba, horse number 20.
Yeah, all the form lines seem to point to Hadaba. 1 or 2 horses think, well, that might go okay. Then you find out that they've finished behind Hadaba before. We're getting to see Hadaba now finishing 2nd last time out, 4 3/4 lengths clear of the 3rd, and one beaten 10 lengths by Istitase 3 weeks ago. The winners clearly smart to have absolutely routed her rivals like this. And Hadaba, although absolutely no match for the winner, has run on well for 2nd and has beaten the rest comfortably. So 4 3/4 lengths back to the 3rd. A couple of these who showed a bit in that race. The Juba, sorry, not the Juba.
We're going to see Najuba now,
yeah, we
actually.
are, yeah.
Let's have a look at Najuba, who's in action, just going down to the start here, taking a bit of a keen tug. Mohammed Al-Aham is going to have to really sit down.
Tusty is one I was thinking. He was back and forth that day, but he's got a bit of work to do.
Yeah, Najuba's a gorgeous-looking individual. I think she's
big and strong.
Yeah, she's going to run a much better race than she did. You can just see her at the top of the straight here. She's right at the back of the field. She ends up finishing 3rd here, which I said in my notes was from an impossible position.
Yes, that's pretty much impossible. She's about 12th at this stage, and the race has already taken shape in front of her. The front two are well gone, and we won't pan back to her for a while, but she did make a good late headway to be beaten less than 12 lengths behind Alasuma here. Again, typical runner from the White Stable, well-bred, well-schooled, clearly knew her job. So Najuba, who needed it, looked green earlier on, was learning on the job, seems to be a bit more clued up now. She's full of herself today. She just needs to channel that in the right direction.
Yes, she certainly took a keen tug down to the start, and she still seems to be having a bit of a jig-jog around, but I wouldn't be too concerned about that. I think she's got a big chance today. Hadaba, horse number 20, probably the form horse in this race. Is she in danger of becoming a little bit frustrating?
Possibly, but the form of her last race looks solid. She was runner-up on the final week in Taif as well. She's clearly equally effective at this track. She's had 8 runs and she hasn't got her head in front, but she's been. This is just, a disappointing contest on paper. There aren't many you can really fancy in it. So if Hadaba's not capable of winning or going very, very close here, then you'd have to put it down as being a little bit of a disappointment. But this is a golden opportunity for her, and we can ask those questions after the race if she doesn't win. But hopefully she can get it done.
With these runners and the way Hadaba runs her race, she likes to come from well off the pace. If something was to get loose on the lead, are you slightly concerned that she might not be able to catch them in time? I know we've got a long straight here in Riyadh.
Yeah, it's always a possibility, and you know, you have races that aren't run to suit the better horses at times, and that might well happen here. But at a mile, less excuses, I think. She just needs to make sure she doesn't get stuck behind horses. She's drawn a stall 20, which is very wide, but it's no bar to success. Again, when you've got that kind of class edge and there's a lot of dead wood in the race, then it should just mean you're able to take a good position fairly easily, avoiding any scrimmaging on the inside. She doesn't want to be hung wide on the bend, but I'd like to think she'll be able to take a position somewhere in the field that suits her, without having to spin too wide. And as I said, I'd be a little disappointed if she's not good enough, because I can't find any particularly interesting newcomers.
I'll bring you one interesting newcomer, Wajd Alenia, who is horse number 12, related to Busmat, as you previously mentioned, who, although has been very frustrated not getting ahead in front, she does often run well enough to consider that she's an average horse here in Saudi Arabia, and I think clearly not the worst thing to be related to.
No, but it suggests, again, if she's of the same sort of level as Busmat, then you're still only expecting her to run to something in the 60s on debut.
But if she did run to the 60s on debut, she'd be a danger here, wouldn't she? I imagine. Would you?
Well, the favourite still needs to. I say the favourite. The selection still needs to run 10 points below form. So possibly, but again, you know, it's asking a lot just because she's a half sister to Busmat to expect her to run as if she is Busmat.
And the other point that I was going to make is Tarij Mohammed Al Naya is his runners tend to be very clued up and ready to go. These colours, we often see these Al Naya horses, they do tend to know their job. So I would think if there is a horse that would maybe, of the newcomer, we've just seen a newcomer in our previous race come in and cause an upset. I was just looking along those lines. I think Wajd Alania might just be that one. Selections now for this one. Who do you like in this one? Were you sticking with Hadaba?
Yes, absolutely.
I would join you, but I've lost the faith in her. I'm going to go for Najuba, horse number 17. So I'm going to go for horse number 17. Rory is going to go for horse number 20. Let us know if you like anyone in the comments. We know we've had some more comments coming in, which is just great to see. And David, don't be put off. I know we've had 2 poor races, but hopefully we can come back to form in this one. Mark Francis, who do you like here?
Thanks, Callum. Yeah, it's an open-looking maiden here, and I echo Rory's thoughts that it's a pretty weak-looking one on paper. Leia Yunak, I thought, had been progressing smartly in 2 starts so far. She gets a rating after today. Zaha Latahum for the White Stable again. She ran very green on debut, but she did plug on tenaciously. Yes, she finished 9th, but she did show a very likeable attitude. So I'll have 4 and 7 against the field here. 18 runners. A reminder, they go without the 1 and the 15. The reserves one in time. Moscow is in shot there. You probably don't have those colours on the race card. It's a white jacket with blue epaulettes and cap. He's 0 from 5 so far. Totally tailed off back at meeting 62 last week. She gets another go. She's just kicking out. And at Basma, despite just being her second start, knows her job a bit better. A white hoop there on blue of Doro Field to just 42. Zaha Latahum to be checked over at the start, but is fit to run. Got 3 at the back. Leia Yunak, Moscow, and also Hadaba. Hadaba's the best horse on paper, isn't she? Rated 76, but she was beaten 10 lengths last time. Is way out in the widest stall, of course. On paper is 20, the 2 non-runners, which is closer to the running rail, practically in 18 now. Moscow has been given the blindfold. seems as though she still knows where she is. This is the final one to come forward. The other 17 wait patiently. She's still kicking out, Moscow. Eric Al-Mansour in the saddle. Edging closer. Looks a little bit reluctant. Probably about half a metre between her and a green flag from the back. Blindfold is coming off. Stools handler needs to get up to the side. We should have the all clear here for race number 3 over the mile. Long hold here. Field waiting patiently. 1,600 metres. Filly's maiden for 2-year-olds, and they're off. Pretty awkward start from Danat Basma, who darted right, but she is prominent and probably cuts up the early running with Zaha Latahum, who is also prominent, and so too the Czech colours of Nard. This is the first 3. Towards the inside, Asira, she's only rated 22, but she's showing plenty of pace early on here. Further out of the racecourse, the red sleeves, the Czech jacket of Tilda is also handy, and being pushed forward to take an early position is the red cap of Nujabar. So after the first furlong and a half, Zala Latahum has the inside running rail and has the overall call by about half a length on the inside. Further out the racecourse is Nujabar. Between that pair is Tilda. Back towards the running rail, the Czech colours of Nard is in about 4th position. Danat Basma keeps that one company. And further out in the racecourse, the black cap of Alda Wadaya. Deeper out to Hadabar's green and yellow Czech jacket, probably now moving into about 5th position. The back marker is Ragadar for Khaled Al-Mamoni, as they're already swinging for home, and Zala Latahum establishes a lead of about 4 lengths. Now being pushed along is Nujdabar in 2nd place. Then beating her treat is Nard. The one that's staying from out of the pack is Hadabar, but it's got about 8 lengths to find on this leader. Camilo Ospina is in front again with a furlong and a half to travel. Zala and from 5 lengths to Jabbar in 2nd place. Then comes Hadabar staying on out of the pack in 3rd, but deep inside the last half furlong, it's Zala Latahum who is clear for Camilo Ospina, and Zala Latahum will go on to an easy success in this Fillies Maiden. Zala Latahum tying up towards the line, but wins easily to in 2nd place Hadabar, close for 3rd between Nujabar and Lay Oyunak. Zala Latahum, who, as I said before the race, showed a very promising attitude on her first time at the racecourse, but at meeting 30. Ran very green that day, but she knew her job this afternoon. Wins in a time of 1:41.78. Camilo Ospina, his 8th winner of the weekend. He is in red-hot form. I'm sure Callum will go and grab a word with Camilo. He's got plenty of rides to look forward to between now and the rest of the afternoon. Hadabar was 6 lengths back in 2nd. She's finished 2nd again. Nujabar's run a nice race in 3rd. She's 3rd again. And Leia Yunak still ran with plenty of promise back in 4th. 7 beat 20, beat 17. Zaha Latahum is the winner of our Fillies Maiden. She's a maiden no more.
Camilo Subina. Camilo, congrats. 8th win this week.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the Prince Mita in Abdullah, Talal in Sharai, and Eric. Thankful with the people give me support.
I can ask you for him. The first for him, he goes 7 for him. Today, go the meal.
Yeah, she ran in type, but open race, a tough race, 7 furlong. I think that field is the more distant, because the mother is the long distance. And thanks God today she broke very good, and she went in front and she keeping the same pace until the wire. Thank you very much.
This man is on fire. Camilo Ospina, that's winner number 8 over just 3 days. He had a treble on Thursday. He had a 4-timer on Friday, and on Saturday he's already had a winner by race 2 on Zala Latoum, who is an interesting horse. Like Camilo said in that opening gambit there, he just said this horse ran in a really tough race on debut. This is a drop in class for her, and she's taken full advantage and been truly dominant from the front. A traditional Camilo Ospina special, but take nothing away from him. He's done a mighty job to get this horse back in form and back in front. Hopefully she's got plenty more winning to do, and we will grab a word with Camilo as well. Camilo, congratulations. Well done, my friend. You must be getting bored of seeing me now, but congratulations here. She stepped up massively from her last run.
Yeah, the first thing always thankful with the Prince Mita bin Abdullah, Talal bin Sharain, and Ahmed Neri, Abdullah, the trainer of the stable. See, that's really, that's really she running tight, The first time by open race, tough race and 7 furlong. And I know that's really the pedigree is the long distance, Thanks God today she smiled, and she broke very good, and she keeping the same pace until wire, because I know that really she has something of the mother. He's a long way, And thanks God she won very good.
She's won over a mile here. Do you think she can go further than that now?
Yeah. I think this is giving more distance. This field is special for more distance. And today, thanks God, he's a maiden race, and she went in front. Thanks God, she won very good today.
Yeah, she was very good indeed. You were in front all the way. Did you take your time to relax when you were closing down at the final furlong there?
Yeah, no. When I asked in the last 400 meters, she responded very good, and I check a little bit behind, and the horse is coming far away, but I just keep on going, 10 lanes on 1 lane, I just want to win, no more.
And will we see her again soon, or will she have a bit of a break now until we see her next?
Sorry?
Will we see her again soon? Will she run maybe next week or the week after next?
No. I think she wait a little bit, because there are some races for the other horses. And we'll see. Yeah, this is the decision of the Prince Mita and Talal.
Well, congratulations. Well done. And well done again. Another winner this week.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thanks, God.
Yes, yet another winner for Camilo Ospina, and Zaha Latahum has built on the promise of her debut in Taif over a trip that was too short for her. Typically, for one from this stable, she was away smartly from stall 7. She was always in the van, a bit of speed also from Nard early and Najuba, but Zaha Latahum has rolled along happily in the lead. She's built up a cushion over the others, and as the winning jockey said, she's maintained her pace to the line, looking very much like a filly who would stay a little bit further than a mile as well. Nard is the first to break from the stalls, but very quickly Zaha Latahum is alongside and into the lead after 50 yards or so, and then moves across to that favoured rail position. You saw a little bit of speed from Asira there right on the outside, the 22 rated filly. She was able to blaze a little bit of early before not getting home, and out wide. Quite a lot of horses want to be up there, but about 6 or 7 horses wide, and the red cap is the eventual third, Najuba, who's run a good race, but she's always parked a little bit wide having to go around horses who were also handy in the early stages, and she's having to race to stay in touch with the winner. So she's done well to get a place in the end. Looking back on the green colours with the yellow checks on the sleeves, on the outside of the remaining runners is Hadaba. She's under pressure to make ground at this stage. She was drawn widest of all in stall 20. She's managed to get across eventually, but she's had to take a time to do that. And unfortunately for her, she's run into a very good one in the shape of Zaha Latahum, who's got 8 lengths away from her before she's really able to extricate herself and get going. She doesn't really show a turn of foot from this stage, as we said, Hadaba, and that's part of the reason why she's still a maiden. She's shown useful enough form in getting placed on numerous occasions, but she tends to run on at one pace in the latter stages without showing early speed, and that just makes it a little bit harder for her in races like this. She might find handicap company more to her liking, but she's run into another good one here, as she did last time out, and it's been a very good week already for the White Stable, and a very good week for Camilo Ospina. We see Prince Bandar in shot there, the man in charge of racing here in Saudi Arabia, and he's witnessed a very good performance from this filly as well. He's not smiling, perhaps he liked Hadaba instead, but this was a fairly moderate maiden, it must be said. The winning time, 1:41.78, is okay, but not outstanding. It's okay for a race of this nature. But I think Zaha Latahum is going to improve a little bit with experience and with racing over longer trips as well. She'll stay 1,800, and I'd imagine they'll be trying her over 2,000 before too long. But as the winning rider was saying, again, no hurry to get her back out again. She's won her maiden, and now connections can think about where to go with her next and what kind of campaign to plot. But the feedback from the jockey is going to be crucial there, and I think from what he was saying, he views her as a stayer. There was 7 furlongs on debut in an open race, which is tough for her at a tight track in Taif. This is much more what she's capable of here. Wasn't the very fastest away from the boxes, as I said. Nard sharp into stride from stall 5, but Zaha Latahum quickly after her and got to the front, really after 50 yards or so, and from then on she just kept pressing on. She doesn't look blessed particularly with speed, but she's kept up a strong gallop all the way through and never really looked like she was going to weaken at any stage. It's never easy to keep going when you're ridden that aggressively, and we often see horses, even if they are reasonably impressive and winning maidens, just look a little bit vulnerable in the last 200 metres, but she just kept going very well to the wire and is clearly not devoid of stamina.
I think they think she's quite highly rated. The way they threw her straight into a non-winner of the 2 contest, non-winner of the 3 contest, I think it was actually, that she ran first time up in. I think that suggests they had high hope for her. They clearly, the dam was very good. She stayed. I think this progeny is going to stay as well. She's a premium tap filly, clearly well bred for here. She's handled that really well, and she's got into a rhythm, and that's always a concern when you're behind Camilo Ospina, when they're in a rhythm and you're just seeing this jockey just go further and further clear but not use any excess energy. It's wonderful to see. When your selections of the 2 horses behind it, it's not so wonderful, but
no, this is true.
It was good. It was good to see this potentially very classy horse. Have we spoken about Hadaba now?
Yes, I mean, again, if you're Abdullah Alofi and you're trying to work your way gradually across from stall 20 and then you realise who's in front of you and has nicked 7 or 8 lengths, your heart must sink a little bit. Yeah, but yeah, that's really the only way you could have ridden Hadaba on the day. She lacks early toe. She doesn't have the sort of blazing speed she could use to get straight across from a wide draw. So she's always going to work her way across gradually and then finish her race off as she does. But that lack of tactical speed caught her out here. Obviously, we're talking beforehand. Is it a way that this race might not work out for her? Well, the most obvious way that a race won't work out is when you run into something who's clearly better than you in the first place, and that's what we got in the end. We knew, she was only 9th on debut. That was a decent enough race. It was just hinting that she could do it a lot better somewhere down the line, and if we treated her as if she was a newcomer, she'd have suddenly become the most interesting horse in the race. We expect those horses from the White Stable to be ready to go first time up, but she was off a break here. She learned a fair bit from her debut. It's a slightly unusual approach from them to go into a non-maiden race first time out, especially over a trip that wouldn't necessarily have suited her. She just clearly was in need of a run at that stage. But she's come on plenty for it, and she's won a nice style. We shouldn't get carried away with it. I mean, she's not. She doesn't look like she's up to open class just at the moment, but she may well be down the line. This race will again aid her development.
It certainly will. Do you know who doesn't lack tactical speed? Us. We are flying through this card, and we go straight on to race 4. Mark Francis, another man who's all about the pace. Take us through the runners and riders.
And I shall do this as quick as I can as the runners are in the paddock ahead of our next race, number 4, over the mile again. The Bill Collector, hoping to do just that. Abdullah Al-Orfi heads the field here, number 1. 2 is Junior Audible for Yusuf Al-Hussein. 3 and 4 are debutants, Baitul for Adel Al-Faredi, and 4, Ala Yebarek for Camilo Ospina. Of course, the White Stable firing on all fronts here, have a debutant in race number 4. 5 is Kier. Don't be deceived about his third place finish at meeting 55. He only beat one home. 6 is a Lorger, Jimmy Carrion, off since August. 7 is a jockey change. Abdullah Al-Rashed now rides Malouk Aline. And Alm Shea is Lewis Moraled's mount here in the Making Miracles colours. Number 9 is Al Yabani, Ahmed Al-Sharar. Damis is 10, Ricardo Ferreira. And the second of 2 jockey changes, Victor Gutierrez now partners ECAB, horse 11. My runner out of Gun Runner. Definite eye-catcher on debut. Up in trip today, the 12 for Mohamed Al-Daham. Al-Qaed has the blinkers on for Eddie Castro. Alberon is 14 in the Silver Silks for Naif Al-Anazi. And the rest of the pack have plenty of inexperience out wide. None of the next 5 have raced more than twice, including Alashkar Abdulaziz Al-Faredi. 16, hoping to light up the racecourses, Light the Road for Jose Rodriguez. 7 is Rams Al-Wasil for Humberto Ramos. And 18, Fars Al-Waga for Alex Moreno. Again, big field, 80 runners heading to the mile start.
Thank you very much, Mark. And yes, you rattled through that in perfect quick time. And this is a cracking little contest, isn't it? We'll talk about some of the headliners, really. Ali Yabarak is a horse that I think definitely needs a mention on debut here for the White Stable.
Yeah, he's from, for those of us with very long memories, he's from the family of Derby winner Henbit. And also a number of other good performers, tracing that back from his grand. But yeah, half-brother to multiple US winner called JL's Roquette, representing the connections who won the last race. Really interesting pedigree. This the son of Uncle Mo, and
you can see the Uncle Mo in him because he's not like the premium taps you often see. He's quite low to the ground, stocky built, looks more like a speed type. So interesting to see him going over a mile to start with.
Yes, it is. It is. You'd like to think he will stay, but if there's any chink in his armour, they'll be found out here.
Alorja, horse number 6, we just saw. Interesting runner here with experience.
Yeah, arguably his better effort when forced to Yatafel in a mile maiden in August. But he was beaten 15.5 lengths there, so he needs to step up to be competitive here. But only had the 2 runs, shown ability on both of them.
Yeah, Al Masay, horse number 8, running for the colours that we saw Making Miracles take through, Prince Saud bin Salman Abdulaziz. They're really coming to form now, aren't they, in Riyadh?
Yeah, a horse I'm reasonably keen to get a look at. He was a 70,000 guineas buy in April. A half-brother to 5 winners, including the John Henry Stakes winner Peacock Kitten. I thought it was a very interesting pedigree, and Alm Shea is high on the short list.
My runner is horse number 12, the horse that brings some really interesting form. Was running in a very decent contest, just like we saw last time actually. A horse running in a real tough race on debut, ran on to finish 3rd, comes here, could have a big chance, horse number 12.
Yeah, we'll be seeing his 3rd term shortly. Should do better at this trip, I would have thought. Promising 3rd of 8 behind Al Frame. Over 6 furlongs on debut. 6 furlongs would not be his trip on pedigree, so this 2 furlong step up on trip should bring about a fair bit of improvement.
We're seeing Rams Al-Wasil in shot with Berto Ramos. He had a winner yesterday on another inexperienced horse. Horse number 17, 9th on debut. Could we give this one a chance to improve? He looks like the sort that will get better.
The interesting thing is he didn't make his debut in a maiden either. He made his debut in a Jcsa award contest won by Cathlahome. So although he's beaten 18.5 lengths, getting beaten 18.5 lengths by Cathlahome is no disgrace at all on debut. This is a lot easier, and he should figure.
Yeah, we're just looking at My Runner heading down to post. Now that's horse number 12 in your race cards in those dark green silks. It's almost like a matte green. And again, Mohammed Al-Dahan getting carted down to the start. Now this is My Runner in action here. He's really gone wide on that turn, Rory, but he does well later on in the race.
He does, yeah. This is meeting 52 in Taif. The bends around here will suit My Runner a little bit better, and the trip will suit better as well. He makes late headway, but was taken off his feet a little bit over this 6 furlong trip. But he's built and he's bred to be more effective at a mile plus, and I thought there was plenty of promise in this. It looks like he's going to get second briefly, just gets run out of that on the line. But yeah, a promising start. And sure to do better. Bit of a flash of the tail I noticed on the way to the post there, which is something to keep in mind.
Another one who's getting a big bit jig jog is Maluk Alanai, who we're seeing in action here, finishing in third. Again, another horse that's doing his best work late.
Yeah, 3 runs today in the frame, all 3 of those starts, including this one where he was 5.5 lengths third to Al Yasub over 7 furlong 3 weeks ago. Again, he gets outpaced and stays on late in the day as if he will benefit from further.
The runner-up boosted the form as well earlier this week with a very good run to finish second. Again, I can't remember whether last week or this week. But yeah, the white stable runner-up that you just saw in that race finished second in a fairly decent race as well.
And Al Yasub looks a very decent sort as well. So that was a good maiden to be running in. The longer trip, again on pedigree and the way he ran that, should suit. He's already got a rating of 79. It will take a good performer to beat him. There might be 2 or 3 in here, though.
Well, who would those 2 or 3 good performers be that you potentially see?
Well, we discussed some of those. Ala Yabarak is one of them. Almshay is another, who we discussed, and My Runner is the third. And then again, you know, there are others who could easily improve as well. But those 3 all look like they've got a lot of potential, either on paper through pedigree or how they've shaped in races. My Runner on both counts, and he looks very interesting indeed.
Yes, very interesting nonetheless. It'll be good to have a look at Al-Mashay as well. I think that's a horse who's going to be an interesting one. You can really make your selection based on how you're seeing him in the prelims.
Yes, yeah, I'm interested to see how they behave at the post.
I think we're seeing Prince Bandar here in shot. He runs the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia. We've been fortunate enough to have a good couple of sit-downs with Prince Bandar while we were racing in Taif. And he's a man who's a true visionary and someone who is very much looking to take Saudi Arabian racing to the very next level. And I think he's full of good ideas, isn't he, Rory? And I think certainly when we sat down and talked to him for hours about quarantine rules, and we were really getting into it about the do's and don'ts of racing, and it was a fascinating man to deal with.
Yeah, it was very interesting having a brief chat with Prince Bandar, who's it's impressive to have someone who's got a genuine vision for the sport.
And a passion as well.
He's not just the head of it in name only. He really does have a passion for racing. He used to have his own stable, of course, but now it's more appropriate for him to be concentrating on the running of the sport rather than his own horses. But yeah, loves the sport and really wants it to thrive here, and has not just a passion for it, but a real understanding and vision for where Saudi racing should be in the future.
And it's very interesting having the discussion about him about the surface that we're running on. He said the Americans have been over quite recently. Quite a few of the New York Racing Association and other bodies from America have come to Saudi Arabia to try and understand how this surface is providing such a safe place for racehorses to run. And we obviously know that in America they are struggling with safety issues, especially on dirt racing. So anything they can learn from here will be a real positive. And I remember Prince Bandar himself saying that we're blessed with the weather here, and the fact that it is quite temperate and remains steady all the way through. You don't often get the big changes that, especially courses in New York, we'll see with extreme cold and then extreme heat as well.
Exactly, yeah. So it's a lot easier maintaining a good surface here, but also you're immediately aware that everyone connected with the sport here wants a safe surface first and foremost. Everyone tends to say, safety is paramount, but actually, in the States, what's really paramount is speed. You know, is that you have a really fast track, that you're able to set good times, that you can show how good your horses are. But the faster the surface is, as a rule, the less safe it is, and you need to find a compromise. The Americans are never going to be happy to race on a surface as slow as it is a Taif, for example, but there needs to be a compromise.
Now, as the loading process is continuing, we should get our selections down on paper. Who do you like here, Rory?
This is a toughie. I am going to go for my runner, but I'm very respectful of a couple of newcomers in the race.
So number 12, my runner for Rory. I'm going to stick with Camillo Ospina. I think this is a really interesting colt by Uncle Mo. So I'm going to go for number 4, Ala Yabarek. So number 4 for me, number 12 for Rory. Mark Francis, who do you like?
I'm going to go with my runner as well, Callum. We saw the VT a few moments ago, and the step up in trip surely is going to suit this horse. Just looking at Junior Audible go in, seems as though it's a red cap but sort of brown shoulders. Just making a quick annotation to my sheet. Also, speaking of colours, Al Qaed I think is a colour change. Just waiting to see where he is. He's just out of shot at the moment. I think he's actually loaded, the 13 Al Qaed. I've got down with red sleeves. However, to me, it looks as though he's got green or white sleeves with white epaulets. So we'll keep an eye on stall number 13. Speaking of green and white, this stable can do no wrong. Camillo Ospina, 8 winners in 2 and a bit days. He is a man in form and a man to follow. Maluk Alanay is next, then my runner with the blindfold, who was just backing away. And then Damis will be the last one in. Race number 4. I can't believe we're a third of the way through already. As we're past post time here, 4:37 local time. My runner again edging there and is in. One way of getting a horse in. Leave a massive rope at them. Damis will be the last. 0 from 4 so far. These horses about to win for the first time. 2-year-olds again. 1,600 metres, 25,000 Saudi Riyal to the winner. Stand by for a start. They're set. And they're off. Very slow to go was a Lorger from stall number 6, and the bill collector wasn't exactly the quickest away from the inside gate. The one who got a good start from the widest draw was Fars Al-Waga, who is now tacking across from stall 18 to now sit handy and has the overall lead by about 2 lengths, though, to the yellow and brown colours of Junior Audible. Just being pushed along for a stride or two was Yala Yabarek, one of the debutants, and also handy is Batal. Further out of the racecourse, the colour change, Al Qaed with the white epaulets on green, is probably about 5th at the moment. Looking towards the back of picture, looks as though E-Camp and also Kier are the back duo as they turn down the side of the course and begin to make the run towards home. And it's Fars Al-Wagar for Alex Moreno in the stripes. Junior Audible in the yellow, though. Yusuf Al-Hussein sitting handy in 2nd. Then in 3rd position comes the blue colours of Al-Yabani on the outside of Yala Yabarek, who runs the rail. Deep on the racecourse is the yellow and black of Maluk Alanay, and they are kicking on now from the rest, which are being headed by Batal and also the blue cap of Al-Shay, as the leaders turn into the straight with 2 furlongs left to travel. And Fars Al-Wagar, the whip is drawn now, leads by about a length, but there's a sea of challengers. Here comes Yala Yabarek down the centre, but also out wide, staying on is Maluk Alanay, and even further out Al-Shay down the middle of the course, deep inside the last furlong, and Ala Yabarek has given way to down the centre Maluk Alanay, and Al-Shay will have one last crack down the centre of the course. It's between these two. Maluk Alanay and Al-Shay hit the line together. Cracking finish to our 4th race. Maluk Alanay and Al-Shay went past the line together, but I think Maluk Alanay and Abdullah Al-Rashed have won. They have confirmed in a time of 1:41.29, the action unfolding down the middle of the track. Clearly, the front runners went too hard because 1 or 2 picked up the pieces, and Maluk Alanay has hit the line best. Wins by a neck over Al-Shay in 2nd, agonising for Luis Morales. The colours are going well, though, aren't they? The Making Miracles colours. A decent 2nd here. Wide off the running rail. Maluk Alanay has held on by a neck to Al-Shay in 2nd. Ala Yabarek, decent debut back in 3rd, 3 1/4 lengths down. Al Yabani 4th. Al-Qaed back in 5th. Maluk Alanay, the winner of race number 4, just shakes off the attention, the late attention of Al-Mshay. Cracking finish.
See our winning jockey there aboard, Maluk Alanay, who has taken advantage of his experience really to land this 1 mile contest, our 4th race on the card. And I think this is one that we're going to be watching the replay of a while, because I think the 2nd and 3rd might be good horses in behind too.
Yeah, I think this is a race where they went hard. That was largely due to the fact that Fars Al-Waya, who was drawn in stall 18, has come across very quickly, got to the front and set a strong pace. Still in front early in the straight, but he's been well beaten in the end. And those who tried to follow him have probably ended up falling in a little bit of a hole. Allah Yabarak probably deserves a bit of credit for actually joining those earlier than ideal and then just fading into 3rd late in the day, whereas a few of those who were well behind struggled to get into the contest. That's often the way when the pace is very fast, that the hold-up horses can get detached a little bit. My runner, for example, was very disappointing. He was never looking at getting in the contest. Ended up making belated late headway. He finished about 10th. But I thought the runner-up did very well. Al-Mshay on debut, the 70,000 guineas buy. He's got a good pedigree, and I thought he did well to get as close as he did. He couldn't quite get past Maluk Alanaya, but the winner's had 3 starts. Has been in the mix every time, so has learned a little bit about how to fight. Here's the replay again. You'll see the speed coming from the horse drawn widest of all, Fars Al-Waga, who gets across the lead, but has clearly gone very fast to get there over this mile strip.
Junior Audible showed much more speed than he'd done previously as well. I had him down a bit of a stayer who will plug on late, but he's shown plenty of speed.
He did. He was in 2nd place early on. Batal showed early pace briefly, but wasn't able to sustain it. He's already gone backwards now, the grey. And we see the early leader, Fars Al-Waga, still in front. Still actually appear to be going pretty strongly at this stage, so I'm not massively surprised to see that Camilo Espina had to felt the need to get Ali Yabarak involved a little bit earlier.
He was leading him along for a long
yeah.
way. He was really niggling, and the horse responded to pressure, which I thought was good on debut. Look at our eventual race winner there, just following our eventual 3rd, and the eventual 2nd is right at the bottom of the drone shot. He's going to come flying around on the outside.
He's done well to make up quite a lot of late ground and bridge a gap between the back group and the those who were very handy. You see Junior Audibles crying enough at this stage, but no sooner has Ali Yabarik got to the front than he's challenged by Maluk Alanaya, who goes on to win, but has to withstand quite a strong challenge from the newcomer Almshay in the last furlong. I thought that was a very nice effort from the runner-up. The winner's okay. We know the winner's a half-decent horse. He had a rating of 79 coming into this. He'd probably got up a couple of pounds for winning it as well. Kept on nicely to the line. 140, 129. A good time for a maiden. They'll duck under the very best. Will duck under 141, but this is a solid form. The
form of that maiden he was third in is now looking stronger by the minute as well. We've now seen the second has gone on to be just second again, and the third has gone on to win now, and the winner still hasn't been seen since. So I think that might be a race that we keep looking back on in the future as well.
Yeah, plenty of these maidens. Well worth checking out who's coming up. Finish behind runners to win maidens to see what the strength and depth is. It's also, you have to bear in mind, a lot of the also rans are badly needed the run. So I've looked at some of the results of the Taif maidens, and you're getting horses winning early season maidens where there are 4 or 5 winners coming out of it. You think, well, that should be doing okay, and they're actually struggling for form. And essentially, they're winning a race when they're more forward than others. Yeah. The horses who are in behind weren't particularly well forward, particularly fit there, and have improved through the season.
I think the precocity of some of these horses is so different to others, isn't it? It's fascinating to see. We're seeing some horses that walk in who look like they're ready to go first time out, others who look very unfurnished, who look like they've got plenty of time, and I think there's a really wide range. But again, we mentioned Tarij Mohammed Anaya as an owner of forward-going types in our last race. He's had the winner of this race as well with another 2-year-old who looks very, very precocious.
Yes, he's been ready to go really from day one. 3 solid runs in maidens before winning this. You start to get worried if they run 4 times. When they've shown the ability to win first time out, you want to be able to get a win on the board within 2 or 3 runs. But he's done that now, Maluk Alanaya, and again looked perfectly straightforward as well. He didn't look super quick here. He didn't win with a really sharp turn of foot. He was just gradually getting there past horses who were going a bit fast early on. He might stay a little bit further still on this evidence, but what you do have to like about him is the fact that he found more when he was challenged. That's always a good sign.
Yes, let's move on to our next contest. That is race number 5. This is a local bred maiden for 3-year-olds and older. So there are some older horses in here. We've just seen a 5-year-old as well is in this field too. So the man to take us through the runners and the riders is Mr. Mark Francis.
Thank you, Callum. Yes, race number 5 again over the mile, as we can see the tractors work on the course in the background. They're headed by number 1, which is different on my sheet. I've got Nahar Al-Eid, but on screen, Jawahar de Violetes is the runner. So we'll need to just double check that one in just a moment. 2 is definitely right. Sahim Jas for Abdulaziz Al-Massa, one of the most exposed in this field. And 3 is A-League for Selman Al-Rashid. 4 is a late scratch. So put a line through Wadhul Al-Shams. She doesn't go. 5 is Hafid Cheetah for Rakan Al-Abaid, and 6 is Al-Ajbar for Salim Al-Ajimi down in trip today. Al-Gash Mary is number 7 for Adel Al-Faridi, been off since March. He's finished 6th, 5th, 3rd, 2nd, looking for a first today. And 8 is Motajanisar for Iyad Al-Tarizi. Turning the page, the 9 is simply just Mike for Abdallah Al-Hussein, has the stars on the sleeves. Shalwa for Fawas Wanas is the 11, because they go without the 10 as well. 12, Tatalat is a debutant for Nawaf Al-Farouz. 13, Amirat Al-Nufud for Mohammed Al-Daham. And 14, Patchouli for Abdullah Al-Khamis. 15 is Rawe Noura, who was beaten 200 lengths on debut, but has certainly been improving since then with a 6th and 3rd, Abdullah Al-Rashid. 16, Rims Khaloud for Osama Al-Humadiani, 0 from 2 so far. Alathemiyah for Khaled Al-Mimoni is the 17. 18 is Iqtiyal for Nath Al-Anazi over the page. Hathwat for Rayan Al-Taesh, his first ride of the night, of course, number 19 in the white stable colours. And Aliat Al-Alaya for Abdullah Al-Lawfi is the 20. 1 reserve gets in, 21, Ez Al-Farez. He goes straight into 10 with that scratch in. Of course, no late reserve for number 4. We'll just need to double check the name of number 1. That's all we can do for you for now. But back to the guys in the meantime.
Thank you very much, Mark. And yes, we will have to check the name of horse number 1 because, as you say, I've got Nahar Al-Aid in front of me, but we will wait and see the graphic. It could just be a name change because, as Rory said to me off camera, the connections are all the same.
Yeah, no, because this gelding hasn't run, it's possible he was named one thing and then the name has been changed. So what we're getting on screen may or may not be the correct one, but everything else is the same. Still appearing that on the online race card as well as Nahar Al-Aid. So we'll see what we get as the horses come out.
Yes, and it won't be long until we get to see what we get. But what do we know about Nahar Al-Aid pedigree-wise? Is there anything that jumped out to you there?
He's a half-brother to a modest winner in Al-Bash. This is rather a belated debut, I thought, which was always a little bit of a negative, isn't it?
Yeah, we're going to see him now in shot, and it is Nahar Al-Aid in shot right here, so that is still corresponding to your race cards at home. So number 1, Nahar Al-Aid. In behind we've got Sam Yash, who is a really interesting horse. Hasn't had much racing, but showed a real ability last time out.
Yeah, had a long absence off the track for 2 years before finishing 3 lengths third to Amani Al-Khail over the course and distance last time out. The question for me is whether he will bounce on his second start after such a long absence, but he'd be a big player if able to back that effort up.
A-Leak is number 3.
Pretty tough ask last time out. It was only 5th in a lot of 65 handicap, 2 starts back, and a bit more required to be winning this.
Hafid Cheetah is horse number 5.
No show in 3 runs at this track. Did show a little bit at Taif last season, but no show here.
Al-Ajbar, horse number 6.
Was beaten 18 lengths, it was 18 lengths behind Eza Alfarez, went 7th to Ashgar Harak over 2,000 metres last week. So has a fair bit to turn the tables with Eza Alfarez.
Algas Mari is horse number 7.
Had 14 runs now, still a maiden. Every now and again throws in a half decent effort, but fully exposed and more bad runs than good ones.
Mota Jcsa is horse number 8.
Did finish 3rd in meeting 55, but that was not a 55 handicap. Was beaten 8 lengths when 8th to Aurel last time out with Aliat Alalia in 4th place. So again, she appears held here.
And Mike is horse number 9.
4 runs, hasn't gone very close, and looks pretty limited with a rating of 48 seeming to sum him up.
11 is Sha'oa as we go without horse number 10.
6 starts and well beaten on all 6 of them. Doesn't seem to be going in the right direction.
Tatalet is horse number 12 on debut.
Half-brother to Here We Are, who we saw earlier this week, I think, but Here We Are hasn't achieved an awful lot. The dam was unraced as well, so not the most appealing pedigree for Tatalat.
Amirat Al Nafood is horse number 13.
Did finish 4th in a course and distance maiden back in December, but 3 runs since that haven't really seen her going in the right direction.
Patchouli is the definition of my type on paper. She's horse number 14.
Yeah, she was back to form when 2nd to Off the Map in a course and distance maiden last time up. Her overall record suggests she's not guaranteed to back that up. She was disappointing on 3 runs and Taif prior to that, but Patchouli does have the ability to win a little race like this.
Rahway Nora is horse number 15.
Better effort in 2 runs in Taif, went 3rd in a 6 furlong maiden in July. Steps up in trip after a break. The longer trip should suit. She does have a bit to find on form.
Rims Khalood is horse number 16.
No great promise in 2 runs here in the spring and returns from an absence, so not easy to fancy in this field.
Alatamaya is horse number 17.
Has ability, there's no doubt about that. Has been 5th several times. They've been trying her over a range of trips and they haven't quite found the key to her yet. I'd pass over her, but she doesn't have an awful lot to find on form to hit the frame here, but we're not quite sure what her trip is yet, and she's hard to find the answer to.
Iqtayal is horse number 18.
Yeah, rating of 64. 7 length 5th to Wardat Always in a 1 mile Taif maiden in September. And if she can step up on that, then she's got place claims. Her form here last year was a little bit patchy, but better signs last time.
We're looking at horse number 19 now on screen. Hakwat, this was a 2nd place effort last time.
Yeah, he's been runner-up in 7 furlong maidens the last twice. This is the better effort, finishing 5 lengths clear of the 3rd, when 2nd to Montukat Al-Jeed last time out. This is a solid performance from Hakwat. You would like to think there's a little bit more to come. Just looking at that race, trying to work out whether she would relish the extra furlong. You wouldn't say she's keeping on really strongly late on, but they step her up in trip today, and she's clearly got a big chance on form.
This is Sam Yash here, who is finishing third. I thought this was a really good effort, considering she'd been off the track for so long.
Yeah, the question with it, this is a really good run, because she'd been off literally for 2 years before this run, and she's very much run above her, himself, rather.
That was me.
Yeah, sorry,
I put you on the wrong path there. I put her first.
He ran above himself to finish third. Now, the question is if he's able to back that up, because when we've seen horses off the track for so long running so well in the return, they can often regress a little bit second time out.
Hartquart is an interesting runner. We didn't quite get to the bottom of them. Aliat Alalia is horse number 20, rated 61, has had plenty of experience.
Yeah, had the 6 runs, but did run one of her better races last time out, went second to Aural in a 6 furlong maiden 2 weeks ago. Her best form has come at short of a mile, and the one time she tried this trip, she was well held, so that's the concern with her.
A's Alpharez also sneaks in right at the bottom. Is not from 22, but fourth last time out.
Yeah, fourth last time out. Stamina's not a worry for him. He's fourth over 2,000 metres last time out, but he has had plenty of chances, and although he's got claims on the pick of his form, the fact that he's had 22 runs without getting his head in front is bound to be a bit of a concern.
Yes, we've got a little bit of housekeeping to do with jockey weights here. Mohammed Al-Daham on horse number 13, that is Amarit Al-Nafood, is putting up 1.5 kilos overweight. Abdullah Al-Shared, who rides horse number 15, Rawi Nora, is putting up 1.5 kilos overweight. Nath Al-Anazi aboard Iktayal is putting up 1.5 kilos overweight. And number 19, Hakwat, will be putting up 1 kilo overweight with Rayan Al-Taresh on board. Does that put you off any of those with the 1 kilo overs, or in some cases 1.5 kilo overs?
It's not specifically put me off because I wouldn't have been with them in the first place.
How much of a difference does that make for those at home who wouldn't be able to put weights into distances? How much difference does 1.5 kilos make?
Well, over this sort of trip, you're looking at the most basic way that people look at that weight and length is a pound is equal to a length, but that only works over longer trips. Over shorter trips, over sprint trips, you may be looking as much as 4 pounds to a length. Over staying trips, a pound a length, it's easy to deal with, but it's only really true when you're looking at much longer trips. So basically, if you want to keep it fairly simple, think about 2 pounds being a length.
Yeah.
So if you're putting up, we're talking 1.5 kilos.
1.5 kilos.
So that's 3 pounds.
Yeah.
It's a length and a half potentially.
So if Hakwat goes down by a length.
Yeah, I mean it's something to bear in mind, certainly with horses with a big chance. There are lots of other reasons why you might not win a race other than the weight that you're carrying. There are various potential limiting factors in a race: luck in running, lack of tactical speed. But when it comes down to, if you get the run of things and you get another rival who also get the run of things, and you're going head to head and you're putting up that extra
margins,
a little bit of overweight, that can make a big difference.
So let's, as we see them circling down, so let's talk about selections here, because I've noticed you're not going with 19 Hakwat here. Where are you going with your selection?
I didn't say I wasn't going with Hakwat.
I just because I mentioned the overweight and you said it didn't affect.
Sorry, good point. Yeah. Sorry, I was thinking that's a very good point. Yes, I have misspoken there. Yes, I'll go back to that question. It is a concern with Hakwat if it is. Is it 1 kilo?
It's 1 kilo.
1 kilo. So,
1
so
kilo.
2 pounds. The problem I have is the other ones with similar sort of claims, I've got bigger negatives for. I'm not absolutely convinced of Hakwat, but I can't convince myself of anything else in the race to beat her. I'm hoping the trip will suit. But yeah, the other ones who are reasonably close. Sam Josh, I'm worried about the bounce. I'm worried about the overall record with A's Alpharez and stuff like that. So I think Hakwat ends up being my default choice. So I am concerned, but I'm going to go with it anyway.
Hakwat for yourself, Rory. I'm going for number 14, Patchouli. So 14, Patchouli for me. Number 19, Hakwat for Rory. Mark Francis, who do you like?
Yeah, I really like Hakwat here, Callum. Up in trip today. Yes, not from 10's a worry. Ran out of Ash is in fantastic form after a double yesterday. The stable are absolutely flying, so this was pretty simple for me. I thought others that deserve to mention, Rawe Noura, I think could be second in on my list, has been improving and possibly good enough to take this off a mark of 61. as I said earlier on, was beaten 200 lengths on debut and then bettered that, anything's better than that, to finish 6th and 3rd this season. And I thought she was one to keep an eye on. Yes, she's coming off a long layoff. Sam Jash, speaking of long layoffs, again returned to the scene with a 3-length 3rd back at meeting 55. So I think my eggs are all in the Hakwat basket, but Rawe Noura and Sam Jash, I wouldn't be too surprised to see in the places here. So keep an eye on horses 15 and 12 as well. But best of luck with your selections at home, or wherever you are around the world. Just tick past 5 o'clock local time, and the final duo are coming forward here. Jcsa in to 8, and Aliat Alalaya into 20. 1,600 metres with local bred horses maiden, and they're off. Decent break then from the mile start on the back straight. Looking to see who's going to take up the early running. Looks as though the black cap of Alathemia is one of the first to show. Also up with the pace is Igtial. One that got a good start as well was Hakwat from stall number 19 as they've gone past the entrance to the round course, and towards the inside it's the brown and yellow colours of Hafid Cheetah, who probably just noses ahead. So Hafid Cheetah for Rakan Al Abeid with the yellow headgear is in front, being followed by Nahar Al Aid towards the inside. Further out on the race course is Al Gash Mary, who's 3 wide, and 4 wide is Hakwat to make a line of 4 as they begin to turn left-handed. Just in behind these front runners then, Alaj Bar is no better than 4th at the moment. There's a couple of runners to the inside, including Iktayal, and also just creeping up is Sahim Jash. The one that's riding widest of all is the yellow colours black star of Rawe Noura to take up a prominent position, and this is being followed by A Leak. Looking towards the back of the pack, Patchouli is one of the last still going, and so too is Mike, as the leaders turn down the side of the course. And taking it up now is Hakwat to go on by a length. Looking to respond now is Nahar Al Aid in 2nd. Running around a bit is Rawe Noura, showing a bit of inexperience in 3rd position. And then comes the white cup of Al Gash Mary, but striding on towards the last furlong is Hakwat. It's opening up by about 8 lengths now, chased by Nahar Al Aid. And Rawe Noura's effort has given way as racing up towards the line. Hakwat is going to absolutely hose up here. Hakwat for Rayan Al Taesh wins by a wide margin. Emirat Al Nafoud, I think, got up for 2nd, and then came Ez Al Farez, who didn't get a mention, back in 3rd. Well, it's one-way traffic for the white stable at the minute. A double on the card for the colours. Rayan Al Taesh, after his double yesterday, guides Hakwat to a first success. The next second bat at meeting 47, the step up in trip has clearly suited this 3-year-old filly, who might still be going places just yet. Hakwat in a time of 1:41.35, opened up on the straight and was not for catching today. Hakwat the winner from stall number 19. It's a wide margin back to the 2nd, which I think on memory might have been of Mirat Al Nafoud. It is. There she is, 8.5 lengths back. Ez Al Farez has run a nice race in 3rd. Type for 4th, possibly Rawe Noura over A Leak. Hakwat the winner, though, of race number 5 in easy fashion.
at the 11th time of asking, Hakwat has absolutely hacked up here in our 5th contest of the day. She's relished a step up to the mile there, Rory, hasn't she?
She has. She didn't have the strongest field to beat, but what she's ended up doing is putting them to the sword and winning by 8.5 lengths in a time of 1 minute 41.35. That's clearly an improvement in form from her, even though she's been placed before. You can see that she's taken a bit of time to come to herself. There's not many from this stable that win at the 11th time of asking, but she's not. While she is again winning a moderate maiden, you can see that she's got scope about her, and even though this is her 11th start, I think it's fair to say she has improved in victory here, and she might yet do better.
Question here: has her stamina won her this race, or has her class won her this race?
Her class has won it for her, but she's clearly stayed. Rayan Altuash didn't have to think twice about kicking for home, and the further she went, the stronger she looked, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, Rayan Altuash will be absolutely happy with that. That's now 3 wins over the last 2 days, having ridden a double yesterday, and including in our very big finale yesterday too. So he is in good form, and I think that's his first ride today as well. So his last 2 rides have been winning ones. So you couldn't get a more informed jockey than Rayan Altuash at the moment.
Yeah, it wasn't all happy news for him yesterday, but he finished in good order, and he looks a happy man there, having ridden a promising filly to a wide margin victory.
Yes, indeed. Clearly modelling his beard off Nath Alanazi as well. He's one of the many that have gone with a strong beard game. So certainly someone to keep an eye on in the future. And we mentioned as well, when he's jocked up on some of these white stable runners, it's certainly not a negative to see him aboard, is it? Because it's very much like a team system. So you might think, why is Camille Ospina not riding? They're going with the best jockey they deem available, not the most informal who's had the most winners.
Indeed. They don't come any better than Camilo, but Rayan rides plenty of winners himself. And yeah, you certainly don't look at it as a negative, the fact that he's on board. You may prefer Camilo on some of them, but he gets the job done, and he was never in much danger here.
1:41 that time. What are you saying about the time? Good or bad? Or
well, it's faster than it's a middling time. It was faster than the stable companion in the 2-year-old race, but you'd expect that, wouldn't you? So she's a bigger, stronger filly. It's a solid time. It's not one that makes your eyes pop out of your head, but given it's a faster time than I was expecting, given how moderate the race looked on paper.
Yeah, but watching the start here, and it was quite interesting how so many seemed in with a chance turning in for home, and how quickly Hakwat put this race to bed. But as we go from the start here, the early pace it's strong, but there are quite a few horses going for it. If you're with my selection, Patchouli, we're currently in last, and it doesn't get much better after that.
Bless you for going for Patchouli. You don't get any points for loyalty in this game. She's a little bit of a twicer, as we say in the game.
She is.
Which she runs well one week, she's liable to run poorly next time. But that's just the way of things.
She looks so good in the parade ring as well. She looks ready to go.
She always draws you in. The winner here is 4 wide now, moving up fairly easily to the leaders. Rayan again is in no rush to get her to the front. He knows that she'll keep galloping. I think he's got his opponents sized up as well.
Rara Nora is having to come even wider, and that's only this horse's 3rd start.
Yeah, that was a promising enough run from Rawe Nora, who improved when 3rd over 6 furlongs last time out. Was coming back from a layoff here. Do you think she's fully stayed the trip here? She was taking me up from 6 furlongs to a mile.
No, I think she ran around when she was under pressure, didn't she?
She did,
well?
but again, it was also her first run in a while, and it may well be that, is this a case of stamina running out or fitness running out for her? You're right, she does. She runs left and right in the closing stages, and she gets run down for the places late in the day. But she's run a promising race after that layoff, and she's one to bear in mind for something maybe back at 7 furlongs next time out. But I wouldn't make any hard and fast decisions about the suitability of the trip until I see her again.
Yeah, I like the way she went away from her rivals, but this was a lower grade event, and I think she will find things tougher in better company. But what's important for her, she doesn't have to dominate. which I think we see a lot of these white stable horses really having to take the lead and put the race to bed. She can do it from behind runners, so hopefully she can take a step forward next time. Let's take a look at the tables and see where we are in regards to jockeys, trainers and owners. And as I always say, quick note, these tables were done before we started racing today. So you can see Camille Ospina on 75. He's going to have one more because he's had a winner as well. Adele Alfaredi has also had a winner too. Lou Morales had a close second but couldn't quite get up. And Naif Alanazi and Wigberto Ramos, two of the big names of Saudi Arabian racing, in 4th and 5th at the moment.
Yeah, indeed. Again, as we were saying yesterday, this championship is pretty much settled at this stage, touching wood and hoping that none of the riders have any setbacks. But Camilo's got really a really strong book of rides on every card. He's 32 clear at the moment. You know, that was pretty tight when we were at Taif. And I was reminding myself that they both had winners today. So yeah, he's going to be exceptionally hard to catch, and he's likely to go further clear, to be perfectly honest. Yeah, it's an interesting competition. I think the Trainers' Championship is probably the most interesting of all of them, still with a lot to play for. You say Ahmed Mahamoud is there at the top, there to be shot at. Said Mutlaq will probably start to drop down the field now, through no fault of his own, but he only trains Arabian racehorses, so with a lack of opportunities, he might find himself in some trouble. Al-Bada is as well, he's getting involved slightly, and it's just really tight. Naif Amandil as well is just sneaking into the contest too. Yeah, that's a new name for. It just sneaked on yesterday, didn't he? But the Amandil stable is quite a powerful one. Some nice older horses. A lot of ex-Brits running in those green colours as well, the Amandil colours. So nice to see Naif Amandil moving up the table there. Yeah, Abdullah Al-Mosa as well is also up there too. He's been up there all week, but there's so much quality in behind as well. It's going to chop and change those bottom three. We get to the Owners' Championship. This is over and done with King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons. The white stable are absolutely running away with this. 85 points, far clear of Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Abdulaziz, who will be the red stables. We've got the Al-Khaladir stables as well for the Arabians. But this is done and dusted, isn't it, Rory? Yeah, another two winners to add on to that as well already today, and an exceptionally strong team for the sons of the late King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz. Yeah, Prince Sultan bin Mashil bin Abdulaziz as well is someone who you're going to see a lot of horses, preferably being bought, but from the USA, who tend to run quite well. They've got Coolmore-esque silks with a little strip up the sleeve. I really do like those silks as well. And Fayam bin Faisal as well, the green stable, who we did just mention, creeping up in the Traders' Championship, reflected in the Owners' Championship. Yeah, very much so. It's although not all of the white stable horses are in one stable, they're still pushing the two main stables they have up the ranks as a result. But yeah, an incredibly strong bunch of horses, as we've seen today with two more winners. That's yeah, we're pretty much guaranteed at least one winner every card in the white stable colours. And it's been wonderful to see what they've been doing in Taif as well. So they were dominant in Taif. They've come to Riyadh and continued their dominance as well. One man who will continue his dominance in the commentary box is Mr. Mark Francis, who can take us through the runners and riders for race 6. And Mark, I think we've had two winners from the last two races.
Well, we can only make it 3 out of 3, Callum, can't we? And I've got a big fancy here, which we'll come to. We're back in open company here, again over the 1,600 metres. Al Mashlouf in calmer waters after finishing 6th in the Al Masif Cup last time out. Mohammed Al Sharima. 2 is Loe Jan, comes back off a break. Luis Morales rides the 2. 3 is Hamdi, not short of ability himself, Abdullah Al-Khridis. And 4 is Mota Shamak for Norwef Al-Madiani. 5 is Al-Adire, Norwef Al-Farouz. 6, Al-Mataiza for Abdullah Al-Sayyidi. Fadiye for Tariq Al-Mansour is the 7. And Hataf the 8 for Iyad Al-Tarizi. 9 is Al-Rash Shamek for Abdullah Al-Khamis. Eshk Nazran will be the commentator selection for Alex Moreno. More about that in just a second. 11 is Alek Al-Abtar for Naif Al-Anazi. And 12, Hafir Al-Batin for double-seeking Abdullah Al-Rashed. It's been a season to forget so far for the 12, but does have a double-seeking rider. I really like the 10 here, chaps. Has run in some hot races, was 10th last time out in the Africa Cup when far too keen. But the last time he raced at this level, he was a winner.
Well, Mark Francis, you are not only doing your bit in the commentary, but you're also giving us plenty of good selection. Then you'd be crazy to go against Mark. So remember, if you're watching live with us on the English-speaking broadcast on the Jcsa YouTube channel, if you haven't already liked, subscribed, and turned on your bell notifications, make sure you also keep an ear open for what Mark Francis is selecting, because we've got some very interesting horses to keep an eye on. We can see the horses in the pre-parade ring here. Nice little shot of them coming through. That's horse number 3 just coming through shot, who is Hamdi, who is an interesting runner here, Rory. First start up, new owners today, Abdulaziz Al-Kradis in the saddle, if I can say that name correctly.
Yes, he's a 5-year-old in tyres. Last win came over 2,000 metres in a 0-75 handicap here in January, but he is effective at a mile. He's got place claims. He'd need to improve a little. When you consider he won a 0-75, a mark of 89 is a fair old rise, given that he's been beaten in 2 starts since.
His best handicap that you won as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah. So the handicap was. I wouldn't like to see him in a handicap off 89 at this stage. It makes him look very competitive here, but I think he's got a little bit more to do than the rating would suggest.
Mark has gone with horse number 10. Would you be with him on that selection there?
Yeah, he's very much on my short list. He is a multiple winner over a course and distance. I was third to Wonder Elzam over a course and distance, here 2 starts back. He has been running in cup races for a while, so he's been in really tough company. He'll appreciate this drop in class. He won twice over course and distance in open company, similar races to this last year. He's got a time of 1:40.31 for the course and distance, which, if he repeats that, he'll be hard to kick out of the frame at the very least.
Keep an eye out for this horse number 1, Al Mashalouf, late on in the race. He likes to fly home.
He does. He's dropping back from 2,000 metres. He won on the Al Masif Cup last time out. This is a drop in class for him, but he needs his best form if he's going to win this.
Loejan is horse number 2, running in different colours.
Yeah, he's now running in the colours of Prince Faisal, the famous red stable colours. Won a course and distance jockey challenge in March. And he's a very consistent sort who should go well. He's got a time of 1:40.10 over this course and distance at his best. He's a class act and must go well.
We've spoken about Hamdi Mota Shemeka, who is horse number 4.
2 wins at time for over 6 and 7 furlongs. Ran poorly there when it was only started this term, and this trip is maybe a little bit on the stiff side for him. The less likely of the 2 running in the Prince Faisal colours.
Al Dareya is horse number 5.
Rated 72, gives him a bit to find. Out of the money on handicaps here this term. He's a winner over 1,800 metres, but this looks tougher, and he'll find easier spots than this.
Al Motazar is horse number 6.
Didn't make much of an impact in Taif this summer. He's only 1 from 20 in his career, and this looks this is a really tough task on his return to action.
Fadei is horse number 7.
Yeah, badly out of form in recent weeks, 12th, 18th and 13th in 3 runs already this Riyadh season, and hard to see things improving here.
Hataf is horse number 8.
7 furlong maiden winner back in October 2021, hasn't scored since. No impact in better company since that maiden win. He's been off nearly a year, so plenty on his plate, it appears.
Al Ras Samek is horse number 9.
Rating of 52 tells you much of what you need to know, but his last even respectable effort came in a 0-60 handicap a year ago.
Oof, Ace Kanajrana, the horse we talked about, I know you like.
Yeah, this is a very interesting one. He was 3rd to Wonder Elzam 2 starts back, was in a really tough contest last time out. Really effective over course and distance. His ideal setup is open races over this course and distance. Won 2 of those last year. Drops back in class. He has a time of 1:40.3 over this course and distance last year. So again, if he brings that, he's going to be very hard to beat. He and Loejan have got very good times for this course and distance. They're the pair who really should be fighting on it if they bring their A game here today, which seems fairly likely.
Alaric Alabta is horse number 11.
6th in a 0-65 handicap over this course and distance 2 weeks ago. Was a fair enough run in context, but that's his class, and he's going to be a lot happier back in that kind of handicap company.
And finally, Hafa Al Batin, horse number 12.
Badly out of sorts at present. has won 5 races in his time, but rated 63 now, and very difficult to fancy in what he's shown recently.
Yeah, he'd be one of those who'll be looking to run in for a place, because a couple of these look a little bit different class. Loejan, we've seen this story before. This is a horse that ran in the colours of Faisal Saad Mushrif bin Sanan. Last couple of starts, now goes back into the Prince Faisal bin Khalid colours, I should say. We saw it work out last time out with a horse changing colours and winning. We saw it not quite work out with another one yesterday. Would we be thinking we could see a good run from this horse today?
Yeah, I mean, not specifically for that reason. He's got very, very solid form. It just his claims are there in black and white. Rated 98, has the best race time in the race. Should go very well if he's ready to go. And given the race they're putting him in, I'd have thought it looks like they think he's forward enough to do himself justice.
Yeah, we've also got Alex Moreno, who comes here off a ban. He'll be riding Ace Najran. Now, I think if there's one jockey you want riding with a bit of a chip on his shoulder, I think it's Alex. And he's one of the talented jockeys, and he rides off confidence. And when he's been off for a couple of days and he comes here fresh, I reckon he's going to want to get this horse's head in front very, very seriously. Yeah,
I'm not entirely sure. Wanting it badly it makes an awful lot of difference in a race like this. We see again. We see the very best jockeys here just riding with incredibly cool heads. That's what you need. I don't think Alex is going to coming in here like a bull in a china shop, desperately trying to wreak some kind of vengeance for being off the track for a few days. I think he will ride this fairly coolly. He showed up for a long way in the last race here, so he's got his eye in for the day. And Aishq Najran is a really interesting one on paper. He looks a big danger on the peak of his course and distance form, which is very good. As I said, 5-time winner over the track and trip, so yeah. He's bound to go close. And has got those runs already in the bank, so will be fit enough to do this. And we just see the jockey in shot here, one of the really talented young men. He's an absolute iron jockey as well. He took a really, really nasty injury to the face in a fall really early in the season in Taif, and he was back only a day later to make sure he could ride Food de Pine, actually, when that horse made its Saudi Arabian debut. So they're made of tough stuff, these jockeys. Absolutely, yeah. And we interviewed him around that time, and he said, if you're on the easy list for a couple of days, other jockeys are going to be riding the horses you would be riding, and that can spiral. And it's a brotherhood in there, but at the end of the day, they're professional athletes and they all want to win. I do quite like Al Mashlouf. If they go a bit crazy in front here, and Al Mashlouf is just involved toward the finish, I think this horse could run a very big race. A rating of 80, hasn't run too many poor races so far this season. No, I mean he needs to keep in touch early. That's the issue with him. But the fact that he was in a better class race than this last time, it means that he won't be taken by surprise by a strong pace here. And he's got place claims. As you said, if they do go too hard, if the two with the best form in the race don't bring their A games, then it looks a lot more open, and he's one who stays this trip thoroughly. One of our favourite viewers is back with Jose Martinez. Says hello, good morning from us. That must be from him and his son, with the coffee emoji, because they always like to sit down and watch the racing with the coffee. You always come when the racing gets good, Jose, and like you said, the last winner won very easily with a beautiful athletic stride. I think we're going to see some more beautiful moving animals. Just look at Loejan here. He's a gorgeous individual. Now we're going to see Loejan in action. This is him finishing third back in March, but look at the way he makes his ground up on the inside. As you can see, different colours on this occasion. Yeah, this is a very eye-catching run from Loejan, who stays on strongly up the rail. No chance of winning at the point we join the footage, but he does remarkably well to go as close as he does. And it's mostly hands and heels. You see the whip come out there once with about 100 metres left. But yeah, finish with running left. It's certainly the kind of run you like to see. And yeah, he's got course and distance winning form in good company as well, so ticks plenty of the boxes. Ace Najran is also a horse we see in the parade, being very different type, much more athletic and petite build, but take nothing away from this performance. This was a good effort, finishing third, and this run was in late October. Yes, this is a competitive race. He's third behind Wonder El Zam here, 2 starts back. Unable to find any extra from this point, but he keeps his head down, he keeps running in a straight line, keeps trying all the way to the line, even though he's not going to get the winner back. and this will help put an edge on him as well. This will be his third run of the season. He's obviously been beaten a stronger company than this last time out, but the drop in class, having taken on a strong company last time out, will bring him right into the equation here, and he will lack nothing in fitness here, which is obviously a slight question mark with Lu Weijian, who's making his reappearance.
We've talked about jockeys, but we've not talked about Mr. Saturday himself, Louis Morales, who is big race Louis. He always does the business. I had a quick chat with him yesterday. He said, looking forward to tomorrow. I said, as always, you're looking forward to tomorrow because you always do well on a Saturday. I think Lu Weijian has the right man aboard to do it under the lights here in Riyadh.
Yes, he's down the jockey standings a little bit this season, but he takes less rides than the other top jocks. And as you said, he does seem to come alive on a Saturday when he rides more than his share of big race winners.
Good that we've got some selections coming in from the YouTube audience. Hussein Al Mansour is going for horse number 1 and horse number 10, so he's looking like me at Al Mashlouf and Ace Najran. So those are two very interesting selections. I'm sure you'll have some support from myself and Rory with both of those. Looking forward to seeing how they get on, but nothing wrong with having two choices either. Have as many as you like. There's no qualms here. I am going to stick with Lu Weijian. I'm going to go for horse number 2. I've really taken back about how he looked in the paddock. He did look a little bit big and strong and well, which might mean he doesn't run the biggest race, but for me, I would be very disappointed if I didn't go for him and he ended up winning. Ace Najran, I imagine, is your selection nice and early here, Rory.
Yes, and there's not a lot to choose between them. And strictly speaking, Lu Weijian has just about the better time over course and distance. But those two runs this season, I think, will help Ace Najran no end. And I think he can go very well indeed.
Mutafa Mecca is horse number 4, the other red stable runner. Any chance for this runner? It's interesting that he seems like a real step down from their other runner here. He's rated.
He might be in as a pacemaker. He's a horse who's shown his best form at trips short of a mile. He'd won twice in time for over 6 and 7 furlongs, so he could easily go forward here and put pace to the race. I wouldn't have thought it was a massive issue. I don't think they need a pacemaker here. And that doesn't tend to be the way they run, but he doesn't appear to have a massive chance of winning over this trip in this kind of company.
I think that's something we've learnt since we've been here. In Saudi Arabia, we've seen a lot of times where owners have 2 or 3 runners and we're going, that must be a pacemaker in there, and all the horses are running on their own merit. So we often see what looks to be an ideal pacemaker situation never turn out that way, and I think it's crucial for those who are watching on YouTube who can see that. And when we get to Saudi Cup night, if you see 5 white stable runners and go, oh, who's that to get the pacemaker? No, that's just not a thing that we do here in Saudi Arabia. So they're each going to run on their merit. So don't think a horse is in there just to make up the numbers. They're all in it to win it.
Indeed, although I do think that Moda Shemek is going to struggle to do that in a race of this nature, but we've been surprised by results before and we'll be surprised by results again.
We certainly will. Alres Samek, horse number 9, rated only 52 here in those orange colours. Is there anything else with these lowly rated runners? There seems to be a bit of a gap, of sort of a half and half in this field. Any of the lower rated runners in the 50s or the low 60s who have a chance here or have any sort of...
No.
If
they do, then either the trainers aren't doing the job or the handicapper's not doing his job, and I think both sets of people are doing a fair job. No, listen, if you've got a horse rated in the 50s and 60s and you want to run them in open races, that's absolutely fine. And of course, sometimes you get smaller fields in these races. You get a chance of stealing prize money without necessarily having to run much better than you would say in a 0 to 65, 0 to 70 handicap. But it doesn't increase your chances of winning. It's nice to take part in big races. It's sometimes less of a it can be a good reintroduction.
Yeah, you were talking about the classier affairs and how they're less sort of rough and tumble than some of the sort of the big field handicaps.
Yeah, they can be. Obviously, we don't always see that, as with 1 or 2 races yesterday. But yeah, if you're looking at a full field 20 runner handicap, there's that is not always the most pleasant of environments for beaten horses. Whereas if you run them out of their class, they can find their own space.
Right, they certainly can, and we should get going with our selections here. So just a reminder, we've got Hussein, who has gone with horse number 1 and 10. Rory and Mark are also with 10. I'm going with 2. Mark Francis, I know you're with 10, but has your mind been changed since you've seen them in the parade ring?
It certainly hasn't, Callum. I think you guys have both wrapped up the race very well indeed and summarised all the runners emphatically, if I may say. but I will be sticking with Eshk Najran for Alex Moreno. As Rory highlighted, he's run in some very good races. 10th last time in the Africa Cup. Was far too keen that day and only beaten 3 lengths in the start before. That was in a Jcsa award contest. Was a winner in open company in January. Good opportunity, this. Here is the selection. Rated 92 as well. Key rating. Hopefully we can see this 6-year-old's best. Also at our line is Loe Jan, who sports the first colours of the red stable, red cap, there he is. Mota Shamek has the white cap for Norweth Almadiani in 4. Comes the selection. Also Alak Alabtar for Naif Alanazi is out of line, so 3 back. It's ticking past post time, 5:30 local time. The floodlights are on, of course, now. We're halfway through the card. Stepping forward is Hataf. Hung out for Mota Shamek. Even his rivals waiting. Just backing away the lime green colours of Hataf. At a Dubai destination. Blindfold applied. With use of the stick. Isn't getting any luck. They're going to crack on with the other 2 for now. Rod's been taken off and Hataf isn't happy. Trot him in. Still, he's not having it. They're going to give him many more chances. Doesn't seem so, does it? Final 2 come in. Hataf is out the back and seemingly going to be a scratch here. A dozen runners reduced to 11 and they're off. Sleeping in the stalls was Almateza. And a reminder, they'd gone without the lime green jacket of Hataf, who wouldn't go into the starting stalls. But a big pace on here, a fierce pace on. Mota Shamek got away smartly and leads the pack early on by 2 lengths over Fadier in second. Then comes Esh Najran, 3 wide on the course, under a tight rein in 3rd position. And deeper out on the course is Alak Alabtar. Making a bit of ground now from a slow start is Almateza, but wondering how much energy that this is going to cost him. Between that pair, the blue colours of Haber Albatin. The back duo include Aladire and also Hamdi towards the running rail. But a big pace on here as they're clocking 62 kilometres an hour as they begin turning left-handed back towards home. White cap of Norweth Almadiani on Mota Shamek, still in front by about half a length. Fadier sitting in second. Almateza still plots a wide course in third and pushed along for the first time now is Edge Najran being rousted along for more. Naif Alanazi aboard Alek Alabtar as making ground now is Alrash Shamak, and back towards the inside running rail is Loe Jan as the leader is now retreating, and we have a new leader now in the shape of Fadier, but chased down by in the centre Edge Najran, who's found another gear, begins to draw alongside and moves on now, and it's Edge Najran who's the one to catch as they go inside the last furlong, pulling clear by 3 lengths, chased by Loe Jan, who got off the running rail, may have been troubled by his stable mate, but deep inside the last 100 metres, and Edge Najran is bounding away to take this horses open. Edge Najran for Alex Moreno wins by about 5 or 6, close for second and third. Loe Jan, who got no luck in running. Hafer Al-Batin, also a late name to remember. Eshk Najran, though, is the horse to remember. Pushed out by Alex Moreno, was under pressure at the start of the turn, but has found plenty here. We highlighted the races that he's been running in have been very, very hot. But Edge Najran has shown his class in a time of 1:40.86 to pull clear of the field in the deep stretch. Wins easily. to Loe Jan. We'll check out his luck in running in just a moment. 5 1/4 lengths back. Close for third. Hafir Albertin has gone past with Hamdi. They've all sort of bunched in for the minor money as well. Eshk Najran is the winner of race number 6.
Right, well, another win for the returning Alexis Moreno there on Eshk Najran. He's been off for a couple of days, but back in the saddle here and winning a competitive open race. Always travelling well, the winner, Eshk Najran. And when Alex asked him for an effort just before the turn, he came through to challenge the leader, Fadey, and went away to win quite well as main danger. Luejan just got in a little bit of trouble coming through. I don't think it made a difference to the result. The winner just was always sitting in a better position. Luejan trying to come from further back and looking really for a pace collapse. He wasn't done any massive favours by his stable companion, who did indeed set the early pace, Mota Shemek, but soon backed out of things and was weakening on the turn as Luejan was trying to come with his run. But 1:40.86 the winning time for Eshk Najran, who was winning his 6th race over this course and distance, a real specialist here, and when he runs an open company, he tends to run very well. Al-Motazar missed the break completely, and we saw a few of the outsiders looking to go up and get on the pace early, and it was Mota Shemek who pushed through on the inside to lead. We also had a little bit of pace. You see there from Fadey, was always showing a little bit of speed. Eshk Najran was never too far away from them. Alerk Alabtar from stall 11 went forward. And as we said, Al-Motazar missed it and was then rushed up. But at this stage, we've got a couple of relative outsiders, if you like, first and second. At this stage, you'll see that the speed from Mota Shemek, who got very, very warm beforehand, doesn't really hold up. Fadey has bounced back to form. He's been very disappointing in 3 runs here this season, but gets himself to the front here and briefly looks like he can do some damage. But looking back to 4th place and the red colours with the white sleeves, here Alexis Moreno asks for an effort. Make sure that door doesn't close on him as he comes through to challenge for 2nd place. He's soon in a clear 2nd. You look behind him, it's taken the red stable runner Luwejan a little bit of time to come out. He challenges wide of Al-Mutazar into 3rd place now, but the bird has flown at this stage, and although Luwejan stays on very strongly to grab 2nd and finish in that position, he never really gave much of a fright to Aish Najran, who's won in comfortable style under a very happy Alexis Moreno.
Yeah, he was over the moon with that success, and like I said, he's been out the saddle for a couple of days and is now back in here and back amongst the winners, and I thought it was a very well judged ride. No excuses for Luwejan, who's in 2nd. I know the pacemaker kind of fell into his lap briefly, but it wasn't enough to stop him. He had plenty of space to go round, and there's some good runs in behind. I thought Hamdi ran a very big race in behind. I got very excited about Almash Loof at one point, but his run petered out quite quickly down the straight. I imagine they might drop back to 1400 again and try and get that horse to run on a little bit better.
I thought he kept on quite well, Almash Loof.
Oh no, he came wide. He came wide off the bend, ended up on the rail.
He's finished. He's finished. What has he finished? 3rd or 4th?
Oh, I thought he was further down the field than that. Oh, I might have got my colours confused. I might have got him confused with Hava Al-Badan. I've got him there, yes.
You see, he's the grey one from the outside. He stayed on pretty well. Yeah, he stays further than this. I thought he just didn't have the speed to get in touch. But some of those in behind had gone very hard in the early stages, looking to press on the pace. Al-Mutazar, for example, who missed the break and was pushed up, was very handy. Fadai, who'd been out of form here, pressed on from an early stage, and he ended up falling in a little bit of a hole later on, and the picture changed later on for the places. Hamdi staying on the rail to dispute 3rd close home, but it was all a secondary to the winner, Aish Najran, who won this with a little bit in hand. This is just his ideal conditions, and he was set up for this race with a couple of runs to make sure that he was 100% fit, and his sharpness was the difference between him and Luwejan on the day. We know that there's strictly speaking, when the pair of them are at the best, Luwejan is a slightly better performer, but this just looked the day for Aish Najran. Everything very much in his favour. Yeah,
it's race fitness coming to the fore yet again, but keep an eye out on this rider, because when he is at the top of his game and his confidence is flowing and his juices are flowing, he is very, very good, and he is certainly one to keep an eye on. He's got the white gloves on, you can never miss him, and when he's at the top of his game, he's hard to beat. So hopefully we'll see plenty more of him in the future for the rest of today. But as we see them jumping out to start again with one of our many, many wonderful cameras, you can just see how horses came out nicely. It's actually the eventual pacemaker ended up probably having the worst start of everyone, so had to get properly rousted into position.
Well, not quite. The worst starts came from one of those who ended up pushing up to dispute it. That was Al-Mutazar, who missed it completely. But you're right. Yes, the second string from the red stable wasn't away brilliantly, but was intent on making the running. He got in a real muck sweat just before the start, and he was clearly geared up for this, but this would have been about blowing the cobwebs away for him, and he'd be dropping back and trip out, I thought, next time out.
Yeah, plenty of these will be winners in waiting, but this was just not their day today. It was the day, however, for Rory and Mark, who are flying along right now. So that's 2 winners in a row for you, 3 winners in a row for Mark. I'm going to get my act together here. I'll find a winner in our next race, race 7. We go over a mile here. Arabian Fillies Open. This is a listed contest. It's the best Arabian race we've seen in our 2 weeks here in Riyadh at King Abdulaziz Racecourse, and only a select field of 8, but plenty in with chances. I think it's going to be one of the races of the day, and there's angles you can come at with all of these sorts of races, because you can look at it purely on ratings, you can look at it purely on form, and you'll come to a completely different answer each time.
Well, yeah, if you look at individual pieces of form, you can come up with very absolute ideas. This is X is beaten Y 16 lengths. Why is that going to get turned around? Well, look at the previous race when it was
Exactly
turned around. This is quite a tight one. I thought one of these was underrated though. When you look at, we've got 3 of them rated north of 100, and the rest of them rated in the 90s. So it's a really strong race. But I still think that one of those rated in the 90s might be a little bit better.
Ooh, who is that horse rated
seen.
in the 90s that you're keen on?
I thought Maytha Al Khalidiyah was a little bit underrated of a mark of 91. According to the weights, she's got the least chance in the race. I can't really have that. I thought she'd a half decent chance, and we'll see her in action in a little while as well.
Yes, I think she's coming back down in trip as well. Her previous efforts had been over a much further trip, so I think now back down. She's won 2 of her 4 starts. She's certainly not a bad horse. For those who are interested in horses that have not yet run officially in Saudi, Al Suwaida had 4 wins in Poland, makes her Saudi debut today, the 4-year-old filly. She'd be interesting to see. But Mark Francis, you can take us through the runners and the riders for this listed contest for Arabian fillies.
Thank you, Callum. Yes, 1,600 metres again, listed class. Very, very good races you've both highlighted. They're headed by number 1 Princess Muazzaz for Naif Al-Anazi. Steps up from handicap company, but down in trip. Raced over 2,400 metres last time, but down to the mile today. As you mentioned, Callum, yes, Al Suwaida, a former Polish horse. First start here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Maytha Al Khalidiyah for Rory carries the first colours of the Al Khalidiyah stable. And speaking of Al Khalidiyahs, Tahamiat Al Khalidiyah for Camilo Ospino was part of a 1-2-3 Al Khalidiyah last time out. Same colours as Hatamat Al Khalidiyah, the 5 on screen. Of course, there'll be different coloured caps. They're both in red jackets with black cross belts. 6 is Faritz Al Jazi, my selection, looking to keep up this good run here. Abdullah Al Khamis on the progressive Faritz Al Jazi. Was beaten last time out, but it looked very, very promising the couple of starts before when winning at meetings 31 and 36. Wathabat Al Khalidiyah rounds off the 4 Al Khalidiyahs. Not the 4 he was, but still very, very accomplished. He wears the inverted V on white. 11 career victories, Adel Al-Faredi. And 8 is Takdir, who was very below par last time out, but otherwise consistent. Luis Morales rides Takdir. 8 runners are already in the parade ring.
Thank you very much, Mark. I really do appreciate you taking us through the runners and the riders for that contest. And yes, there is a favourite of mine in here who is Faritz Al Jazi, who was a superstar in Taif. I think this might be a bit too much of a tough ask for her. She is now rated 102. I'd imagine she's probably really, her true abilities in the mid-90s. And I think she might be one for those 75 to 100 handicaps that we have sometimes in these Arabian races, and I think she could have a big chance in those. This might be a bit of a tough ask for her.
Yeah, I think it's a comment you can make a few. Is 90 to 105 she was in last time out. I tend to agree that I think 102 looks a little bit high for her on balance of form. But I think you could say that Taktir on 105 is too high as well. So I think this is actually quite an interesting contest. I don't think the ratings necessarily tell the absolute story. And of course, most of them have met each other before at some stage.
Yeah, Princess Muazzaz is horse number 1. Looked like the equine version of Frankel last time you took that run in isolation. Unfortunately, it was over 2,400 metres against about 6 rivals, and they were all very, very low class.
She showed that stamina was really her strong suit, but it was a weak race right at the end of the Taif season. She definitely appreciated the step up and trip that day when keeping going very well. This trip's too sharp for her, I think, and again, I think 94 is an overreaction to that easy win last time out.
Al Suwaida is horse number 2. It had those 4 wins in Poland, makes first start here in Saudi Arabia. We've seen a horse already make first official start in Saudi Arabia. Could you give this one a chance? Has a rating of 95, that can't be from nowhere.
Has a rating of 95, but all 4 runs in Poland, as you said, I would imagine that she would probably take a little bit of time to adjust. It's hard to tell. I mean, at least with our horse who was making his official debut in Saudi Arabia, he had actually won in Saudi Arabia before, just not under official rules. Whereas Al Suwaida is running an entirely different country. Clearly, her form ties in well enough to get that rating, but it'll be no surprise if this is just a little bit of a culture shock for her.
Yeah, we just saw Mesa Al Kaladir, the horse that you'd underrated, but here's Tumayat Al Kaladir, not the horse you underrated, sorry, the horse that you viewed as underrated, Tumayat Al Kaladir, horse number 4. What do you think of this one?
Was 3.5 lengths behind Wathabat Al Kaladir, won 5th in the Taif Sprint, Taif Sprint Cup, really, I should say, and then was 3rd to Sawati Khalid Al Kaladir over 6 furlongs last time out. Reading a 94, she's pretty consistent, but she's no better than that. And she's more likely to place than to win by some way.
Yes, and we've also got Hatamat Al Kaladir, horse number 5 for the same owner.
This one was last of 8 on the Taif Derby for Arabians, behind Maitha Al Kaladir that day. 8 lengths 4th in a 6 furlong opener here last time out was a fair run. Largely, she's pretty consistent outside of those top races. Whether this listed company is just a step too far for her, I don't know. But she doesn't have masses to find. But she'll need to be at her very best.
Faritz Al Jazi is horse number 6. She's a really strapping mare. She's a gorgeous individual and she runs in some lovely colours. But this might be a bit too much.
She, this is her trip. She's got 2 wins over a mile in Taif. She was behind Maitha Al Kaladir, went 5th to Lazaz Al Ali in a 2,000 metre contest at 90 to 105 last time out. She's better off, a little bit better off at the weights, but I think that I think Maitha Al Kaladir doesn't have quite as much to find as it says on paper. I'm not sure. I don't think she's out of her class here, Faritz Al Jazi. And as I said, a rating of 102. Yeah, she's gone up in the ratings for winning slightly weaker races than this.
And she scrambled home in her last win. Her last win, she did have to come from the clouds.
Yeah, but she's been very consistent, and I certainly wouldn't be ruling her out here. I think she's got her chances.
Yeah, so we can now see Wasabet Al Kaladir, who's horse number 7, had one of the most prolific horses here, 11 wins from 20 starts. That's not bad.
No, she actually ran badly in the race won by Lazaz Al Ali over 2,000 metre here 3 weeks ago, and she's held by a couple of the runners on that basis. But the form she was showing in Taif gives her a very good chance. She was frequently there or thereabouts, and with a rating of 102. She finds her best form again. She's dangerous. But yeah, the run last time out was very disappointing, and she needs to show that whatever it was that ailed her there, she's over.
And then we finally get to Takdir right at the bottom. She's certainly the last one to talk about, but certainly not the last one we should be thinking about. She's got a big chance here.
Yeah, she won 2 starts back. She was 12 1/4 lengths ahead of Tahamiat Al Kaladir when winning that 75 to 95 handicap over 7 furlongs. She ran poorly here last time out. Again, that's a concern. But she did win the Jcsa Cup here I'll take that back. I'm reading Wathabat Al Kaladir.
That'll get you.
I'll get there. On the subject of Wathabat Al Kaladir, she did run badly last time out, but she did win over course and distance in March in a very good race. I was placed in the Sprint Championship at Taif as well, where she was ahead of Tahamiat Al Kaladir. So I was trying to put that into context of her disappointing effort last time out. Takdir, yes, I mean, for her to be the top rated on the basis of wins in weaker company is slightly dubious, but the problem is you handicap horses by distances beaten, and in these races you often get beaten horses who will give up the ghost, and horses who are winning just rolling on. So you tend to get really big margins, even though there isn't very much between the horses individually, and then you end up getting rated on those margins. And I think the ratings in the better Arabian races can be a little bit more dubious than they are in thoroughbred events for that reason.
Yeah, I think that you often get horses winning by a country mile and then going up huge amounts, and it's actually, well, the horses they've beaten have just spat out the dummy at the top of the turn and are now just making their own way home. Mesa Al Kaladir being your line here, I'm really stuck here. I quite like, there's quite a few that I quite like for all the same reasons. A lot of them have been banging on the door of top level competition and not winning. But when they've all done that, someone's got to kind of step forward and win.
Yeah.
Princess Muazzaz is probably one of the unlikely ones to do so, but they're certainly more likely. Well, she's a prime example. She's rated 94. She's never a 94 rated horse.
It doesn't, I mean, again, because of the margin she won by, you've got to draw a line through something in the race and work out what she's run to. and she was very impressive on that day. She hadn't shown it before. Maybe she's just a late bloomer. Again, we saw in our previous Arabian race a horse with a rating of 80 was beating horses rated north of 100 and beating them easily as well in a really good time. So maybe, although Princess Muazzaz is very easy to say that race that she won last time out fell apart, we're discounting the possibility that she's just thriving and therefore was able to show that better form, not because of the trip, but just because she was. That's not the view that I take. I'm just putting an alternative view out there.
Yeah, absolutely. And Takdir, who we're just seeing going down and leaving the parade ring now. We're going to see this horse in action. This was Takdir's win. This happened back in September the 22nd. This is at Taif. Obviously, you can just see Takdir just about to get the better of her rival and go away and win quite nicely. Couldn't back this up though.
No, she was 12 and a quarter lengths rather ahead of to Hamiat Al Khalidi. You might be able to see in the red colours in behind there. She's come home well clear. So again, on a line through to Hamiat Al Khalidi, this is a very, very good performance. But unfortunately, you would have liked her to prove that by running better last time out, but she was disappointing. So that throws doubt on her rating of 105. This is Maitha Al Khalidia finishing third to Lazaz Al Ali last time out.
Farid Al Jazi is also in behind there in about fifth here.
Yes, so again, Farid Al Jazi is rated higher than her. She's finishing in front of that and going on very strongly at the finish. I think, although she never looked like winning this race, I thought it was a decent performance in the end. And drawing a line between other runners who've taken part here suggested that mark of 91 is probably lenient.
To Hamiat Al Khalidi, the other horse we're going to have a look at. That's the grey horse in the. Sorry, that is the bay horse. Yeah. Sorry, I got my Hamiat Al Khalidi mixed up. It's the bay horse on the outside here with the red noseband.
Yeah, looked like she was going to come through and win here this day. And it's a wee bit disappointing that Hamiat Al Khalidi could only sort of flatten out into third. Often travels well in her races, is very consistent. She's usually there or thereabouts, but she's an infrequent winner. In good company, and I think she's more likely again to travel up well and flatten out a little bit in the finish again as she can do.
Yeah, she's got Camilla Waspina on board, who is not a bad jockey booking either, and Alex Moreno, who just had our last winner, is on Hatamat Al Khalidi. So you can certainly see that the red coloured and the black crossbelts have done well with the jockey bookings here.
They certainly have, yeah, and again, it's something you shouldn't underestimate. The ability of, especially with some of these who do not always travel particularly well, stick Camilo on board and suddenly they jump out the stalls and travel sweeter than they would do normally. So that gives, listen, that means you've got to consider both of those in the Almosa colours. They're likely to give their running. But there are form lines that suggest they've got a little bit to find. But if you dig far enough, there are form lines. There are form lines that suggest they can all win and they can all get beaten, which is the fun of trying to unpick these Arabian races.
Yeah, when we talk about good jockeys, we can't go anywhere without discussing the OG of good jockeys here in Saudi Arabia, who is Wigberto Ramos. And Jose Martinez has given us a lovely little anecdote here that him and Wigberto, very close friends, they rode in Saudi Arabia for many years together, and they used to travel back and forth from Riyadh to the US. When they were both riding professionally. Now Jose Martinez not riding anymore, one of the really good talented jockeys of the early 2000s here in Saudi Arabia. Wigberto Ramos is still riding.
Yeah,
he had a winner yesterday. He's ageless, isn't he? And he's just such a wonderful human being. And obviously the Saudi Cup win aboard Emblem Road was a real highlight for him and Saudi racing.
Yeah, that was a huge day, wasn't it? A couple of years ago when Wiggy won the Saudi Cup, and again he's massively responsible for the jockeyship here, because not only did he come here and raise the bar himself as a top-class jockey, but he's also been largely responsible for other jockeys from his neck of the woods, a lot of Panamanians coming over and looking to do the same thing, and I know Camilo's not Panamanian, but seeing what Wigberto have been doing, seeing other jockeys go out, just makes that an obvious route to take. And the higher the quality of the imported jockeys, the more it teaches the local jockeys as well, and it makes competition that much fiercer. So it's been good for everyone.
And it's clear to see, we talk about the atmosphere in the weighing room. I think Wigberto has to be a massive part of that, because when you are sort of the elder statesman in the weighing room, you can sort of set the tone. for how the weighing room actually handled itself. And I think he must do it in a way which the jockeys like Nathan Anadi can come out and say, I'm just happy for everyone.
Yes.
When they get this other winner, it's great. You can see jockeys coming out celebrating with winning connections as well. It's wonderful to see. But we're just getting away from trying to pick a selection here. Who do you like in this one, Rory?
But I mean, even though the card is telling me she's the worst horse in the race, I cannot believe that of Maitha Al-Kaladia, and I think she is capable of, well, I don't think it would be springing a surprise. I think she's capable of winning.
Yep, I'm certainly understand you with that selection. I am going to go for the strong travelling, who often doesn't find anything, Tamiyat Al-Kaladir. So you're going for number 3, I'm going for number 4. Mark Francis, who do you like in this one?
Proved to be progressive before the VT that we just saw, 5th at meeting 57. That's when her good form came to an end, when she was well beaten in handicap company, but there's an 8-pound swing between the 6 and 3 here. She returns to open grade. Just a listed prize here, but I wonder if she has it in her to step forward again. I feel like she does. For Abdullah Al-Khamis, she's had a terrific season, rated 102. And has got to be a leading player here for Ritz Al Jazi for me. Just seeing the white cap of Alex Moreno. Just had to double check in the paddock that it was Alex Moreno, because I think he's wearing a cap which has Eddie Castro's name on it. Some of the jockeys here with their caps have their names on the back of the cap. And to me, it looked like Eddie Castro's name was on Alex Moreno's cap. But anyway, pretty sure it's Alex Moreno, and we'll go with that anyway. Set at the mile, 1 or 2 bumping up and down. Still 1 or 2 getting worked up, and they're off. Away in racing for this listed Arabian Fillies Open. The one that got the best start was Wathabat Al-Kaladir, the grey horse up at the head of affairs. Has got company for the lead in the shape of Tuhamiat Al-Kaladir. These are the first 2. There's a break of about 3 lengths back then to Maitha Al-Kaladir in 3rd position. It's a 1-2-3 for Al-Kaladir at the minute, as Faritz Al-Jazi is settled in 4th. Then comes the very pale silks of Takdir, who's in 5th position, just being preceded by Hatamat Al-Kaladir. The back duo include the former Polish horse Al-Suwaida and the blue jacket of Princess Mulazaz, who probably is some 10 lengths off the leading duo, who continue to be Tuhamiat Al-Kaladir, Camilo Ospina looking for this double. Wathabat Al-Kaladir is moving stride for stride around the outside, and these 2 are 6 lengths on for Ritz Al Jazi, who now is making ground into 3rd. And being pushed along is Maitha Al-Kaladir. Still travelling pretty well is Hatamat Al-Kaladir between rivals. Takdir is deep on the racecourse, and the back due are becoming further and further detached. A little look behind from Turkey Al-Ofi, who rides Wathabat Al-Kaladir now. Leads by about 3 lengths for Ritz Al Jazi now. Moving into 2nd. Takdir shadows that one into 3rd. The white cup of Hatamat Al-Kaladir needs a little bit of racing room, and staying on from out of the pack, widest of all, is Maitha Al-Kaladir as they go inside the last furlong, and Wathabat Al-Kaladir still has the call. Between rivals is Faritz Al-Jazi, Takdir on the outside, and here comes Maitha Al-Kaladir to swoop on by. Maitha Al-Kaladir, but Adel Al-Faradi guides this one to the front and is home in front. Maitha Al-Kaladir takes the listed prize, close for 2nd between Takdir and also Hatamat Al-Kaladir. Faritz Al-Jazi faded late on. Maitha Al-Kaladir at the bottom of the ratings. Rory Delagi absolutely spot on. The grey filly for Adel Al-Faradi, carrying the first colours of the Al-Kaladir stable, wins in a time of 1:49.92. Guided to the front, hands and heels to the line. Wins, close for 2nd. Takdir has just edged that one 4.5 lengths back, has held on by a neck to Hatamat Al-Kaladir. So it's an Al-Kaladir 1, 3 and also 4, with Wathabat Al-Kaladir 4th. Faritz Al-Jazi beaten again in 5th position. Maitha Al-Kaladir ensures as a winner for Al-Kaladir Stables in this listed prize.
Well, that's a double up for Adel Al-Faradi, who has guided Maysa Al-Khaladieh to success, the lowest rated horse in the field, but Rory Delagi spotted it like a hawk, and you've done it again. That's 2 winners in a row, and we are flying along on the selection front. With between Mark and yourself, I'm offering very little from my end, but you guys are doing a great job keeping our very strong strike rate going. Congratulations.
Well, it did seem a little bit easier when I was looking through this last night, that a few things stuck out. It hasn't always worked, but Maysa Al-Khaladieh, I was surprised by the ratings, because some of these seem to be a little bit high, but I thought she was low based on what she's done. It was a good run last time out, when third to Lazaz Al Ali, proving that she handles the track here as well. And I think actually the track suits her really well. She was staying on well last time out, and although she didn't do herself justice when 6th of 8 in the Taif Arabian Derby at the end of the season there, her overall form has been progressive. She was unexposed, and she had the beating of a couple of these who were higher rated than her on recent form. So I thought she'd run well, and she's been very well suited by the strong pace over this mile trip. She doesn't do anything very quickly, but she stayed in touch with them. She was niggled along, and she just kept finding, and has pulled clear in the straight to win in quite impressive style.
Yeah, she came wide, and she took her time, got there in her own pace, and she always looked like she was going to be dangerous. It was just that matter when she got to really having to battle to take the lead. She's done that even easier, so it was very impressive for me, and I think a great spot from you. In behind, Takdir, I thought ran a much better race than we last saw, but we expected that from Takdir. The last run was a bit of a sort of an outlier. Yeah, she's pretty consistent on the whole, Takdir. I just didn't think she deserved to be top rated of these. 105, a stone higher than Maysa Al-Khaladieh, and that's the way it's turned out. She was, again, she was, in handicap company 2 starts ago, running in a 75 to 95, and that's, when you win, you tend to win by a margin. Of course, the winner's going to go up a lot in the weights for this, but that's just a feature of Arabian racing, that you do tend to get elongated distances, even though the horses themselves aren't massively different in terms of ability. You'd like to think, looking at this race, that they'd finish in a heap. They never seem to finish in a heap in races like this, do they? No. You see Hatamat Al-Khaladieh there, the grey and the red colour with the black crossbelt. So the really interesting performance from that one. Travelled into the race really nicely and looked to be the winner turning in. Then all of a sudden you just see Maysa Al-Khaladieh just breathe on by.
Yeah, that's nice to see. A few of these do tend to travel, and don't always find. But the one thing about Maysa Al-Khaladieh, although she doesn't travel as sweetly as one or two, she does find plenty for pressure.
Looking at the full race now, Tahamiat Al-Khaladieh and Wasabat Al-Khaladieh were your 2 early leaders. Your eventual winner sitting there in 3rd, Farid Sarjavi, who ran a good race for a long way, sits there in 4th. Unfortunately, Mark's good run comes to an end, but Rory picking up the slack for both of us, Mark, so don't worry about that. And then you've got Hatamat Al-Khaladieh, who's just sitting in behind, with Takdir as well, sitting there as well. So the top 6 that we see in the end are the top 6 all the way through.
They are. I mean, the other 2, you got the newcomer, the ex-Polish horse, Al Suwaida, who's just struggled to know what it was all about first time here, and Princess Muazzaz. She was the one who won over 1.5 miles last time out, where she improved a fair bit for stepping up a trip, and she was taken off her feet here. So no surprise that she didn't get involved. She wants to be running in slightly lower company than this, and in races that really test stamina. There was a lot more. This obviously was a test of both speed and stamina. You need to have the pace to be able to go with this strongish pace earlier on. But Maysa Al-Khaladieh has won it by staying better and being able to keep going and maintain this pace for longer than others. She loses the gap there as well, doesn't she? She does, yeah. She was hoping to come around on the inside, but you could see then when Tahamiat Al-Khaladieh weakened on the rail, she had to come wide. That was very much plan B. But she's making good headway all the time here, and for a second I wondered whether she'd have enough time to get there. This surface really does help. In time, if you were that far behind, unless they were stopping, you wouldn't be able to make the ground up. But as we've heard a couple of jockeys say, if you've got a bit of a turn of foot, this is a great surface here at Riyadh to use it.
Not just the current jockeys, the ex-jockeys are saying it as well. Jose Martinez saying the track is playing fair, speed is good and closes as well. The track is in very good condition. The Jcsa is the place to be in. If you think you want fair racing on dirt, I don't think you could find a better place in here right now. The track is working really well. We spoke to the head of the course only a couple of days ago, an American gentleman named Bob, who was doing a cracking job at explaining.
I'm not sure head of the course is the correct terminology. The track supervisor.
Track supervisor, sorry, let me get that correct. Yes, track supervisor Bob, who was discussing the different surfaces and how it's such a culture change from the courses he was working on in the USA, and how the trainers are encouraging it to be deeper, especially when they're at Tyre. They were not happy to see a quick surface. They wanted a deep, hard-working surface. So it was really interesting to have a quick catch-up with him while we were seeing a couple of barrier trials.
Yeah, it's interesting that it is slower at Tyre, and I think that works there because because it's a tighter track, it means you're just going that little bit slower, and horses who would struggle to handle the bends have got a bit more chance of doing so when they're going that half a stride slower. Otherwise, if it was a really quick surface with a tight circuit, that would exacerbate that side of things. And I think the combination of the tight track but the slower surface helps to bring things into balance.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see how we get on in the future in terms of track conditions. Said Mutlaq again with another winner. We mentioned him might be struggling at this point of the season when we get more thoroughbred races and still remaining only 2 purebred Arabian races every day. But just had a winner here, just ticking along nicely. Al Qadir having a winner here, ticking on nicely. I think it'll be interesting to see how they get on.
Yeah, just had to put that in context. Said Mutlaq is not going to struggle as such. It's just that there are going to be a lot more opportunities for other trainers to move up the table. He's still going to be getting the results, I would have thought here. Though, you know, the Al Qadir horses really dominated in Taif. I don't think they're going to be able to dominate quite so much in all the top races at Riyadh. But yeah, the big issue, as you said, in terms of the numbers for Said Mutlaq is that we have 10 races for other trainers now, and just 2 from 12 for him rather than 2 from 9.
But if they can keep rattling off a winner every meeting, they'll be happy, won't they?
Oh, absolutely,
if they keep coming up with one winner every day, they'll be doing well.
There's no mistaken belief that they're going to win the Trainers' Championship. It's about getting as many winners on the card in these Arabian races as possible.
They had a quiet week last week as well. I'm struggling to think whether they actually had a winner last week.
I don't think there was an Al Qadir winner last week, but there won't be too many weeks when there isn't one.
Yeah, rare sight for sure. But we move straight on to race 8 as we continue to fly through this card. We go to 1,800 metres, which is the distance of the
Saudi Cup.
The Saudi Cup indeed. So the Saudi Cup trip for this filly's handicap 0 to 85, and we've only got the 8 runners going to post, but that's not going to make it any easier to find a winner. I'm sticking with Off the Map here nice and early. I was really impressed with this horse last time. Bounced back from a poor run when last seen at Taif, but had been very promising on debut, so it's good to see Off the Map come back to form. Seem to love this surface and this course, and I think she could be a little bit better than these. But Craft and Silk is a very worthy adversary here.
Yeah, I mean, there aren't many you can completely rule out in this race, unsurprisingly, given it is a handicap. It's a 0 to 85. Craft and Silk is the established class act in the race. She's a course and distance maiden winner who won a 7 furlong Nominators of 3 in Taif last month. 6 in the course and distance open last time out behind Lethal Talent. That was quite a hot contest. This is a bit easier for Craft and Silk.
Yes, it should be a little bit easier. You've also got horses like Dream Biz, a very different profile. Finally got that win back in meeting 44. Noor Alalia, who looked to be looking for the hat-trick after a win in a maiden and in a conditions race. Couldn't quite do it in a similar conditions race last time out. Quite disappointing, really, in 14th. Looking to bounce back too. So there's plenty of stories here, plenty of horses to look at. Mother Country, an interesting one. Those 2 wins weren't in Saudi Arabia, were they?
No, they were, well, one of them was at Navan, given you were discussing it yesterday. 2 wins in Ireland for Willie McCreary over 7 furlongs and a mile. Hasn't been disgraced here, Mother Country, but hasn't really bedded in and shown the same form that she was capable of in Ireland. Her runs here last season, 6th 3 times and an 8th. So she needs to do better, but the handicap is giving her half a chance. She'd look well handicapped on her Irish form. It's just a case of when it's going to click for her on dirt. All her form essentially was on turf for Willie McCreary, so it is it is difficult. I mean, you don't see too many dawn approaches here, for example. So not really bred for the dirt, but they will. Most horses will get used to it in time. So she should find her level at some stage, and we'll see how she goes here.
Yes, and as they're in the parade ring, it's about time we throw over to Mr. Mark Francis, who will be taking us through the runners and the riders.
Thank you, Callum. Yes, second handicap of the day. It's a cracker, isn't it? Just the 8 runners, but this is for fillies, a 0 to 85, and the trip is 9 furlongs, as you highlighted. Headed by number 1, Craft in Silk, orange jacket, blue chevron and cap for Salim Al-Ajimi. Off the map, I'm with you on this one, Callum. Inside gate as well, Luis Morales. 3 is Sandura, who is a maiden, for Abdullah Al-Rashid. That's a late jockey change. 4 is Mother Country, as Rory just mentioned, formerly trained in Ireland in the Godolphin colours. 5, Dream Biz, Alex Moreno, looking to dream big today, is coming out of stall 6. Speaking of 6, Noor Ala-Elia, or Alalaya, however you want to pronounce, Khaled Al-Mamoni, who was denied the hat-trick here last time out at meeting 57. That'll be widest of all. 7 is Celestial Star, the other one to yet to win a race, 0 from 2, Ahmed Al-Azari, practically a novice this horse, of a mark of 67. And the field are completed by the only grey, Eshk Noura for Ahmed Al-Tayyar, 11 months off the track, 1 win from 24 starts. Chaps, back to you.
Through these horses now, and I think there's plenty we can say about a lot of them, so we'll have a look at them in the parade ring and see if that can give us any more clues. The first horse we'll look at will be Craft in Silk, who go in those lovely orange and blue colours. We've talked about this horse already, won on penultimate start, 6th last time out, but that was a tough contest last start.
It was a tough contest won by Lethal Talent. This will be a little easier for Craft in Silk, who's got the back class to win this, and she was a winner of a non-winners of 3 at Taif last month over a slightly shorter trip.
Here is Off the Map, a horse who I really like, and she looks gorgeous in the parade ring.
Yeah, she does look to be thriving at the moment. As she said, a wee bit disappointing in one run in Taif, but improved a bundle to win a mile maiden here last time by 9 1/4 lengths, beating Patchouli. Now Patchouli's been stuffed today, but that's Patchouli for you. She's got 2 ways of running.
She also beat Patchouli by half the track.
9 1/4 lengths, yes. Patchouli would have been a fair bit further than that today, but a time of 1 minute 40.56 for the mile that day is pretty good. Very good for a maiden winner. So, yeah, I like Off the Map here as well.
Sandora, number 3.
Not from 11, so still a maiden, and has failed to build on a fair return when 13.5 lengths 10th in a 0 to 85 handicap last time out, so needs to bounce back from that.
Number 4 is Mother Country.
Yeah, we discussed Mother Country. She's the one with the form on turf in Ireland for Willie McCreary, who needs to refine that form to be winning this, but she'll find her level at some stage, I'd imagine.
5, Dream Biz. We've seen this horse a lot.
Yes, we have been kept very busy. Dream Biz, 2,000 metre maiden winner in meeting 44 in Taif. Ran well next time, went 4th, but was disappointing switching to Riyadh last week, and has a bit to find on that basis.
Yes, Noor Lalia, number 6.
Yeah, she was in good form in Taif. She won a maiden and then a non-winners of 3. I thought it was a fairly weak non-winners of 3 that she won. The one that she beat was also the winner of just a maiden race, so it felt more like a non-winners of 2. And she was disappointing here 3 weeks ago. Now she might take a little bit of time to adjust to the track, and you wouldn't rule her out, but she's got a little bit to prove, and I think she's slightly flattered by winning 2 in a row at Taif.
Yeah, Celestial Star, a horse who ran a very big race last time out.
Yeah, Celestial Star is interesting. Has only had the 2 starts in Saudi Arabia. Improved from a pretty moderate debut when finishing 2 lengths 3rd to Sophia Cat in a mile open last week when we were here. Pastime was behind her in 4th that day. Pastime came out and won here earlier in the week. So if you take that form at face value, Celestial Star's got a massive chance. For me, Pastime's got 2 ways of running, and she wasn't on her best behaviour when 4th behind Celestial Star there. But that was an open race, and it wasn't a bad contest. Again, the Sophia Caddy won it, didn't look an absolute superstar before that, but it still was a better than average contest, and with Celestial Star being rated just 67, gives her a chance of taking advantage of what could be a lenient handicap mark.
It's a very lenient mark, isn't it? Ace Tenora, number 8.
3rd in a 0 to 65 over a mile a year ago, but she hasn't been seen this year, and she's a 6-year-old now. She's difficult to fancy off that kind of absence.
So those are our runners for race 8, the 8 in the field, and yes, it's going to be one of those interesting contests. I think Celestial Star brings up a lot of appeal, remembering this is a handicap. not an open race. So I think suddenly when you see that she's got 54.5 kilos to carry, you're suddenly thinking, oh, okay,
Yeah,
there's a chance she's better than that rating suggests.
Yeah, and she's getting, of course, a stone from off the map, so that very much brings her into the equation, and you can't rule her out. For me, there's three of particular interest here: the Craft and Silk, Off the Map, and Celestial Star.
Yes, certainly three to keep an eye on, and hopefully we'll get a chance to have a look at them when they go out onto the racecourse. But they are still being held in the parade ring, half-hour gap between this race and the last, so you can understand why we're taking a little bit of a slower process to get everybody up on board, because we do like to run to time here in Saudi Arabia. I mentioned we had a delay yesterday where we had a horse burst through the stalls, and then we were very quick to get catch back up later on in the card.
And we're very good, yeah. And interesting thing, just looking at the, often look to see how the handicap marks have changed. We print our race card out a few days earlier. Saying Celestial Star might be well in that run last week, but the handicapper has taken a different view. He's actually dropped her for that run.
Oh, absolute fiend.
So she's
absolute
so she's actually
in.
She's £2 badly in here rather than well in. So if you believe that, then she'd be an unlikely winner. But I thought that shaped okay. The time of the race wasn't very good. It's worth bearing that in mind. It was an open. The Sophia Category 1 was no superstar. Pastime has franked the form by winning since. But the time of 1:43.32.
They all stacked up at the top of the straight, didn't they? And it was a bit of a strange finish because it wasn't probably the truest run race, and I think that's how Pastime ended up getting beaten, because she wasn't allowed to sort of do it how she wanted. Yeah,
and that's the thing with Pastime. She does need things to work out where she can sulk a little bit. So yeah, that's an interesting. I think that they weren't going to do a fast time the way the race was run, but 1:43.32, it's difficult to hang a strong figure on that. And it's interesting the handicap has actually chosen to drop Celestial Star £2 for it. But I thought she was a difficult one to weigh up, given that she'd shaped pretty well there.
The bell has been rung, so the jockeys will get a chance now to mount in this intriguing contest, 0-85. Are you slightly surprised we didn't get a more full field for this contest?
Yes, yes, enough to 85. There's lots of scope for horses to get in, but there doesn't seem to be an awful lot of demand. Bottom one's rated 61.
Just the fillies handicap, do you think maybe it's a lack of fillies at this sort of level? Because there's plenty of them around, isn't there? It doesn't seem like it's so...
No, there's no real lack of fillies here. Right. I mean, there might be, again, if you talk about the UK, you have traditionally got less fillies in training, and there are less to fill the handicaps, but that's not really the case here. We see quite a lot of representation among the fillies. So
you see Craft and Silk, you mentioned the back form. Tell me more about that back form.
Well, she has run 1:53.31 in winning a course and distance maiden. As we've talked about, this is a bit of a specialist trip, but we're getting to see Off the Map bolt up here last time out, and that's worth concentrating on now. This is over a furlong shorter, but she did 1:40.56 for the mile trip. Comparing that to the time Celestial Star did, was 1:43 odd. This is a really well-run race, whereas Celestial Stars wasn't, but this is just a really impressive performance.
Look at that knee action as well. She's got big, strong knees, and she really does bring them up. I imagine stamina is not going to be an issue with that extra furlong trip. I thought she was mightily...
Not the way she went through that, yeah. and she was actually eased close up, so the time could have been even better. I think if she repeats this, she's going to be exceptionally hard to beat. Yeah,
Craft and Silk is the other one we're going to have a look at. This was the win from early on October, so this was the penultimate start. This was in Taif. I think this was the final meeting of the season, if I remember correctly.
Meeting 54, it was indeed, and she's won this, despite the fact that the 7 furlong trip is probably a little bit on the short side. So she's pressed in the straight, and she looks like she might be in a little bit of bother briefly, but she's tenacious, and she keeps going well. She essentially ends up outstaying her rivals.
It's a good little race as well, isn't it?
Not a bad contest at all. I mean, that's why she's up at the top of the weights for this handicap. A tad disappointing based on this effort last time out, but that was in stronger company. And I think Lethal Talent, who won that, is a very useful performer.
In behind her, you had Consensus de Vega, who tends to like 1,200 metres at Taif, so she was stepping just a little bit out of her comfort zone. You also had Income, who gave Sunset Flash a run for her money.
Yes, Income's
been earlier in the Riyadh season, and then went and won. She won an apprentice race, and then behind that, you had Albari, who ended up winning a race as well here in Riyadh. So the form of that contest works out well, which makes you question what on earth happened last time out, because the run last time wasn't particularly good enough. A horse who did run well last time, was off the map. And for me, I can't look at any other direction here. I'm all about off the map in this contest. I think hopefully she'll be able to take another step forward. So hopefully she'll be able to go a little bit further on. Just a couple of notes about overweight riders here that have come through on the ever so helpful Jcsa stewards at Celestial Star. 2 kilograms overweight.
That's quite a lot.
Which
really.
Is quite a bit, isn't
Yeah.
it? Does that change your opinion, the fact that she might be slightly well in, or still
Well,
okay with that?
No, I mean, she's not. No, that makes a big difference, doesn't it? She's now officially, according to the handicapper, 4 points wrong. And you know, the form of that race is a little bit difficult to get a handle on. If you take a line through Pastime, she's got a massive chance. But I don't think Pastime is the kind of horse you want to be taking a line through.
No.
I think she's got 2 ways of running. And she'd have changed the jockey as well when she won here. Not to knock the jockey who was on her when she was beaten, but I think she needs to be humoured, and she found that probably the best jockey in these parts of the world to humour.
Yeah, well, that was it. She was jocked.
Camilo.
This man here was jocked off her because of his suspension. He wasn't available to ride, and Camilo Ospina got on board and was very, very positive with her, wasn't he? And he had it. She was right on the bit, and he sort of really allowed. You make a very good point there and say humoured her into it.
Yeah.
It's almost like she didn't know she was in a race. She just used her ability to kind of run away from her rivals.
Yeah, whereas she seemed to be well positioned in that previous race, but as you said, it got a bit messily stacked up in the straight, and she was asked to quicken, and then when she's asked an effort too far from home, she kind of shirk it a little bit. She's that was just her second career win, and she's got loads of quality, and she should be winning more races than she has done. So,
but she's not even running in this race.
No, I know, but but she's potentially the key because she's run in a race behind Celestial Star last time. She's won a good race during the week, and Celestial Star has been asked now to race off a mark of 67, although it's effectively 71 with that considerable overweight. So that now makes it a lot tougher for her, and makes me pretty sure that I just want to go with off the map here.
Off the map here. So you will go with off the map, the daughter of Liam's map. I am also going for off the map. I'm pretty sure Mark is going for off the map. Everybody on YouTube, let us know who you like here. We noticed we've got a big old bump in viewers for the Arabian race. I hope those that stayed for the Purebred Arabian contest can stick around with us for these last few thoroughbred contests as well, because we've got 4 more races to look forward to, and there's plenty to get involved with and plenty of horses to get excited about later on in the card.
Yes, there are. I mean, obviously, it does tend to get better and better as the card goes on a Saturday here. But we've had a couple of treats so far, and we'll get more to come.
Yes, plenty of excitement still to come, and certainly not a poor card at all today here on this lovely Saturday. It was warm this afternoon. The sun has gone in, the floodlights have come up, and it's still quite a nice temperature out there, although you are still seeing some coats. Rory would happily be in shorts in these conditions, though, wouldn't you?
I would, yeah.
Plenty warm enough for you tough Irishmen out there. So just to go through the selections again one more time, it's off the map for me, it's off the map for Rory and Mark. I haven't got a crystal ball, but I reckon you're going off the map as well.
And you're absolutely spot on, Callum, off the map for me, who was just that in her first 2 races, but that maiden success last time, she really came on bundles, didn't she? Races up a mark of 82, which I think might still underestimate her. Looks workable to me. She's provided with an attractive opportunity to follow up here. I think Anthony Ennis, my commentating colleague, described her as off the charts last time. And she really was. She'll break from the inside stall for Luis Morales, still looking for his first winner of the night. Third process is underway. Craft in Silk, Salim Alajimi, carrying top weight here. The maroon sash and hoops on the sleeves of Sandura. Big cheek pieces as well. I thought off the map looked absolutely fantastic in the paddock. A real gleam off her coat, which you can get with these later races. Just ticking over to Hubber 6 local time now. As we see Celestial Star. Let's start today. Here is off the map. It's the blinkers and noseband. There's one at the back, which is Mother Country. Stand by. For this 0 to 85 fillies handicap. 9 furlongs. Crofton Silk and also Off the Map. Just nodding around a bit. A lengthy hold again. Really too sure what they're waiting for here, the starters. Flags up and they're off. Slowest one into stride was Mother Country, but she's ridden forward to sit handy as in the early stages. Through the middle of picture, Celestial Star got away smartly. To her inside is Off the Map. Further out then, the red jacket with the black cross belts of Dream Biz has company out wide with Noor Alalaya. Just in behind these 4 then, the orange colours of Craftin Silk and Mother Country towards the outside. There's probably 3 or 4 lengths back then to Sandura's maroon sash, red maroon sash, burgundy perhaps, and a further 3 to Eshk Nura, who is at the back of the field. Through the first third of their journey. Off the map then, towards the inside for Luis Morales, may have just put her nose in front. Celestial Star is still handy though and showing plenty of speed. The red colours just crouching lower was Alex Moreno in the saddle, being overtaken by Craftin Silk, who travels powerfully for Salim Al-Ajimi. Further out the racecourse, Mother Country still travels well. And then comes Sandura and Noor Alalaya. The one that's totally detached is Eshk Nura as they go down the side of the course, and it still continues to be Off the Map. It has company for the lead now with Craftin Silk working her way forward, but Off the Map still travels handily though. In third position is Mother Country for Tariq Al Mansour after that sluggish start, and then Sandura towards the running rail, but Off the Map is the one to catch now. In front by about 2 with 3 furlongs left to go, or 2 furlongs left to go. Off the Map in front. Craftin Silk though trying to gather up ahead of steam. He's beginning to close the gap. Staying on from out of the pack is Eshnora, who's flying at the finish, but Off the Map is the one to hunt down though. Off the Map, catch this one if you can. It doesn't seem as though Craftin Silk has anything. It's home in front. Craftin Silk rallied well to the line, but was beaten into second. It was close for third. We'll wrap up the places in a moment or two, but Off the Map, 2 wins in 2 now. 4 starts to date. She really has turned over a new leaf and will be rising in the ratings, that's for sure. Off the Map was off the charts last time, off the scales now. She will be rising from a mark of 82 and a time of 1:55.97. That's the winning time. 2 3/4 lengths back to Craftin Silk, who was game in second, but just couldn't catch the leader, who's a classy filly, it must be said. Noor Alalaya has got up for third, ahead of Eshk Nura, who was totally detached at one stage. That'd be one to keep an eye on as we watch the race back with Rory in a few moments or two. But Off the Map wins again. Craftin Silk home in second place. Noor Alalaya in third, and the standout surely Eshk Nura after being miles behind. But the winner is Off the Map.
Khayal Lewis. Well done, Lewis. Good race, Lewis.
She's good. She's very good, baby.
Tell me about the race, Lewis.
No, it's not much to say because she is a fast filly. She has some speed and good stamina. And she was today a little bit nervous inside the gate. And she broke a little bit awkward, slow. Then she recovered herself, I think, going one pace, and she have enough energy to finish, you know. Alhamdulillah. Thank you.
Luis Morales is coming into the winners enclosure aboard off the map, and he's done that well, and she's a very smart individual, isn't she? That's now 2 wins from 4 starts for her. She had a slightly slow start to her career, but she certainly seemed to find her form. 1800 metres looked a step far, though. I imagine she'll be stepping back to 1600 in the near future. She didn't quite get home, but she managed to hold on from Craft and Silk, who gave her a good battle, but wasn't able to reel her in. She's a smart performer, this filly, and I think she's got plenty more to come. We highlighted her at the top of the show, and she's come through with the success as well, and it wouldn't be a Saturday without Luis Morales riding a winner. We call him Big Race Louis for a reason. I think he was slightly frustrated on Friday when he couldn't quite get the head in front, but today he's managed to bag himself a winner, and it wouldn't be surprised if we were to see him in the winners enclosure again. We'll hopefully grab a word with Louis after he comes and weighs in and make sure he gets himself checked out and everything is A-okay, but he's certainly just a jockey to keep an eye on these big days. And I'll talk to him about the drama at the start, because there seemed to be an issue with off the map at the start, and hopefully he can give us more of an insight into that issue and whether she was actually on her best form. Make sure he doesn't run away from us now. Louis, don't run away now, we've got to catch you. Firstly, congratulations, well done. But right at the start there seemed to be an issue in the starting stools. Could you explain what happened?
No, she's used to go inside the gate last one because she's a little bit nervous. She cannot stand like 5-7 seconds inside. She start like getting nervous. So today they sent me before 2 horses, and one was the starving to get in. So she get excited, and then she hit the doors and come back, and then she want to like slip down, and she don't used to act like this, but she was more than 30 seconds or something inside. But after that, she break a little bit awkward, but she had good speed, so I try to control the pace, and she responds to you, huge.
Now, she showed that speed, sticking right to the inside rail, even before the cutaway. Was that always the plan, to stick right close to the paint?
No, I was to go. The plan was to go in the lead, because she has a natural speed, and she has stamina too. Today was a 9 furlong race, and the last time we was in a mile. So I try to catch her and bring at least the first 2 furlongs slow, so she can respond easily in the last 400. But she's front runner. She loves it.
Did she get tired towards the end in those last 200 meters?
Yes, I think she slowed down a little bit in the last 150. But it's a huge change. Last time in the mile, she came fresh, and she had 58 kilos. Today she has 61.5. So disturbing, hitting the doors. I mean, she's amazing.
A lot went wrong, and she still got it right. And another win on a Saturday for you. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. That's what I'm saying. She hit the doors. She started playing around. She hit her in the back, and then she run like this. So maybe we have something for the future, inshallah.
Hopefully. Well done. Better luck in the future with her.
Luck, Karim.
I must say I thought that was an absolutely excellent interview with Luis Morales there, because he highlighted the issues that this filly had. It's easy to come out here and say, oh, she's won really well, isn't she exciting? It's great to have a filly like this. But he pointed out that she does have her little quirks. She doesn't want to be in the stalls too long, and she ended up sitting in the stalls for longer than ideal today, not going in last. She had that little hold beforehand as well, and as a result, she's got a bit nervous. She's gone forward and hit the gates before she was ready to come out. We see the replay again. She ends up coming out okay. She's had that incident that obviously would have affected her slightly at the start. She ends up coming out in about 4th position, but she's got that real draw. And although Luis Morales didn't want to produce her too early in this race, because she was stepping up a furlong and trip, she ends up getting a lovely gap on the inside of Celestial Star here. So Luis is inclined to let her roll on. But again, as he pointed out in that interview with Callum, she was fresh last time out, racing over a mile and with less weight in her back, carrying 57 kilos, as he said, or 58 kilos. Today she was carrying 61 and a half, so an extra 7 pounds essentially on her back and an extra furlong to run. So he's explaining why she seemed to get tired in the last 150 metres. He's happy to admit that he felt that she was slowing a little bit on him, but she was game and she was always holding on. But you got the impression looking at this, my first impression was I'd like to see her back at a mile, because she was very, very strong at a mile and then got tired later on. But the jockey was very open there, and it's worth bearing in mind that she was racing on her nerves a little bit more than she might have been because of what happened at the start, and because she's had to go forward early more than he would have wanted to. So there are extenuating circumstances for the fact that she looked like she didn't quite stay the trip despite winning, being an impressive winner. And I thought it's great to get an interview like that where a jockey tells you exactly what's what and gives you a lowdown on what she's done. I'm basically saying she's actually a lot better than this performance because of things that went wrong both before the race and to a degree during the race. And she really enjoyed herself in the middle of this. I thought she got tired late on, but she didn't waver. She'd just been closed down a little bit again late by Kraft and Silk, but I thought she looked in a different league to the runner-up for a long way in this race before various factors began to tell a little bit in the closing stages. She's exciting.
Yeah, I think Louis, firstly, is a wonderful interview. He's a wonderful person to talk to and sort of dissect a race with. He'll always give you lots of information. But I thought the thing that really excited me was I think he's so excited about what she can do going forward. And as you said, considering she ran on her nerves, everything went wrong at the start. We've got a brilliant little microphone right at the stalls, which is just to capture the bell and the stalls opening. Yeah. But if you're lower drawn, you can hear what the jockey is saying. And he's yelling, yalla, 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 at the starter.
He wanted to go as soon as possible.
He wanted to go. But there's still with the horse yet to load because we were waiting for Mother Country to load.
That's the idea. I think they'd requested to go in last on Off the Map. But of course, other trainers can put in that request as well. You draw a ticket essentially, don't you? So you basically say, I'd like to be last to go, but if there are 3 people who want to be last, then you draw lots and decide who ends up going in. But she wants to be in as late as possible because once she's inside and once she's shut in, then she gets a little bit panicky. And
when we say panicky, it's not necessarily she doesn't want to be in the stalls, it's that she wants to go out and go. So she's trying to anticipate the gate. We saw it with the stalls incident yesterday. A horse, and they can run through these gates. That's the whole idea. They do open up with pressure because if they didn't, that would be a health and safety awful situation. So they do open with the pressure, but you just don't want to be in a situation, especially on a horse who's that ready to go. She looked magnificent in the parade ring. She walked around like she owned the place, and she's just so ready to go that the last thing Louis wants her doing is to hit the stall, the front of the stall, then go back into his hand and almost slip and sit on her bum. Then your race is over. So I think it was a fascinating story of the race, and you just see her in those shots there. She's
a good example of that for those who are watching sort of top European action. It's a slightly sore point for me. Art Power, who won the British Champion Sprint at Ascot on the final proper day of the flat season, he'd run in the Prix de la Baye at Longchamp in his previous start and was well beaten. But if you watch the start of that race, he's an out-and-out front runner, and he's anticipated the start. He's launched himself forward, and the gate hadn't quite opened, and he's ended up rocking back again. And then, as he's rocked back, the stalls have opened. The others have got the jump on him, and his race was finished at that stage. But he's then come back and won and caused a major shock in his next race. But it wouldn't have been anything like that kind of shock if he'd been able to get out in front at Longchamp. So there'll be plenty of you'll be able to watch videos of that.
I think of one for a lot of our international viewers. If you follow American racing, you remember Golden Powell when he came to Ascot. He lost his race at the start.
He did completely.
He rocked. Blindfold didn't come off. There was a whole method thing. It's so important to get it right. We see it so often. We sort of take it for granted. But when it goes wrong, you can really see it can ruin a race, and especially over sprint trips. It can be a nightmare. But Lou Morales was very calm. He remained calm whilst the filly was getting quite het up. But she's done the business and done it well. And like you said, Rory, in the middle part of that race, she was so on the bit and just loving every second of it. So one of the things you just love to see, just cruising into the race.
Yeah, and again, that's again something that Lee said. She loved it. She really enjoyed it. So even though you can see her, you watch the last furlong of the race, she looks, oh, she's struggling a little bit here. But watch her in the middle of that, because she is really enjoying herself. She's got a lovely stride. She's strong. She's forward going. She's just in the form of her life at the moment. Obviously, she's very lightly raced. I hope she keeps going forward, and that's the way she looks. But she looks really well in her skin. And everything. She just seemed to be absolutely ready today for that. It's just a small shame that what happened at the start did, because we might have seen an even more explosive performance from her.
Yes, we keep going forward here on the JCSA YouTube channel, and we can bring you race 9, and Mark Francis can take us through the runners and the riders.
Yeah, big field for our 3-year-old maiden then over the 9 furlongs. They're headed by number 1, Garrett Lane for Adel Al-Faradi. 2 is Queen Stride for Abdulaziz Al-Faradi, and 3 is Warad, the first of 3 greys for Abdullah Al-Kridis. 4 is Mazort for Victor Gutierrez, and Male is a debutant for Selman Al-Rashid. Rosam, another grey for Farwas Wanas, is the 6, and Hot Cloud the 7. Very pale orange silks with the white cap here. Annaline the 8 for Mohammed Saeed, first start of the season for that one. Alcon is the 9, Alex Moreno over the page. 10 is a scratch, so moving on to 11, Saudi Painter, what a name that is. Rayan Al Tu'esh is the 11. Malakar the 12, Mohammed Al-Ajimi, red and white silks. Urji Waniyar, the grey filly, is number 13 for Tariq Al-Mansour, and never seemingly runs a bad race. All In up in trip today, has recorded back-to-back third-place finishes in his last 2 starts. 15, Ashkar En-Nazar, the third Al-Timya is the 15, Galbrecht 16, Ahmed Al-Tayyar, 17, Esther Mahali, Yalgaram for Abdullah Al-Lawfi. 18 is a very late scratch. Luis Morales doesn't have a ride here after Look for Magic was taken out. 19, Riyadh Spirit, and 20, Rawaya. They are the 19 or 18 rather that get in. 1 reserve, More Ginevra, is allowed into stall number 10 after the 10 was scratched at an early enough stage. So 19 runners, really tough race to unpick. It is a good thing, though, that we've got 2 maestros in the studio.
I don't know where you think those 2 maestros are, but I'll go looking for them and see where we can find them. Talking about maestros in the comment, Dr. Marcello Grillo DVM was actually a selector of Off the Map in the last race, and that means that we were all on board Off the Map and we were all right with our selection. So congratulations to yourself there in the comments, and congratulations to the entire team who was all in on Off the Map. So well done, everybody. We'll start from these and go top to bottom, because it's a tricky little contest. You're happy to do that?
Yeah, more than happy.
Garrett Lane, number 1, let's go.
Was a second to Mosta Wab in a 2,000 metre maiden meeting 41. Ran poorly over a mile and a half next time out. Dropping back to this trip may help for Garrett Lane. He's got a rating of 67, which makes him competitive on paper.
Queen Stride, number 2.
Rated 47 and well beaten at 2 starts in Taif this season. Looks pretty limited.
Warad, number 3.
Best effort to date was when a length and a half second to Mustango in a 6 furlong maiden at meeting 44. That was again in Taif. But was well beaten over this trip, over the mile trip. Last time out again in Taif, and needs to bounce back from that. Hasn't been particularly consistent.
Mathort, number 4.
Showed a bit in Taif last year, but well held on return here 3 weeks ago, and does need to step up markedly on that.
Malay, horse number 5.
I thought she was an interesting newcomer by Macho out of a mare called Bint Layali. She's a half sister to a useful pair in Alphagem and Heshan, and is definitely one to note. I know that they're not always really tuned up for debut, but she's very interesting on paper in a race that won't take a huge amount of winning.
Rosam is horse number 6.
His best run was when 10 3/4 lengths 5th in an 1,800 metre maiden in February, so this is the right trip. Has been down the field in Taif, but maybe a return to this venue will help the Son of Speightstown.
Hot Cloud
runner,
is number 7.
Hot Clouds is rated 60, but that looks pretty harsh going through the form. Hasn't shown an awful lot here. He did race before this in the UAE and showed a little bit on one of his early starts, but he's beaten 10 lengths or more on all his starts in the UAE and has been well down the field here, so a rating of 60 looks pretty harsh.
Annaline is number 8.
Rated 62, 4th on all 3 starts in maidens. Has been tried in better company. Tough ask in an auction contest on her final start here last season. Didn't go to Taif. She's an interesting player, receiving weight coming back here.
Alcon at number 9.
Alcon is interesting. He's been in the frame twice in Taif maidens and was a good 2 1/4 lengths fifth to Miss Helen in a 7 furlong maiden here 2 weeks ago. Not the strongest maiden, but it shows that that he's at least as effective here as he is at Taif. And given he's rated 65 and he's in reasonable form, he has to be shortlisted.
Sandy Pater, number 11.
Saudi Painter was well beaten last time out. And again, another one who looks flattered by a mark. He's rated 61, but it's difficult to see how he'd be winning races off that mark at the moment.
Malacca, number 12.
Very disappointing since finishing fifth in a not to 85, I think, 7 furlong contest way back in meeting 5 in Taif. Possible that he will bounce back to form, having been given a fair break since finishing 11th last time out.
We move on to Urjuwania, who I adore, but didn't run a particularly great race last time out.
No, has finished in the frame in 7 furlong maidens in Taif. That was a tough task. I mean, that was behind Yella Dora, who's one of the better horses on show here. There's a Jcsa awards contest last time out. She's rated 60. She's a player here because it's not a particularly deep contest.
All in, it must also be a player as well.
Yeah, not from 14, but placed on his last 2 starts and was 3 1/4 lengths third to Moetter in a 1 mile maiden last time out. It took a while for him to find his form, but he's running well at the moment, and with a rating of 68, he's high up on any shortlist you're drawing up.
Yeah, and Asa Fawaz as well is a trainer who is doing well at the moment. Ashkar and Anazar.
Plenty to find on form, having finished 13 1/4 lengths, 8th to Motabaheth over 7 furlongs last time out. That's not good enough to win this.
Galbraith.
Galbraith's a little bit disappointing. He has shown ability. He was 4th in a 2,000 metre open back in January, but he's not repeated that form since. And questions to answer for all on ratings. He's got a chance. Another one is rated 68.
Esmahali Yalgaram is number 17.
More chances than most with 9 runs. And no better than 5th so far, and although he wasn't entirely disgraced last time out, he's not coming forward in form terms.
Let's take a look at All In action here, just coming around the bend. He's scrubbing the paint on the inside rail. Didn't quite handle that turn at Taif, as not many horses do, but sticks on nicely for third here, because he could have gone backwards quite easily.
Yeah, given the 2 of them have come right up on his shoulder and gone past, horses will often just take that as a cue to weaken. But he's rallied. He's rallied reasonably well to hold third. I don't think this is particularly strong form. Moetter, the winner of the race. But in saying it's not particularly strong form, it's very difficult to find any stronger lines of form going through this, so he has to be considered.
Alcon is the horse we're seeing in short here now. He was last seen running here. He finishes 5th when the top 4 finish all in a line. He sort of wins his own individual race.
He does, yeah. This is quite a congested finish here. He ends up getting beaten 2 1/4 lengths behind Miss Helen. You'll see Miss Helen just on his outside, actually finishing strongest of all. She'd been beaten in maidens in Taif, but seemed to show improved form here. But the fact that there's so many horses so close up means you can't really look at this as being exceptionally strong form. And as you're right, as you said, 4 of them almost in a line at the finish, and he's a clear in 5th. But it's okay form. It gives him a rating of 65. But you know, he's going to be a little bit vulnerable to anything with a bit of scope.
Yes.
That's the story of this race. There's maybe 7 or 8 horses you can give a chance to, but you look at them run and go, everything probably needs to drop right for this to win, but it'll drop right for one of them.
We didn't quite get to the bottom, so Riyadh Spirit, horse number 19, rated 59.
Showed promise when 6th over course and distance on debut. Hasn't built on that yet, but then it's only had the 3 runs, and it wouldn't be a massive surprise to see Riyadh Spirit improve what he's shown so far.
Number 20, Rawea.
Roya was 2nd on her return to action at Taif over 1,600 metres, but she hasn't really carried that through. 13th and 8th in 2 subsequent starts there. She's now not from 7. But she's rated 67, she's getting weight. So again, if you're trying to work out who comes out top on the rating, she'd be right up there, because you can add 4 pounds onto her rating. So 71 adjusted, if you like.
And finally, More Ginebra is going to sneak in and jump into stall 10.
He has ability, More Ginebra, but I don't think he's running well enough to think he's up to winning a maiden of a mark of 55. But it wouldn't, you know, if there's going to be a maiden won by a 55 rated horse, could easily be this one.
Indeed. Can I tell you who I'm going for here quite early?
Yes, go on.
Rosam, horse number 6. I think this horse is going to be a different proposition now back in Riyadh.
I think you could be right, yeah.
Yeah, his best performance came here. I think Farzwanaz on board is a very good young jockey, so I'm going to go for horse number 6, Rosam, nice and early, because it is very hard to find anything to really go by in this contest. There's a lot of horses here who are very much destined to be handicappers and low-grade handicappers at that.
Yes, yeah, they're literally not, well, the one that could be good, because there are no questions have been asked yet, is Malay. He's got a good pedigree. I haven't had a really close look at her yet, but she definitely enters
Masort, number 4, we were just seeing, I think that's going by us now, in shot. Gorgeous, big, imposing colt. The 3-year-old only had the 3 starts. I imagine he's going to do better this season, but he was 13th last time out. He won't have to do much to do better than that here.
Yeah, he will do better at some stage, I think. He showed ability when he was midfield and a couple of runs at time last year, and then was off a long time before making that reappearance 3 weeks ago.
Victor Gutierrez
when well
on board
done.
as well. He had a winner yesterday.
Victor Gutierrez on board is no bad thing. I think Mossad is one of these who is more than capable of increasing his handicap mark. So I think a few of these are potentially holding on to marks that they will end up being sliding a little bit lower, whereas I think he does have scope for better. Go on.
It's one of those things where I think we think, the handicaps might slip and they'll get an opportunity. But here, because we're only racing in one course at a time, it's often with a sliding handicap, you can also find yourself still not even able to get into some races because they're so oversubscribed, which is a massive positive thing. You see, we've got 12 race cards here with big fields almost throughout, especially in these sort of maiden races. And in the low-grade handicaps, we'll see them full again. It's very rare that you'll see a 0-65 with less than 18 runners.
Yeah, this is very true. So it's difficult really finding opportunities, and I think a lot of these would have thought they might have found an easier opportunity at least to hit the frame in a maiden race, but it's been oversubscribed as many of them are, and it's a tough one to call.
It is a tough one to call. Let us know who you like in the comments. We need all the help we can get, but Rory, it's that time where I need to ask you for a selection. So who do you like here?
Gotta stick a pin in it somewhere, don't we? I'm going to take a chance on the newcomer Malay, because none of those with form are entirely convincing, and I hope that she's ready to do herself justice. If she is, she's bred to be a little bit better than this. Obviously, if she isn't, we'll find out soon enough.
Yeah, so Rory likes horse number 5, and I like horse number 6, Mark Francis. She's been in great form today. This will be the race where you could find a winner.
It is a tough race to call, isn't it? Queen Stride going forward. I think I'll take a chance on Alcon, the 9, Alex Moreno. Racing 3 of his first 4 starts. Here's Warad going in. Can't say with any deal of confidence. Here's Garrett Lane. The colours might be missing from your race card. Maroon chevrons on grey, white cap. Gonna miss these colours though, are you? Hot Cloud in the orange into 8. Here comes Masort, who has a very similar jacket to Anna Lean, who ironically was the only one I didn't see in the paddock. So we'll see if we can distinguish between those two. Here's the debutant Malay for Rory Delagi, who's been in top form today. We've got about 5 or 6 out the back, including Anna Lean. Get a shot of her. She goes in. Here's Rosam. And also Saudi Painter. You can just see Annaline has gone in. So yeah, very similar colours to Masort here. Watch them two be 1-2 now. They're all loaded. A mile and a furlong, and they're off. Racing away then down the chute. And ridden for an early position is the orange colours of Hot Cloud. Has company for the lead though, towards the inside. Rosam is also handy, and Rawaya from a wide gate. But as they join up with the round course, it looks as though the strike cap of Rosam is one of the first to show. Also up with the pace early on is All In's black colours. And the red cap of Malakar is 3 wide. Deeper on the course then is Galbraith, and even extreme left of picture is Riyadh Spirit. As they go halfway down the back straight, All In's head is just in front, has company for the lead though with Malakar. Out wide is Riyadh Spirit. These are the first 3. Galbraith now just tucking in behind runners with Ashkar Enezar. Back towards the inside, the orange silks, probably in about 7th or 8th position is Hot Cloud alongside Saunty Painter's yellow jacket and Mosort. Deeper out on the course is Esmahali Yel Garam. Looking towards the back of the screen, you can see the likes of Marley is towards the rear of the field. So too is Queen Stride, and the back marker is Rawaya. The widest of all runners from the stalls is the back marker as they turn down the side of the course and begin to make the run back towards home. And it's All In towards the inside, towards the outer. The green jacket of Riyadh Spirit begins to make a forward move. So too does Malakar as the runners come into the straight. Far side then is Alcon's grey jacket. Near side green colours of Riyadh Spirit. Now bidding a retreat is Malakar, looking for 1 or 2 to pick up 1 or 2 of the pieces. There's not really much making ground for the back of the field, and it's all Riyadh Spirit now who strides into the lead. Looking to rally is Alcon in second, and then comes Queen Stride for the back of the pack. But racing up towards the line, Riyadh Spirit. Mohammed Al-Daham is tying up a little bit. Chasing though is Mosort, but Riyadh Spirit gets home. Riyadh Spirit has just lasted the late challenge from Mosort, who's finished in second. Riyadh Spirit, Mohammed Al-Daham from stall 19, was wide all the way, took over from Alcon in the straight, and was just beginning to idle in the last half furlong as Mosort closed him down to get up for second. But Riyadh Spirit has just lasted, got rolling down the side, and has won in a time of pretty much 1:56 spot on. 1:56 wins over Mosort, a length and a half back in second place. Urju Waniyar's run a nice race again in third. That one's back to form. Queen Stride, who was towards the rear of the field at one stage, is in 4th position. And in 5th place was Garrett Lane. Riyadh Spirit in Riyadh wins our 9th race.
Riyadh Spirit living up to his name by winning in Riyadh under Mohammed Al-Daham, and he always seems to have a winner every single time we come racing. Mohammed Al-Daham, one of the real talented jockeys here in Saudi Arabia, and he's guided Riyadh Spirit to a victory, coming wide, coming all the way around the outside, but has done the business indeed. He's beaten into second one of the improvers that we thought would step up from his previous performance, Most Thought, who was horse number 4 in your race card. He finished second, and Ujawania has a run on late as well to pick up some place money too. But take nothing away from our winner, who was second time up here at Riyadh, has done the business.
Yes, I mean 59 and 50, the official readings on the first two here, which tells you a bit about the race. But these were two of the least exposed, quite backward types who've shown ability. The pair of them hadn't been able to build on promising starts. Mossad in Taif last summer, and then had been off the track until disappointing here last time. And the winner had shown ability here over course and distance on his debut, had run, finished 6th again in his second start, was off then until running at Taif and meeting 20, when he was a wee bit disappointing in 9th. Taif wouldn't be his track looking at him, and he's just benefited from another little bit of a break, coming here and showing improved form. It's not exceptional form. It looked a weak maiden on paper. The time is ordinary, but credits to Riyadh Spirit for racing wide the whole way and getting the job done. He does lose concentration a little bit in the closing stages, but keeps going well enough to make sure that he won. A nice run from Mossad in second. I'd want to have him in a handicap sooner rather than later. Because he's beginning to get his act together now. He's got scope to keep improving as well. And this was a much more taking performance than we've seen from him.
Yeah, he's another one who seemed to really relish being in the parade ring. He looked really good, and we can just see Queen Stride miss the kick completely. She eventually runs on to finish around 4th place, so that's a very big run from Queen Stride.
Yeah,
I think not make the kick.
I think the horse that finishes 3rd is way back in the field.
Jawania's at the back, isn't she? Yeah.
Jawania. I didn't jump that badly, but lost ground early on. But what's happening in a race like this, where the old race is a bunch and they're fairly moderate, they begin to slow late on, and horses who race off the pace are being able to go at their own pace will end up sort of picking up late on. And again, that gives you an idea of the weakness of the form that Jawania, with a rating of 60, has been able to give them about 25 lengths and still finish in the frame. But you see that the winner in the dark green colours was always handy from a very wide draw, still having to race 5 or 6 horses wide here, but Mohammed Al-Daham happy to stay fairly wide and just let his horse use his stride and not get messed around by anyone else in the race, and that's ended up being the most important thing. He hasn't run to a big figure in doing this, but he get a lot of confidence from getting his head in front and being allowed to do that. He's not particularly nippy round the bend, and I think that's part of the reason why he's been kept wide on the track, just give him more time to take that. And he's always got clear sailing. You see the runner-up beginning to run on from about 10th place here.
Tell you what, Victor Gutierrez earned his riding fee there. He has been shoving this horse along for probably about a mile here. It really is just...
And you see Jawania weaving through horses towards the inside. Her path gets blocked quite badly really there, so she's done well to get up for 3rd in the end. But again, the fact that she's done so much wrong and been able to get 3rd, might suggest that she's a winner in waiting, but I think it just gives you an idea about how moderate this was, and very few of these able to keep going forward in the finish. So not really a race to follow for the future, but again, you never want to have a go at the winners.
Have you seen the action of Alcon in behind? He's got a very wide action. Look at the way
he does,
he just comes swinging out. I've noticed it when we saw a video form, but you can really see it in the beautiful slow motion shot we get. He's got a very interesting way of going about, and I don't imagine he
really swings that that near 4 wide. I've seen that on a few horses before, but yes, it clearly makes it harder to keep them sound because they're not really using themselves properly when doing that. But again, they do that because that's the only way they can gallop. It's the way they're put together. And
I've just noticed he's just finished being checked over by the vet, so they've clearly noticed that as well and just wanted to have a look at him afterwards as well. He got a special trot-up session, but all seemed fine with him. He seems sound to the pound, but I imagine he won't be the easiest to keep fit. Handicaps for the lot of them, I imagine, is where they're going.
Yeah, and then most of them are going to struggle in handicaps as well, based on this race. Again, you keep the lightly raced ones on side. I thought there was a little bit of promise from Malay on debut. She wasn't ready enough. to do herself justice, but she made headway in the straight, she just lost her position a little bit early in the straight and then ran on again out wide on the track, and she wasn't beaten that far in the end. She'll come on for it, but not an awful lot of positives in behind the front 2 or 3 in this race.
Yeah, a poor run from All In as well, who I thought was going to probably run a bigger race than that. He faded out of it quite quickly, All In, so he wasn't involved in the finish. But take nothing away from Riyadh Spirit, who have got the head in front and finally ended the winning run of the team. We've had such a strong row of things, and now finally we have been beaten. So it's taken a while, but we finally had it. We finally met our match, and I thought a good performance from the winner, who it makes you can see how this horse has got to this point, and it's certainly less exposed. So I imagine I wouldn't be following it next time, but keep an eye on Riyadh Spirit, wherever she goes.
The second might be one to follow next time out. Maybe have a little bit in trip, and again in suitably weak company, but he's got scope to do better.
The Rosam taking the lead there as well, and alongside All In. They both were very prominent early on, but Rosam stopped incredibly quickly. Went from hero to zero very quickly, and was just eased home as well. And a few of these who were front ranked early ended up finishing a long way behind. And it was all horses from the back, but as you said, it wasn't a pace collapse. It was just a group of horses who don't have a huge amount of ability, all stopping at the same time.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, I suppose that kind of is what a pace collapse is, but it wasn't one of those, oh, they've gone ridiculously fast early. It was one of those, they just, the pack has been unable to sustain the fairly modest speed it set off at. There you go. That's our third coming in the picture last of all, and I think the runner-up was second last at that stage, or very close.
There's
to
the runner-up. Goodness me. Yes, they were a long way behind. And credit to the jockeys who have managed to forge a path through there, because Ojuwania could have been in quite a nasty incident there if he clipped heels with the horse in front.
Yeah, because
they were
stopping quite quickly in front of Ojuwania, and it's one thing going through gaps, but going through gaps when the horses in front of you are stopping and maybe rolling from side to side as well is doubly difficult.
Yeah, and she has been forced to snatch up there and sort of regather her stride, but she was never going to catch the winner. As we can see, this really excessive motion from Alcons, a lot of wasted energy there from that horse, and it wouldn't be a surprise if that horse remains a maiden for a long time. We can move on though to race 10. This is the Fillies Open contest over the 2,000 metres. There's another smallish field, but we step up in quality dramatically for this contest, don't we?
Yes, this is not a bad little. Not a bad little open, although it's not. You've got a mix of abilities in here as well, despite the fact that it's a fairly small field. They're not all that closely matched.
Yeah, we've got a Saudi racing favourite here in Blue Oud running, but Mark Francis can take us through the runners and riders for this race 10. Mark.
Race 10 indeed, yes, up to 10 furlongs using the full length of the chute, back straight and round course. So looking forward to this, over 2,000 metres, Fillies Open for 3-year-olds and upwards. The top one is a familiar name to, of course, you and I. Tequila Mockingbird, who ran for Charlie Fellows in the UK, was last seen at Kempton in July, makes her first Saudi start here. Ahmed Al-Azhari in the saddle. In no time, big chance today up in trip for Wigberto Ramos. 3 is Jumanat Al-Reem, who was 5th in the Taif Derby back at meeting 47. Adel Al-Faredi now takes over from Farhead. Dreams Unwind, returning from a break, is number 4 for Alex Moreno. And 5 is Hidden Spell, 1 win from 28 starts, Khalid Al-Mimoni. Just a tad, will it be a first for this horse today? She's never been in the top 8 of any of her Saudi starts, so as long as she completes, she should do that today. She's formerly trained by William Haggis in the UK, both wins there. Blue Oud, as Callum mentioned, is still a maiden though, Abdullah Al Sayedi, and 8 is Stoppel, the last time out winner from meeting 56 for Tariq Al Mansour. Good form from that race, and hopefully she can back that up.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mark. Tequila Mockingbird, I thought you were talking about the venue in London, which is a regular frequented jaunt for myself in Putney. Tequila Mockingbird, great place to go. But this horse, yes, making first start in Saudi Arabia, Rory. We've seen these colours quite a bit with British purchasers. We
have, yes. Meshal Al-Materi. Tequila Mockingbird was a winner over 10 and 11 furlongs for Charlie Fellows. Runner-up of a mark of 77. In July at Kempton, I believe. So would be rated about 78, so it gives you an idea of where she'd fit in here. She'd need to run to her best form to have a chance of winning this, and I would have thought, given that she was in action in the UK, I think it takes them a little bit of time to acclimatise. If they've, if you bring them over close season and they've been let down and you sort of bring them back up, that's one thing. I think for her to have come here during the Saudi season and expect her to be at her best here, I think is asking a lot. So she may need this in terms of experience.
Yeah, she's an interesting one for me. I think Tom Collins made a very good point to me. He was very clear with just three runs they need to really get their act together, and before we can give them a chance to say whether we can judge them on their current form or not. But I don't know whether you agree with the three run principle.
Yeah, I don't like that as an absolute rule. I think it's as a general rule, fair enough. But when it's when you're suddenly expecting improvement after 3 runs from everything to the same pattern, it's maybe asking a little bit too much. But it's an interesting point that I wouldn't expect her to be ready first time. And then, of course, it's a bit of a culture shock. Second time is like you're also learning. I can see why it would take a number of runs. And we've seen a few horses here who've taken, 3, 4, 5 runs. Or maybe, you give them...
Well, we'll get to Estapel.
You give them 3 runs. You give them 3 runs in a season just to get their eye in. Then you put them away, and then you basically prepare them for a new season. And then they're a new project. And then you get an idea of what they can do. So I can see that happening. I see that being the case with Tequila Mockingbird this season.
In No Time is horse number 2.
Won a 1 mile fillies maiden at Taifa meeting 27, but all her form is at that trip and shorter, and I don't think she's a likely stayer over this 1.25 mile trip.
One of the intriguing runners is horse number 3, Jamanet Al Reem. Surely had a big chance here.
Ran very well when forced to Lethal Talent over 1,800 metres last time out. She hasn't raced at this trip, but she does give the impression that she actually might be at least as good as it. Similar sort of the comments to In No Time, but In No Time is well established at sort of 7 furlongs in a mile, and Jamanet Al Reem seemed to benefit from the 1,800 metres last time out, so I'd give her a chance of staying this trip as well.
Yeah, the Green Stable have 2 runners in here. One of them is Dreams Unwind, horse number 64. Horse number 4, rated 64.
Yes, indeed. Placed the Taifa last summer. She hasn't been in particularly good form this season. She's the winner at up to 1.75 miles. She's won 4 times, all for Mark Johnson. But she hasn't quite brought that form yet. And she's had a few starts, 7 starts in Saudi Arabia to do that. So you might just be losing patience with her.
Yeah, Hidden Spell is another who I'd be losing patience with as well, has put a string of pretty poor performances together quite recently.
Yeah, he's won. She has won at 6 furlongs. That was 4 years ago. She's not won since. She's fully effective at 6 furlongs still. So this trip looks like an absolute gamble. She's been well beaten in 2 tries, over 2,000 already. And she was nothing special actually in the UK for Carl Berg, I think, trained her. And she hasn't really pulled up any trees here either. So.
Khalid Al-Mamoni seems pretty happy about the prospect of riding her though, so I'm sure he'll be buzzing to get aboard. Always got a really good smile, Khalid. Just a tad is another one who, like Mark Francis said, is yet to finish inside the top 8, which will end today, providing she gets round.
Yeah, she is, as I wrote on my card, just a tad outclassed.
She's too good.
It's a bit tongue-in-cheek. She's rated 42, and her chance here is impossible to see.
Blue Oud, we call having a Blue Oud where you start really slowly and come flying home at the end, and that tends to be what Blue Oud does.
Yes, in lesser company as a rule. She's rated 55. She doesn't tend to win races. We talk about her, so she's run about 1 million times. She's had 5 runs here, and she's run into the money a couple of times in Taif, showing. Never really figuring as a win prospect, but then running on when the race is all over. She's here to pick up a bit of prize money, and she might well do that, but she's not going to win.
We talked about Tequila Mockingbird being a horse that will need some time to adjust to racing in Saudi Arabia. Estapel is another horse who's just needed just that, and finally she has got her act together, and she won last time, coming right down the middle of the track, wide and late. She was in our menu at the top of the show, so I think she's certainly got a chance here.
She definitely does, yes. She's well bred, and she's a 4-time winner, but she's becoming a little bit frustrating here. I thought she took a step in the right direction, meeting 48 in Taif, and then was very disappointing on the final day, but switched here and running in the first week of the season. She bounced right back to form to beat Bottle Rocket Man in a not to 85 handicap over course and distance last time out. This is theoretically a step up in class, but there aren't many in that not to 85. Well, there aren't many above the not to 85 bracket in here other than Jumanat Al Reem, and I think given that Estoppel has now finally got her eye in, I think she can build on that, and I think she's got the ability to take this step up in class in her stride. She is penalised. She's got 62 kilos to carry, and that's worth bearing in mind. So she's got to give quite a lot of weight away to some horses here. You assume in an open race that it's going to be level weights, but here she is coming down the middle of the track to win in fairly good style here last time out. Bottle Rocket Man in front looks like he's going to bounce back to form, but she nabs him very late in the day. A repeat of this isn't guaranteed to win her the race. I mean, strictly speaking, conceding £6 to Jumana Al Reem leaves her with a little bit to find.
We're going to see Jumana Al Reem now.
The race we're going to see Jumana Al Reem run over was over the 1800 metres and went forth to Lethal Talent. This is a good bit of form. It's just a case of whether you think she's going to stay this trip.
I think this form suggests that she will, because look how far back she is at this point. She comes absolutely rattling home from the clouds. So I certainly think she's got a decent enough chance. It's crazy to think that she's only 3, because I feel like I've seen her plenty, but she's still only a 3-year-old. She's got plenty still to find. But watch her, you'll see her shadow come through before you'll see her. She absolutely flies home. She's finishing alongside. Who's she finishing alongside? She's finishing alongside Masaya, who only went and boosted the form yesterday with a win. So I think that the form of that race looks good, and I think she's the main danger to Estoppel.
She definitely is.
Between the two of them, isn't it?
Strictly speaking, she's the one to beat on the figures. I just think Estoppel is the most likely to back up the run last time out. And the question you could ask yourself is, what's most important in a race like this? Is it the weights and measures, or is it the likelihood you're going to run your race? And in really competitive races, you're often looking for something that is a few points ahead of their mark. But in a race like this, where the two of them stand out on form, and there are a few who are really hard to fancy, I want to know which of the two who have the form to win is going to put their best foot forward. That's the way I look at this.
Very interesting. I like that a lot. That is why you are our resident form analyst. And Estoppel will probably be your selection then, Rory, I imagine.
I am going to make Estoppel my selection based on the run last time out. There is a risk involved with that because she hasn't always been that consistent. But I thought Jumanat Al Reem had a pretty hard race last time out as well. There's a good run, but she had to be hard ridden to pick up the pieces. They don't always bounce back from runs like that, whereas Estoppel, I thought, had a more enjoyable experience last time out, and that might just help her to hold her form.
I am going to take you on. I'm going to go for Jumanat Al Reem. I thought that she's continuing to build from good runs, both in Taif and then coming here and running a nice race here too. A lovely question from Jose Martinez says, will turf racing be starting in Riyadh this season? We hope so. We've got a turf course on the inside that's just being grown out, so I imagine that will come sooner rather than later. But yes, there will certainly be turf racing, especially as we get towards the big Saudi Cup meeting. So there'll be options on turf, but we've spoken about it before. If you've got a horse who likes the turf, there are very limited options. You only get it for maybe about 2 months of the year. Yeah,
but it's nice to have that variety when we do have it. I hope when we're back out next month that we have some turf racing. I've not looked at the calendar, so it's my fault for not being aware of exactly what the programme is. But you'd imagine looking at it at the moment, it's going to take a little bit of time to.
There are little green patches appearing, though. I don't know whether you've noticed when we get the slow motion replays, you can see the little green patches appearing. It's growing in, so it's going to be wonderful to see. And yes, Jose, we will be having some turf racing to look forward to. And like you said, the variety that will give us will be wonderful. We've got 12 race cars, and I think it'll just bring a different element for some of the dirt form that we've seen. Because I remember there was a horse in Taif that we saw had lots of turf form, no dirt form, then went to Taif and absolutely dotted up on the dirt. So it can be done. So a lot of these horses are going to start becoming dual operators, really, where they can run on both. But I think some will be really looking forward to the green stuff making an appearance. So just to go through those selections one more time, I like Jumanat Al Reem, horse number 3, while Rory likes Estoppel, horse number 8. Let us know in the comments who you're a fan of too, and thank you very much for continuing to watch the Jcsa live YouTube channel. Remember, all you have to do is like, subscribe, and turn on those bell notifications so you never miss an episode of this Thursday, Friday, and Saturday show. It's just me and Rory for 3 more races, and then you are left in the very capable hands of Michael and Tom for the next couple of weeks. And then myself and Rory will be coming roaring right back. Looking forward to that running just before Christmas as well. So very much looking forward to getting involved in all the racing here, and I'm looking forward to getting back out to the hot weather. Rory, how have you found Riyadh? As your first visit here, you and I are visiting for the first.
Yeah, listen, I'm fairly adaptable. I mean, it's a fairly bare landscape. You know, when we're coming into the racecourse, there's not an awful lot to see compared to Taif, which has a little bit of variety up in the mountains there. But I can happily. I said this to you the other day because I could happily spend 6 months out here. It wouldn't bother me at all.
No, there you go. I very much like the variation of stuff you can eat and choices and places to go here in Riyadh. It's a city I'm really looking to explore, and I can't wait to actually get back out here and get my explorer shoes on and have an explore around the place and see what is going on. Obviously, the wonderful shots of the half moon. Is there a technical name for that, Rory? A half moon? I can't remember.
Oh, well, half moon's one of them, but you've got I don't. There's a gibbous moon, but I'm not entirely sure what point you have to be a gibbous moon. That's very impressive detail there in the
who's on moon cam today? That's an Andrew job, isn't it? That's not Viv, because Viv usually will do the animal cam, but Andrew doing the typical shots of the moon there and getting right up there with the details. Cannot thank him enough, and everyone.
Quarter Moon was a good horse, wasn't she?
Was very good indeed. There you go. Look at you pulling those out from nowhere. Testing me, keep me on.
And that's obviously, you know, that's more of a quarter moon than a half moon when you think about it.
So as they begin the loading process, we can hand over to Mark Francis. Just a reminder, the selections are myself going for number 3, Rory going for number 8. And Mark, who do you like here?
I like the 2, Callum, In No Time. Big chance today, I think, up in trip. One at a mile back at meeting 27. And I think she will go close today. As the final few are coming forward, you can just see there either side of Hidden Spell. You can see Dreams Unwind in the first colours of the Almondale Sons, green jacket, red epaulets. Whereas the other side of Hidden Spell, just a tad, very similar colours, but green jacket with a purple cap and epaulets. Stand by, they're off. Racing away then over 10 furlongs. And the one that got the best start of all was Dreams Unwind through the centre, but also Handy is Just a Tad, and it's Just a Tad now who goes on. The former William Haggis trained inmate is in front by about 3 lengths now, kicking clear of Dreams Unwind in second. Tequila Mockingbird, first start in Saudi Arabia, is quite keen towards the inside running rail and just angling off the inside is In No Time. Just behind this wave then we have Hidden Spell's Yellow Sleeves. Further out on the race course, the spotted jacket of Blue Oud. Towards the rear of the field is Estoppel's White Cap and also the red and blue of Jumanat Al Reem. But there's a good pace on here, set by Just a Tad, who's yet to finish in the top 10, will do so today if completing. Leads by about 3 lengths. In No Time, though, is just closing that gap to about 1.5 lengths in second place. Between that pair, Dreams Unwind in the hood for Alex Moreno is very prominent indeed. Tequila Mockingbird's now settled into a nice rhythm in 4th position. The red and blue colours of Jumanat Al Reem, now ridden by Adel Al-Faredi, is just picking up 1 or 2 places. Stoppo is deep on the race course. Just dropping back is Hidden Spell, and Blue Oud is the first one to struggle as they go down the side of the course. They completed their first 1,200 metres in 1:16, almost flat. Purple Cap then of Just a Tad now being ridden for the first time. The challengers are coming wide off the turn. The black jacket of In No Time has company for second place with Jumanat Al Reem, and Jumanat Al Reem now goes on, chased by Estoppel, who's deep on the course as they come inside the last 400, and Jumanat Al Reem goes for home. Estoppel, though, will make that challenge gain down the wide outside. In No Time is relegated to 3rd, and then Tequila Mockingbird, but Jumanat Al Reem is the one to catch, and they better think it's going further clear in the last 150. Jumanat Al Reem is clear by 5 lengths to Estoppel in second place, and that's the order that they'll finish. Jumanat Al Reem goes on to win. Plugging on in second was Estoppel, but it was no better than second place. Tequila Mockingbird may have just got up for third. Jumanat Al Reem, the winner for Adel Al Faradi. It's a hat-trick for Adel. He's been gifted 1 or 2 spare rides today, and he's taken full advantage aboard this filly, who was 5th in a very, very valuable race back at meeting 47. Wins in a time of 2:08.09, and in great style, almost 5 lengths back to Estoppel, who's run a decent race in second. She's brought the form from her recent win to play here, but beaten in no time, got third ahead of Tequila Mockingbird. It's a 3B8 finish, and Jumanat Al Reem, a very talented 3-year-old, going places.
And that is not 1, not 2, but 3 winners for Adel Al Faradi, who has stepped in to replace his brother Farhad Al Faradi, who is not riding today, and has put up that hat-trick on Jumanat Al Reem. Jose Martinez in the chat said he took charge at the head of the straight, and that was a brilliant move by the jockey. And Rory, I think you can concur, because they were 5 wide going into that final turn.
They were, and Estoppel was widest of all through white. I suspect the issue with her is that she probably wants a little bit of daylight, but she's gone very wide as a result and conceded ground. She did make a move to get on the heels of Jumanat Al Reem on the bend, but always being forced wide around that bend didn't help her chances. Also, the fact she was giving, we don't always mention this enough, she was giving £6 away to the winner, and that's the difference between them on the day. Jumanat Al Reem stayed this trip. That was the key. I mean, she's not tried the trip before, but she stayed on really strongly over 1,800 metres last time out, suggesting this trip wouldn't be a bother. She had quite a hard race there. That was my concern with her coming into this, rather than the stamina. But she's bounced out of it pretty fresh, and she's showing plenty of enthusiasm here. Not much depth behind the front 2 in the race, but she's taken this opportunity with gusto.
Yeah, she's an interesting filly to go to war with in the future. I think that clearly the further she goes, the better she gets. 2,000 metres looks to be the furthest she can get here in Riyadh. I wouldn't be surprised to see her contesting some decent 2,000 metre contests for fillies specifically. So I think we'll see some later on races where she'll be able to put her mark in and really be a horse to watch out for, because she's been relatively busy. They did send it to Taif. It didn't quite work out in Taif. Didn't quite handle the bends there. I thought the run last time was a real eye-catching performance. But like you said, it was a hard race. She was hard-ridden all the way home, and she's not been given any slack here either, because she's trying to get right up there in the early stages. She's broken pretty slowly, but she actually creeps into the race quite quickly, and the likes of Blue Oud drop off quite quickly.
Yeah, she's having to work to stay in touch earlier, and that's what happened last time. She got outpaced over a shorter trip, and then was left in a poor position. What I thought was quite interesting there was that Estoppel got away fairly well on the outside of Blue Oud, and then they've raced together. So that at this stage they end up being last and second last. I'm not entirely sure.
It doesn't help that Hidden Spell drops as well. So
yes.
you see Hidden Spell just on the inside of Blue Oud.
But I actually thought that Estoppel was in a good position to track the leader early on, but her jockey didn't seem to want to go past Blue Oud in the early stages, and still she's only just moving past that lowly rated horse now. She's not far up. I mean, she's close enough to the eventual winner, but the eventual winner is a horse who's shown real staying power last time out. And Estoppel, again, is going to have to be 4 and 5 wide on this bend. And
I think
can't be beneficial to her chances.
I think Tariq Al-Manzour just took him a visor there as well. Something seemed to fly off off where he was riding there. So maybe he had a visor and he took that off. He might not have had the best of passageways. Which, if that is the case, he's done well to get this horse up for second.
Well, he's had an uninterrupted passage all the way around. It's just been wide. She's always had nothing on her outside. But you're going an extra 20 or 30 yards by staying that wide all the way around, and that counts for a bit in the finish. So she stayed on past the others well enough. But her rating, entitled her to do that anyway. It didn't entitle her to beat a peak form Jumanat Al Reem, and she never really looked likely to do that in the last 300 metres.
In no time, we'll want to go back to a mile here, won't she? That's the other horse that was involved with Mark France's selection. I think she'll want to drop back and trip. In the Tats return, she was not able to keep going with the rest of them.
Yeah, I think even 7 furlongs for in no time. I don't think she really wants this trip, but a mile and 7 furlongs come alight to her, but she hasn't looked like she wanted this sort of trip. Whereas, although Jumana Al Reem hadn't tried it before, she'd been shaping up as if the step up the trip would actually be beneficial to her.
Yeah, and it was interesting to see that they were going at a nice pace. It was set by the stablemate Dreams Unwind, was trying to act almost like a pacemaker. But when you're so far wide, it's almost difficult to do that, isn't it? Because you can't get involved in the race. But we saw, on the other hand, with the Red Stable getting in each other's way.
Exactly.
You've got a pacemaker falling back through the field.
And the interesting, in terms of the pace here, it was quite useful that Just a Tad, despite being rated 42, did put pace into this race for quite a long way, so it stopped it becoming really messy.
Yeah, and then Just a Tad justifying the low rating there, ended up finishing very slowly. Blue Oud could not get involved. A Hidden Spell fell away quite quickly as well. So there were plenty of horses who we didn't think could get involved, not springing any surprises. But the two that we thought would be at the head of affairs were at the head of affairs. And Dan Al-Faredi has now rattled off the hat trick, and he's trying to claw back that Camille Ospina lead. And this is the first time we've actually ridden more winners than Camille on a day. But remember, Camille's had a winner, and he's still got 2 races left.
Exactly, so I wouldn't be at all surprised to see him coming roaring back. As we've seen often enough in the past.
He rides the interesting power in numbers in the next race, actually. This is a fascinating contest, race 11, so I think he could be in for another winner.
Well, we shall see.
Yes, and actually, we're back amongst the winners because Callum Helliwell selected Jumanat Al Reem here, so that was good to see us getting back amongst the winners. We do move swiftly on to race 11, which is another small field contest, Rory, but this, although the field is small, the quality is high.
It is, yeah. It's a bit of a shame that we were losing Mo Strike in this race. It was a really interesting potential debutant in this country, bringing a strong American form to the table. But he's out now, which is a shame because I was really looking forward to that. But power in numbers is very interesting, and you've got decent form and offer from Al Mulham and Golden Line as well. And no hopers in this race. They've all got a decent level of ability. So, although it'll be difficult to see the likes of Dahi at the bottom winning this, at least you're not looking at sort of 40 and 50 rated horses getting involved in this very competitive-looking open contest.
Shall we talk about our bus drive on the way in, where you said, who are you looking forward to? I said, I'm really looking forward to see Power the Numbers, and you went, I'm really looking forward to see Mo Strike, and I went, I really hate to be the bearer of bad news, but he gone. So there's
because I wanted to talk about Mo Strike.
Talk about him anyway, because he's going to come back to Saudi Arabia. We're going to see him.
But as a concept, because it's a slightly unusual scenario in that his owner raced him in the States. So his owner actually bought him at the sales, raced him in the States. I think Brad Cox trained him. He won the Grade 3 Sanford Stakes over 6 furlongs. He was then, he ran respectably on a muddy track in Grade 1 company last time out. He finished just behind a horse who went on to win the Grade 1 Champagne Stakes. So the form was really, really interesting, but also this idea that Saudi owners will go to the States, pick up their horses at the sales in the States, give them a start out there as 2-year-olds, and then bring them back here, maybe with something like the Taif Derby, the Saudi Derby in mind for them. I think that's obviously seems to be the plan for Mo Strike. If they end up doing tremendously well here, then you can ship them back to the States if you want to, if you think you might have a Triple Crown challenger on your hands. It's not been done an awful lot, but there's no reason why that can't be a route that horses take, and Mo Strike was a very interesting contender with that kind of pedigree, because normally we're seeing horses that race for US connections and then are bought at the sales and brought over here, and you know for various reasons, or horses who are bought from the sales untried and then brought here. But this is a horse who'd proven himself in the States and then was brought over here by the same connections to race, and we'll see him hopefully soon enough. He's on paper a very exciting horse, and I watched his Sanford Stakes win, and it was pretty impressive.
Yes, he is an exciting horse for the future. Keep him in mind with your Saudi notepads. However, Mark Francis, we've got a race to go through, so take us through the runners and riders for race 11.
Thank you, Callum. Yes, final 2 races to go here, and I think this is an absolute belter of a contest. 1,600 metres, we're back to the mile. 8 runners, headed by number 1, Sati for Naif Al-Anazi. Alpha Hab is the 2 for Mohammed Suleiman. 3 is Radad for Alex Moreno, looking for a double. And 4, got some very interesting form, this Brack for Abdulaziz Al-Faradia. Very much expect this one to be prominent. So too, Power in Numbers. Of course, the White Stable already had 2 winners today. Former US-trained Power in Numbers for Camilo Ospina. Golden Line is very much a place guarantee. He's never been out of the top 3, this horse. 1 win from 10, though, would be the worry with Berto Ramos. Al Mulhem for Adel Al-Faradi, looking for 4 winners on the night. Looked very prolific at meeting 32, but was disappointing in the Taif Cup last time out, meeting 39. And Dahi, as Rory says, at a rating of 79, looks to have an uphill task for Abdullah Al-Farouz. 8 runners who are already arriving into the paddock.
Thank you, Mark. And this is Sati, horse number 1. A little bit weak in behind, but still a big, powerful, strong type all the other ways.
Yes, he is. He's strong-bodied. He looks well, but he was tailed off last time out, and even if getting back to his best form, this 2,000-metre maiden winner will have a little bit of work to do.
Al Taheb, horse number 2.
Course and distance maiden winner in March, disappointing in Taif, but he's the type who might find this track suiting him better, and I could see him bouncing back to some sort of form, although a rating of 75 suggests that he'd find easier races than this as well.
Here's Radad, horse number 3.
First 6th of 9 behind O'Sheik in an 1,800-metre open 2 weeks ago, but was beaten at 11 1/4 lengths, and although he looks well, needs to step up on that form to be winning a race of this nature.
Mark was interested in Brock. Why was he?
Well, he's a 6 furlong maiden winner who ran well when fourth to Final Destination on the Taif Derby when last seen. Final Destination was one of the stories of last summer. Improved from getting beaten in maidens to going all the way to winning the Taif Derby. Brock was also 6th in the Taif Cup in his previous start, so he's been running well in fairly hot company, and although he's got a bit to find on the ratings, he's still coming forward. I think he's 1 from 8 in his career. If he handles course and distance, then he's one to bear in mind.
I don't know whether you just saw horse number 5, Power in Numbers, but my goodness, I don't think I've seen a horse built like that since we've been here in Saudi Arabia. The American import is an absolute tank. He's horse number 5.
Yes, he's very interesting on paper as well. He's a 3-time US winner, including in stakes company, and he ran very well on his debut here, when 2nd to O'Sheik in that 1,800-metre contest last time out. He needs to step up a little bit on that, but entitled to have just needed that run after a break, and has scope to do really well here.
Golden Line is horse number 6.
Really consistent, has never finished worse than third in his entire career. That's a remarkable stat here, because there are plenty of races where you need a bit of luck in running. So Golden Line's never been out of the 3. Was third to Commissioner King in the Taif Cup. Was ahead second to Al Malia in a non-winners of 4 over 1,800 metres last time out. He's a really good yardstick here. If anything's good enough to beat him by more than a length or 2, they have to be smart.
Yes, and then we have Al Mulhem, horse number 7, who looked very smart when first time up in Taif, but didn't quite back that up.
Yeah, he beat Final Destination in a 1 mile Jcsa award race on his debut in Taif, looking a monster, I thought.
I remember.
Won that really well.
Yeah.
But then he ran in the Taif Cup next time out, was behind Golden Line and Bruck in that race. Now, he's better than that. And he's higher rated than he's the highest rated in the race with most strike being out. But Al Mulhem needs to show that he can do it again. Maybe he's just best fresh, because he was turned out fairly quickly for that Taif Cup run.
Yeah, we're going to look at a couple of them in action now. The first one we're going to look at is Golden Line. This was the second place finish last time out. This was at the end of October. Not a bad performance. I keep thinking he gets up to win this. It's a really, really tight finish. Check the horse on the inside with the big white face. They seem to hit the line together, and I'm still convinced that Golden Line got up and won.
Yeah, it looks like he's getting the better of that battle everywhere. And yeah, it's an old one. He obviously... still looks the winner to me, but yeah, a typically game performance from him, beaten ahead officially in the end.
This is a really interesting performance from Al Mulhem. This is when he first appeared in Taif. It was a really interesting race because he came very unexposed. Tom Collins was banging down the door about this horse and was convinced he was going to win. I was on Final Destination that day. And Al Mulhem put Final Destination well in his place. And looking at this, you think he is an absolute monster. He brought good Riyadh form from his 2-year-old career and looked like he was taking a step forward.
Yeah, you've only got to make an excuse for that run last time out when only 8th in the Taif Cup. Clearly that's nowhere near as good as what he showed when beating Final Destination. His Final Destination showed by going on to win the Taif Derby at the end of the season. So I think if you can just ignore that run, he's got outstanding claims here.
Now, Power and Numbers looks like he's going to fade into about 5th place here, but watch what he does to Dahi, who's also running in the striped cap. They're both going to take each other on. Power and Numbers had led all the way here. O'Sheet's got him swept on by, has the stamina and class here, but Power and Numbers battles on well for second here.
Yeah, he battles on well as if he actually maybe wants slightly further than this, but he's actually dropping back in trip here. This was 1,800 metres and he's dropping back to a mile. So that's a slight question mark, given he got done for 2 and then stayed on again. But aside from that, his US form reads really well. There's a chance that he just needed the run to some degree. He looks a tad rusty. He wasn't fading at the end of it, but he's entitled to come on for his first experience of this track. And if he does, then he's an interesting player. You'd say that his US form would give him a rating in the mid-90s. From what I've seen of it as well. So if he runs to that, then he goes well. But he does need to step up a little bit on the form of that second O'Sheet.
So yeah, now we've had a good look at some of them in action. Who do you like here, Rory?
I'm gonna stick with Al Mulhem now that Mo Strike is out of the race. He did disappoint last time out, but the rest of his form make him look really good. And the collateral form lines based on his defeat of Final Destination make him look very good here. Obviously, that gets muddled by his last run, but I'm just...
The last run, all this form is available to watch online. All you need to do is visit the Jcsa website, and all that form is there for you. It's both in Arabic and in English, so it's plenty easy to find. Al Mulhem, if you watched that run last time out, he's pushed so wide. He has a nightmare passage all the way around and isn't quite able to get in and get going. And by the time he gets involved, he's well beaten.
Yeah, he is. What I thought was interesting about the run first time up was that he was angled out wide on the track from a long way, and a big horse like him wouldn't necessarily handle the Taif bends particularly well, but he had room to come round there, which helped him handle that. as you said, in a second start he was pushed wide, but I think this track will suit him a lot better, and he should bounce back to form.
So Rory likes number 7, Al Mulhem. I absolutely love number 5, Power in Numbers. Can't wait to see how he goes. Mark Francis, as they begin the loading process, who do you like?
Still making my mind up, Callum. I do like Golden Line. He's ultra consistent. He needs a mention. Brack, obviously, I highlighted before the race. Oh, goodness me. I'll go with Power in Numbers. The stable are absolutely flying, aren't they? And Camillo Ospina looking for a double. Yeah, I'll go with Power in Numbers. Powerful individual. And, yeah, this is going to be a really good race. Really looking forward to this. Set at the mile start, and they're off. Good clean break as we race away for our 3-year-old open contest, the penultimate of the night. Towards the inside, Sarti got away well from stall number 1 to lead the parade as they go down the back straight. In front by about half a length, maybe 3/4, to Riyadh in second, and Power in Numbers with the white blinkers also handy 3 wide as they go midway down the back straight. Just in behind runners then is Golden Line deep on the course. This is being followed by Brack towards the rail. The back trio include Al Fahab. Also back there is Dahi, and Al Mulhem has more runners in front than behind as they begin to make the left-handed turn back down the side of the racecourse, and Sarti has company for the lead. With Riyadh in the centre, Power in Numbers travelling powerfully for double-seeking Camillo Ospina in third, and then comes Golden Line, who's getting a good seam into this race in fourth. Back towards the inside rail is Brack. Al Mulhem now picking off 1 or 2 rivals, relegates towards the back of the pack Al Fahab, and the back marker continues to be Dahi, and outpaced as Power in Numbers now powers to the front around the outside of Riyadh. Sarti gives way in third. Brack is now moving forwards into a menacing position, and so too is Golden Line. But as they go inside the last 350 metres, Power in Numbers says, come and get me if you can. Power in Numbers in front by 3 lengths. Brack, Golden Line and Al Mulhem down the wide outside are giving chase, but deep inside the last furlong they go, and Power in Numbers is not stopping here, but Al Mulhem will close him down towards the line, racing up towards that line, and Power in Numbers is responding to every urge that Camillo Ospina is applying. Power in Numbers powers away from them to take this open race in sensational style. Second at meeting 58, goes one better here. Camillo Ospina, yet another winner for him. Power in Numbers fought off the challenge of Al Mulhem, who got going, but maybe just a little bit too late. Adel Alfredi denied the 4-timer. Al Mulhem, though, back in form, just couldn't reach Power in Numbers, who won in a time of 1:39.51. Power in Numbers clear then of Al Mulhem in second. 2.5 lengths is the gap. Then back in third was Brack, Golden Line fourth, and Dahi, I think that is, getting up for fifth. It's a high-class 1, 2, 3, 4. Power in Numbers, though. Too powerful today for the opposition.
Congrats, Camilo. How is it this second run for him for side?
Yeah, you know, Sally, the first thing always, thank you very much to the print meet. Intense way with him, with the Talal bin Sharain, the manager, Ahmed Neri, Dulaba, the whole team of the white stable, you know. That's for the first time. Yeah, the first time he ran 9 for him, you know, but he is still not 100%, and he finished second. And we are very happy with this horse. And today, mashallah, today is different horses. He's coming in front together with another horses. This guy is coming comfortable. Yeah, from the start he wanted to go. And when I asked him in the last 400 meters, he responded very good. He won. Thank you.
I think we've seen a very, very special horse here in the shape of Power in Numbers and Camilo Ospina on board. Camilo at the double, but that's not the story here. Power in Numbers, an expensive US purchase, has absolutely bolted up here when dropped in trip, second start in Saudi Arabia, and he's clearly still full of beans. Camilo just jumped off, but just look at the size of this horse. He's an absolute beast. He's one of the true American types, and I think he's a fascinating horse to see in the future. From a breeding standpoint, he's still an entire, so he's certainly going to have an option at stud if he can continue this improvement. This is over the mile, but I think he's got plenty of scope to maybe go further, maybe even drop back, because he's just got so much speed. But the man on board is the man we must talk to. Camilo Ospina in the saddle. Camilo, firstly, congratulations, well done, superb performance. He is a massive horse. How good is he to ride?
No, you know, the horse, first time he ran here, he finished second, yeah, but still not 100%. And this horse, he has very, very good quality to run, you know. And today he's coming much better. He's coming more fit for that race. Yeah, and he jumped very, very strong. He wants to go quickly, but I try to save him because I know the race is very strong. But thanks God, when I asked him in the 400 meters, he responded very good, and he keeping going until wide.
He dropped back to a mile today. Was that an important thing for him to go over a shorter distance?
Yeah, I think in the 9 furlong today, no problem. Because he never stopped, you know, he keeping the same pace until wide. And after the finish, he wants to go again, you know, he's a good horse, you know, he ran in America, he won 3 times, he finished second twice. He's a very good horse.
He certainly looks like a very talented individual. How much further do you think he can go? How good could he be?
No, I don't know. I don't know how is the quality with this horse, you know, because he is coming, you know. The American horses always, they come to here and they, the first race he do normal race and then they come and improving. But today my horse, I'm very happy with him.
You must be very happy to get a double here. That's 9 wins now over the last 3 days. Very, very impressive.
You know, always I say thanks God, thanks to the Prince Mita bin Abdullah, Talal bin Sharain, the trainers give me support. You know, this is very important for me, and I'm very happy because when they give me good horses, I can win. You know.
And you've got a fusser in the final race today. Does he have a chance?
Yeah, she got a chance also. We'll see. It's tough race, but we can do.
Well, best of luck and hopefully 3 more winners today.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Well done.
Yes, yet another winner for Camilo. It's a double now on the day. The top 2 jockeys dominating the car today with 5 winners between them. And this horse, Power in Numbers, he was very promising here first time up, but he's taken a step forward. Camilo giving you an idea of what he expects of these American imports, showing ability first time up, but stepping forward and breaking 140 for the mile, 1 minute 39.51 for the 1600 meters. Not many have dipped under that this season. It's a sign of a high class performer. We already know that he was a stakes winner in the States anyway, but he's clearly taken well to the dirt here in Riyadh. We get to see the race from the start again, and what you'll see is a couple of those drawn low, Sati from stall 1 and Riyadh in the white colours in stall 3 go forward early on. But Power in Numbers, as Camilo said, was quickly out of the gate, as as a lot of the US horses can be, those who've raced there, they get trained to jump well when they hear the bell, and he wanted to go on, but Camilo was less keen to give him his head at this stage and wanted the inside pair to give him a lead for a while, but he's travelling very strongly up with the pace. There's a gap immediately behind the first three to Golden Line in fourth place, and we saw the likes of Al Mulhem and Brock held up towards the back of the field and making their ground. They're last and second last at this stage, but just beginning to make headway between horses as Power and Numbers is asked to go on. You will see in the purplish colours, Al Mulhem, who finishes second in the end, is pulled wide of Golden Line at this stage. He's not easy to steer though. His jockey asks him to come wide, and then he's immediately hanging in again, so he has to sit and suffer for a little while. And you'll see when he does get out wide, first of all, Golden Line comes wide of Brack at that stage, which forces Al Mulhem to race even wider on the track. And when he gets going, he immediately cuts in towards his left. So although he's going forward well at this stage and looking like he might be a threat, his jockey does have to correct him at least once to stop him hanging right across to the rails. And that's something we saw a little bit even when he won at Taif. He's not the easiest to steer when he's going forward. He's not doing an awful lot wrong. He's not trying to hang fire or anything, but his steering's just a little bit wonky, and he needs his rider to make sure that he's not interfering with other horses or in danger of running across to the rail. So that did not help his chance, but the winner has been impressive anyway. Even if Al Mulhem had come back to his best, it clearly would have been reasonably close. But the fact that this horse is able to race kindly from the start, bounces out the stalls really well, wanted to go and was just held slightly in check by Camilo without disappointing him, and then asked to win his race a couple of furlongs out, and did it very nicely. His main challenges were deep closers, and they've come through from the back of the field. Al Mulhem to grab second, and Brack, who came from the same sort of position but made his ground slightly more smoothly than the runner-up. But maybe not quite as powerful as that in the finish. But obviously a good race, as we were saying before, and Golden Line is one of the most reliable horses in training here. A solid 90 performer who's never been out of the three in his life. This is the first time he has been in this contest, finishing fourth here, but not doing an awful lot wrong, just finding three very good horses. Too good for him in the end. The front two in particular are very good. Al Mulhem's always going to be a little bit of a head scratcher because he does a little bit wrong in his races, but he's got a massive engine. He's going to find a race that sort of falls into his lap. He's going to, at least once a season, look exceptional by beating good horses by a fair way. But a lot can go wrong for him in his races, and most of that's his own doing as well. So he's always going to be a little bit frustrating. But this horse looks very straightforward, Power and Numbers. As I said beforehand, he looked a mid to high 90s horse on his US form, and he's very much proven that on his second start in Saudi Arabia with an impressive win.
Yes, he was the horse I was most looking forward to seeing today, and he has justified the hype that I put into him. I think he's quite a special animal. He's just so beautiful in the parade ring and getting a chance to get up close. Hopefully we'll get a chance to see more horses in the parade ring up close later on towards into the season, but take nothing away from this boy. He was superb, and Camilo on board was typically very humble about his response about how this horse has just improved for the drop and trip, and he could be anything. But I think he made a quite little slip up where he said he let the curtain out a little bit, where he said these American horses are different. Riding these American horses are really different, and you can see he looks different. He carries himself different. He was ponied down to the start, and he made the pony look like a Shetland. So he's certainly got everything going about him the right way, and hopefully he can take this further. And I wouldn't be surprised if they stick to the mile.
Yeah, I think he's going to be effective over shorter here as well. One thing that he's really got in his favour is that even if they don't want to be pressing on with him, he's got really good gate speed.
Yes, we've got to look at our next race, though. That was an exciting contest. This is another exciting contest. It's the Municipality of Riyadh Area Cup. It's the 12th race on our card. It's over 1,600 metres, and there's only one man who can take us through the runners and riders, and it is Mr. Mark Francis.
Thank you, Callum. Yes. Cup time, 3-year-olds. A mile is the trip for our final race. Tonight's feature, 150,000 Saudi Riyal up for grabs. They're headed by number 1, Ibn Hadban. for Abdullah Al-Kridis. 2 is Shibul Al-Anaya for Abdullah Al-Rashed, and Hashim is the 3 for Alex Moreno. Abdullah Al-Hamis rides the 4, Al-Habir. La Casa Lassalle is the 5 for Abdullah Al-Saidi, and Ejabi for Victor Gutierrez is the 6. A Fassa for Camilo Ospina, looking for the hat-trick, is the 7, second in the Asia Cup last time out. 8 is Shagmoon Al-Khail for Khaled Al-Memoni. 9 is a late scratch, big non-runner this, Ibn Toulon is out for Luis Morales. 10, Yesabek Al-Ri does go Mohamed Saeed. Motaharbeth, I should say, for Rayan Al-Taesh. That's a late jockey change too. Mathroot is 12 for Eddie Castro. Aliyah Alim for Tariq Al-Mansour is the 13. 14, Johar Al-Riyadh for Mohamed Al-Dahab. So a baker's dozen, 13 if you don't know, on their way to the 1 mile start without, chaps, Ibn Toulon, which is a big non-runner here.
Absolutely, Mark. That is heartbreaking news to hear that Ibn Toulon will not be taking his chance here. That was my selection, so it's thrown everything wide open. And we see horse number 1, Ibn Hadban, going around the parade. We may as well go through all of them.
Yeah, Ibn Hadban's last 2 wins have come in not to 75 company, over 7 furlongs, and 2,000 metres in not to 8 company last time out. He ran well last time, beating Maybury and Forgivable in quite a tight finish, but he's up in class here, and this is tougher.
Yeah, Shibal Al-Anaya is horse number 2.
It was a course and distance open winner in January, and what was a good time, won 1:38.86, remarkably fast time actually, and then was well beaten in the King Abdulaziz University Cup last time out. I could forgive that, and Shibal Al-Anaya must be interesting if able to bounce back to last season's form.
Hashim is horse number 3.
1 mile maiden winner at Taif in 2022, but form is very patchy. This horse has got 7 1s in a row in its card. That's usually a good thing. Unfortunately, 6 of the 1s on his card are 11s, if that makes any sense to you, Callum.
Very well done.
When I scribbled all the form lines out, it looks very impressive, then you realise what it is.
It's not quite as striking as you saw. Alabar is horse number 4.
1 mile Taif maiden winner, 3rd in the course and distance, not to 75 last time out, so track and chip are fine for him, but this is not a not to 75, this is a tough race.
La Casa Lassalle is horse number 5.
Looks to be well out of his depth here, well beaten on debut last season and tailed off in his return.
EJB is horse number 6.
Yeah, came back to form when 8 1/4 lengths 6 to Sodad in the Saudi Boy Scouts Association Cup last week over 7 furlongs, and was winner of this race last year. So I'd expect that EJB had that run last week to get him spot on for this. That was a good enough performance. It was a really hot race that Sodad won last week over a trip that's probably short of EJB's
a good
best.
time as well, wasn't it?
Yeah,
I'm sure
very
that
good time.
time was good. A Fuss is horse number 7, looking to give Camille Ospina the hat-trick.
Yeah, took a non-winners of 3 at Taif, 2 starts ago before an excellent second to Najmat Al-Hafil in the Asia Cup last time out. Najmat Al-Hafil ran a cracker yesterday, went second, so that's boosted that form and makes Efasa one of the most interesting in the race.
Shagmoon Al-Khail, horse number 8.
Course and distance open winner a year ago, placed twice from 10 outings since then, and was a solid 5.5 lengths fourth to Mafrood in a Jcsa challenge contest last time. Needs a little bit more, but doesn't have a massive amount to find.
Yeah, number 10 is Yasarbek Al-Rayas. I can't believe even Toulon's not running.
Yeah, I know. Yasarbek Al-Raya, well held last time, finishing only 14th on his return to racing at Riyadh, and finished last season out of form as well. Does have half-decent form going by, but hasn't shown it for a while now.
Here's a fascinating runner. Firstly, looks superb in the parade ring. Motabaheth has won on debut and now gets chucked straight into this area cup. This is a big step up.
It is a big step up in class. The debut win was over 7 furlongs, beating Wakil Al-Anaya by 5.5 lengths. Impressive, but we discussed this before, that sometimes these horses we're getting to see a Fasa finishing second to Najmat Al-Mahafil last time out. This is a very good performance.
Najmat Al-Mahafil boosted this form too.
Exactly, yes. She was second, having looked like she was going to win for a long way yesterday. and she's won this in quite good style. But he's warmed up for this with a good performance. This was his first run in a while as well. He hadn't been seen since meeting 38 in Taif, and he might just have been a little bit rusty. There are a lot of horses just in behind him, but that suggests he was running himself back into form, and he's interesting here.
Here's this absolutely gorgeous individual, horse number 11 on your race card, Motobias. Now this is a maiden at the beginning of the Riyadh season. This is only a couple of weeks ago. I like the way he wins this. He's got that big rounded knee action like we saw with Off the Map for earlier in the card. But he's like a rocking horse, isn't he? It'd be interesting to see how he gets on here, because this is a big step up in class. But they must have entered him for a reason.
The longer trip will suit. And he does have a lot of potential, but this is a big step up very quickly. And given he was never off the bridle there and he's able to do his own thing, this is going to be a bit of a culture shock for him. We've
didn't quite dominate it the way we've seen a lot of the white stable horses dominate though. So that would be a positive, would it? I'm not sure.
A little bit, yeah, but it's still a tough ask. He's going to be very good to win it. This is Mahrout in winning action. This is obviously here, as you can see, the lovely grass track on the inside. This is a 7 furlong open. This is a good enough performance, but this is his maximum trip. He's just about hanging on here, and he doesn't have much form beyond 7 furlongs. So I thought that Mahrout would be very vulnerable here.
I quite like the way that when he looked like he was coming under a bit of pressure from the horse on the outside and the stripe colours, he found a bit more and went away and won nicely.
It was a likeable performance, but I definitely like him at that trip because you look through it's not just a case of judging on that. You look through his form, and his best form is at short of 1,600 metres.
Well, we just heard about Mahrout. Let's talk about the 13 and 14. Alaya Alaim is horse number 13, unlucky for some.
3 lengths third to Bismillah Alelia in a not so 80 handicap last night. That's a solid performance, but again,
Bismillah Alelia got pumped yesterday.
What I couldn't work out here was I think Alelia. Oh, I know what it is. It's Tariq Al Mansour who's riding. Obviously claims, because I was thinking this was actually receiving weight in that handicap, and I'm not sure again what the rules are about claiming in races of this nature. In a cup race, I don't know whether apprentices can claim. They wouldn't be able to back home.
Yeah, they couldn't do it.
So if he isn't, then that rating of 80, you could basically downgrade it because of the fact that the jockey's been able to claim before and can't claim now. So I thought it was a tough enough task, even though Alaim is coming here in good form.
We've also got Jawar Al Riyadh, horse number 14. Mohammed Al Hamilton.
1 mile maiden winner here last October. Finished 6 lengths 5th to Al Sharid and a non-winners of 3 last time out. Again, solid enough effort. It's done 141 for this trip. Just falls slightly short at this level, but could hit the frame if everything falls his way in this contest.
They're already circling at the start, so we'll get our selections in nice and quickly. Rory, who do you like here?
Well, Ibn Toulon would have been my selection, and now I've got to make a different one. It's hard to get away from Efasa now. I'm not mad on Motobahath here because we've seen plenty of horses in the white stable colours step up this quickly, and they do tend to struggle initially, even if they eventually find the form again. So Efasa is much more interesting of those. Oh no, do you know what? No, I'm not going to go for Efasa. I'm going to go for EJB, who won the race last year. And I think if he comes back, I think he'll come on for that run last week. And if he does, that will put him right in the mix. Victor Gutierrez would be an interesting jockey to have on the winning card today, with this being dominated by 2 jockeys so far.
Yes, it would be. I am going to go for Motobahath. I'm a sucker for this sort of profile. I think there's a reason he's in there. I think they'll allow Efasa to kind of bowl along in front. I don't imagine they'll expect Motobias to dominate over this trip. If he goes flying out in front, we'll know our fate pretty soon. He may spit the dummy out completely and hate every second of this, but I would be gutted if I didn't go for him and he went and won. So I'm going to go for Motobias, number 11 on your race card, taking nothing away from Efasa, who looks to be probably the stable's first string. So Rory likes number 6, I like number 11. Mark Francis, as they begin the loading process for the final time. It's been a wonderful day to have you on board. Who do you like in this one?
Thank you, Callum. Very kind words. I've had a really good day today, actually. Really enjoyed it. Like Rory, I would have been with Ibn Toulon here as well, which is a real shame. And I guess by process, it's very quick to jump on a Fassa, and it's a boring selection, but I think now without the 9, a Fassa is the one to beat. The mark of 92. Is there really anything that can beat this? Jcsa, you respect, as Rory highlighted, won the race last year. The second representative from the white stable, Motabarhef, has class. But is this too big a jump too soon? Just a bit of housekeeping. You can see Marut in shot there, has the white cap, second colours of the red stable. And unexpectedly, a Fassa, has the first colours, Camilo Ospina for the white stable, green cap, and Motabarhef. With the red cap, there goes Jcsa Lassalle. Of course, we'll be back next Thursday, Friday and Saturday for 3 more meetings here, 36 races at Riyadh. Gives me a chance to pass on my own thanks to Callum and Rory for their work the last couple of weeks. An excellent job, gentlemen. Hashem goes into 3, Shibor Alanea into 2. We've got about 5 out of line. Great colours these, the Hungarian flag with black sleeves and cap for Shagmoum Al-Khail. Also waiting is Johor Al Riyadh, a Fassa, Marut, Motabarhef and Yesabek Al Ri. The night has belonged to Alo Alfredo. Hat-trick, Camilo Ospina with a couple of winners. The weekend he's had Alex Moreno, Luis Morales also amongst the winners. Camilo Ospina is going further clear in the Jockeys Championship. And here he is, looking for another hat-trick. 2 left to go. Yesabek Al Ri and Johor Al Riyadh into 14. No Ibn Talon, so 13 runners at the mile start. They're off. Racing away then for the municipality of Riyadh Area Cup. And they all got away pretty smartly. Through the centre, a Fassa is one of the first to show, but pushed forward to take a handy position, if not the lead, is Shagmoum Al-Khail, and Shagmoum Al-Khail is one of the first to show, pushed along, scrubbed along. Abdullah Al-Sayedi is busy on Jcsa Lassalle towards the inside running rail. The red cap in the centre belongs to Motabarhef, and further out the white cap of Mathrut. It's a ferocious pace on here, plenty of them want a slice of the early action, and it's probably just Khaled Al-Mimoni in front on Shagmoum Al-Khail. Leads only narrowly though, the pace is out wide. In between runners is Motabarhef. Also banged there a Fassa for Camilo Ospina. Deep on the course is Mathrut, being tracked through there by Alea Alim, and also being pushed along is Johor Al Riyadh. The back markers include Al Habir and Hashim as they go down the side of the course in the 2023 running of the municipality of Riyadh Area Cup, and it's a 3-way go for the lead. Towards the inside, Shagmoum Al-Khail is coming under pressure. Looming upside is a Fassa, and towards the wide outside is Mathrut. They've kicked on by 4 lengths over Alea Alim, and then comes the yellow colours of Jcsa, last year's winner, but deep inside the last furlong and a half, and the white stable are laughing here. They've had 3 winners so far. Are they going to get another with a Fassa as he enters, or she enters the last furlong? 4 lengths to the good now. Over in second place, Mathrut. Nothing else is going to catch this leader. A Fassa is bounding away and will take the municipality of Riyadh Area Cup. Ospina with the hat-trick. The white stable with 4 winners on the card. They are absolutely flying. A Fassa the winner for Camilo Ospina. Second in the Asia Cup. Goes 1 better tonight in the feature. Camilo Ospina riding out of his skin at the moment. Hat-trick tonight to go with the other portfolio of winners he's had over the last 48 hours. Pushed out towards the line, was always handy and was ready to strike with 2 furlongs left to go. Wins at a time of 1:40.27. Was being closed to the line by Ibn Haban, who made late grounds to finish in second place, 2 1/4 lengths, the winning distance. Jcsa's run a solid race back in third. Johor Al Riyadh back in fourth. A Fassa will write the headlines for Camilo Ospina and the white stable. It's been a night to remember for both Camilo, the white stable, and for you at home. If you found that one, congratulations. A Fassa takes our final race, the feature on the night.
Camilo Sabina, congrats. This 10 win this week, yeah?
Yeah, you know, thank you very much, you know. I don't have words to say. Because I blessing, you know, I blessing. Thanks God, thanks to the print media, Talal, the old people give me support, you know. Yeah. This is the
First week
yeah.
in Riyadh, he comes second.
Yeah, no, yeah, she won in Taif, and she's coming to here, the 7 furlong, but this field is better and more distant. And thanks God today, she ran very good, you know, she's coming comfortable, and when I ask her that field, she responds very good.
I've said it before and I'll say it again, it is Camillo Ospina's world and we are just living in it. 10 winners this week. There's only 36 races he could have possibly ridden in and he's ridden 10 winners. That is unbelievable.
Yeah, it gives you an indication of the strength of the stable he's riding for the owners that he's riding for, but also just his ability in the saddle. It's as I said, a joy to see every week how simple he makes it look and how he gets horses to run for him. And yeah, this is the latest. He was saying that this is the first time that the gap is closed in the jockeys title with Adele already riding a treble. Well, it hasn't closed at all because Camilo's won the last two to level things up. And Jcsa was impressive here. He had done a time of 1:41.63 over this course of distance before, but he stepped forward to do 1:40.27 here. And that's a decent time. Not the best time of the night over the trip, but a high quality race and a quality finish as well, as he's been driven clear. Ibn Hadban burrowed up the inside. There was a little bit of trouble there, some interference there with EJB not getting the clearest of runs through, but with his jockey having to sit still, Luis Morales for about a furlong before he could ride him out to the finish. He ended up finishing third. I don't think it made a massive difference. It just left him with something left for the finish. He would have finished in that place without interference. I don't think he would have finished that much closer, to be perfectly honest.
No, but take nothing away from Jcsa, who was hugely impressive, did the business well. Without Ibn Toulon, the race took a slightly different shape, but nothing away from the winner. Mark Francis again making the sensible selection, whilst I went with the totally unexposed baby, who was quickly found out that with a big step up in class. So,
you're a romantic, aren't you?
I am a romantic. I am
Yeah.
a romantic. EJB also, I thought that ran a very good race there, Rory, as well. I thought you were with a good chance and they came swinging in and the gap sort of opened. But aside from that third place from EJB, tell me about your highlight.
Highlight of the day, I think, came in race 8, wasn't it, with
It was
off the
race
map,
8.
who was stepping up in trip to 1800 metres. Things didn't go absolutely for her. She was a very impressive winner last time out. We see her following up here in very good style. Luis Morales really likes this filly. Said she loved what she was doing. She got a little bit tired in the last 100 metres or so here, but she was stepping up in trip and she was carrying a bit more weight than she was last time out. She also was in the stalls longer than she wanted to be. She normally wants to go in last. He said she wants to be in and then out straight away, and the minute she's in the stall she's looking to get out, and she actually banged into the gate here, and Lewis was calling at the starter to get them away. She ended up having to sit in the stalls for about 30 seconds or more, which wasn't ideal for her. So she's done well to win as well as she has, because that would have had an effect on how she started the race. She's then sailed along in front, looking absolutely magnificent for most of the race before getting tired a little bit in the last furlong, which was never going to give up the lead. Craft in Silk, a classy enough filly in her own right, chased her home. She's a course and distance winner. And Craft and Silk closed the gap a little bit in the last furlong, but could never get on terms with Off the Map, who I think can do better still, possibly back at a mile. But as Lewis said after the race, there were reasons to think that she could be persevered with at this trip, and she will do better. But she does want to go in the stalls last, and that's something to bear in mind next time you see her. You can't guarantee that you're going to go in last. You can request it, but if other trainers request that as well, then you may end up having to let others go in after you, which is what happened tonight with her. But she can continue to go the right way as long as that slight stalls aversion can be overcome.
Yeah, she with a very impressive performance. I think both on the track and off the track, she was beautiful in the parade ring. She did a really lovely walk. She walked around like she owned the place. And then once she did the business on the track, when she came in, I think you and I would agree, Luis Morales was absolutely expert in that interview. He was wonderful to listen to, wonderful to hear from, and he gave us a really, really good insight into what it was like to ride that race. As we can see the presentation for our lucky last, it's the White Stable once again, a farsa doing the business. There is Camillo Ospina, the one on the left. He is the winning jockey here. That's his treble in the day, and he's doing a really, really mighty job. Now, as we begin to wrap up proceedings here at King Abdulaziz racecourse here in Riyadh, I think it's a perfect time to thank Mark Francis for his expert commentary and all the commentators we've had over the past couple of weeks. A special thanks to you, Mr. Rory Delaney, for an expert job as our resident analyst. Everyone behind the cameras and behind the scenes who do such a marvellous job to get this together. But finally, we must thank Camillo Ospina. 10 winners in 36 available rides. My goodness, he is a talented man. We'll see you next week.